Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. More than a century has passed since spiritual energy was discovered, changing the world forever. In a realm ruled by powerful individuals, a lone figure advances with unwavering resolve. Amidst chaos, a muscular warrior charges a devastating attack. Ling Wan declares his desire to live a carefree and wealthy life, astonishing those nearby. A monstrous foe restrains Ling Wan just as a radiant blade slashes between them. Beaten and despairing, the protagonist collapses, overwhelmed by the world's cruelty. A system alert appears, offering the chance of revival and shocking the player. The protagonist recoils, stunned by the system's message that defeating classmates yields points. Kneeling amid a surge of blue energy, the protagonist resolves to harness the system's power and conquer the world. Ling Wan unleashes a primal roar, his power surging fiercely. A sharp-toothed character leans in boldly and asks to take a bite. As a lightning storm ravages the city at night, the characters anxiously await the Psionic Association's response to their video message. A masked figure warns that their enemies refuse to surrender energy resources. Frightened students are held hostage on the gym floor beneath a looming masked man. A distressed young man weeps while trying to assure an older man that help is coming. A young boy collapses in tears, desperately calling for his mother. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he reacts fiercely as the stunned crowd watches. A character desperately reaches out to stop someone from making a reckless move. One character forcefully restrains another, preventing a reckless charge into battle. An exasperated character urgently warns an ally not to confront the villains due to their lack of skill. Ling Wan seizes an ally and calls for everyone to unite and fight together. A determined fighter rallies his group to launch a unified attack as an ally conjures a glowing flame. A masked captor threatens the hostages, demanding they remain compliant. A monstrous figure towers over 3 students, poised to attack and forcing them to stand together. 3 terrified students react in shock, with one screaming in fear. A masked figure cautions someone against intimidating the others excessively. A clenched fist thrusts forward, ready to strike. A masked, muscular figure violently slams an opponent into the ground. A wounded character collapses, writhing in agony as blood pours from their mouth. A young man recoils in shock, sweat beading on his face in disbelief. Blood splatters both fighters as they respond to sudden violence, one shocked and the other stern. Panic erupts as students scramble in all directions inside the building. A masked figure angrily orders others to close the door and prevent any escape. Ling Wan urges an ally to move quickly as he prepares to act. One character demands urgent information about others while another reacts in shock. A massive masked figure grabs fleeing students, halting their escape. He freezes in shock, staring ahead in stunned silence. A child is criticized for abandoning the group and selfishly swimming back alone. Several accuse him of selfishness in holding the floating ball and abandoning his friends. One character repeatedly bows an apology while another looks on in shock. 2 furious adults blame someone's child for endangering others and insist only a passing psychic saved the children. The protagonist questions being scolded, explaining the floating ball was too small for everyone and would have sunk. He wonders if saving himself first was the right choice. Ignoring others, the protagonist urges an immediate escape. Ling Wan leads the group swiftly toward a darker area, signaling them to follow. 2 students rush through the rain toward the entrance as another watches from the side. Ling Wan spots a shadowy figure perched on a tree branch in the darkness. Determined, he prepares to make his move. Ling Wan runs desperately through the storm as a masked monster pursues him. A boot crashes into the water above a shadowy, glowing-eyed figure radiating energy. A powerful strike tears through the barrier, sending energy surging through the air. A massive figure is ambushed from below by a sudden strike with a glowing blade. A tense rain-soaked standoff unfolds between a large figure and a smaller shadowy opponent. Ling Wan stares ahead in shock as he senses something strange altering his body. The masked character exclaims triumphantly while lying spread-eagled in the rain. One character urgently reveals their opponent is from the Psionic Association, startling the other. A character excitedly announces the arrival of a renowned 4-star psionic hero known for exceptional speed. A sudden burst of energy signals the beginning of an ambush. Moving at blinding speed, he cuts down several villains amidst the chaos. A mysterious gray figure with a red tip suddenly appears in view. He watches in awe as someone effortlessly slashes through opponents. 2 students in the gym react with shock and excitement to unexpected news. An orange-haired character angrily mutes another's mouth, ordering them to mind their own business. As he urges the group to escape and wait for the threat's resolution, he is abruptly startled. The teal-haired figure turns away calmly and sheathes his sword, leaving onlookers puzzled. Realizing only 3 enemies have been defeated, the protagonist notes one remains unaccounted for. A sudden realization stuns everyone present. Amidst frantic students scattering, Ling Wan calmly blends into the crowd with his sword on his back. One student frantically calls for Ji-Foam, drawing nearby attention. Ling Wan panics as his attempts to communicate prove futile. A character silently contemplates grim consequences if Ji-Foam dies here. 2 people arrive breathless at the empty building entrance. A weary figure pauses to catch his breath, gripping his katana for the next fight. Ling Wan freezes in shock as he realizes a crucial truth. Someone chooses to prioritize their own survival. Someone erupts in frustration, condemning another's selfishness. A calm man confidently assures someone that the students are now safe. A shadowy figure ambushes from above, forcing Ling Wan to react with surprise and draw his sword. Someone urgently reaches out and calls to Ji Feng. Someone pulls their companion aside as a red threat closes in from behind. He insists to his mother that he was not selfish and explains how he swam quickly to shore. A young boy urgently shouts to get the psychic's attention to save everyone. He boldly admits he was trying to be a hero. The enemy crashes down with immense force, leaving two fighters sprawled helplessly amid rubble. Students flee the school as destruction rains down, causing chaos and panic. Ling Wan crouches beside a shadowy figure, shocked by a startling discovery. A young man with teal hair is struck and bleeds as he grips his katana. Ling Wan focuses deeply, preparing for the challenge ahead. A dominant figure taunts a hidden attacker while clutching a mysterious orb. The green-haired character realizes there are actually 4 foes. A large hand grabs someone's head as another praises the kid's bravery for saving them. A monstrous red creature seizes a bloodied young man by the head, demanding retribution. Ling Wan writhes on the ground, crying out in pain. A young man urgently intervenes to stop a killing. A red creature threatens, demanding the sword be dropped to release a hostage. Ling Wan stands wounded yet determined after a brutal fight, refusing to yield. A monstrous figure pins Ling Wan down, taunting him about his powers. A character screams in agony, overwhelmed with emotion and crying for their savior. A green-haired character urgently confronts a red-skinned figure restraining someone. A tense standoff unfolds as someone grips a futuristic sword, demanding a release. Cornered by the sword, the character reluctantly agrees to surrender. Ling Wan stands ready on cracked earth, weapon in hand, prepared to fight on. Swords clash fiercely as the protagonist battles a grinning opponent atop shattered ground. A powerful red figure mocks the opponent, while brandishing a weapon amidst the chaos. A towering red creature snatches the wounded protagonist and mocks his helplessness, while another lunges as the sword floats nearby. Ling Wan struggles to remain conscious as tears and blood cascade down his face. A mighty blow smashes into the earth, sending debris flying. A gloved hand seizes the glowing weapon as someone shouts angrily. A furious character confronts someone, demanding to know where they're staring. He narrows his eyes, preparing to launch a retaliatory attack. Ling Wan is struck in the chest by a glowing blade while a monstrous figure looms above. A monstrous red creature impales the bloody protagonist, who hangs motionless in its grasp. Bruised and bloodied, Ling Wan stares ahead, panic overtaking him. A character is slammed headfirst into the ground, cracking the earth and splattering blood. Bloodied and sweating, the protagonist gazes intently at a broken dagger on the ground. A green-haired character offers an unconvincing apology, masking smugness behind a sly grin. A character stands over a defeated, dangerous foe, resolutely deciding to end the threat for everyone's safety. Ling Wan collapses to the ground, mortally wounded after a selfless sacrifice. In the shadows, a menacing figure taunts the victim, raising a bloodied hand. A shadowy figure orders an immediate cover-up of a student's death. Responsibility for the cover-up is delegated to the PR department. Struggling to stay conscious, he forces himself to endure overwhelming pain. Blood dripping, a distressed character questions the true nature of the psionic hero, shaken by recent events. A wounded figure laments being betrayed and cut down without hesitation as a shadowy presence rises in the mist. A desperate figure frantically searches in the rain, calling out for someone. A distressed woman begs for help while a rescue worker assures her that a psionic hero is with her son inside. Lying motionless in darkness, the protagonist regrets trying to be a hero. A glowing system interface announces the target has met revival requirements and offers a choice to revive. A tense ultimatum forces the protagonist to make a critical decision. Ling Wan loses control as his transformation intensifies, unleashing wild energy. Several shadowy figures gather beneath the rain around a memorial stone. Ling Wan weeps in the rain as a hand gently comforts him on the shoulder. He stands alone in the rain, lost in silent contemplation. A gravestone marked with a portrait and wilted sunflowers stands alone, symbolizing recent loss. A news broadcast reports that villains attacked students at Wenqing High School, but a powerful individual rescued over 200. A digital billboard lights the city as a confident teal-haired figure makes a dramatic public announcement. A determined leader addresses the crowd, declaring the responsibility to protect all citizens. The city's most reliable guardian proves himself once more, elevating the association's psychic status. The crowd cheers, chanting Ji Feng's name and raising their fists in support. A grieving character cries out for someone while clutching a framed photo. A wounded young man collapses in agony on the ground. Exhausted, a figure receives a glowing prompt offering resurrection. Startled, he recoils as an unforeseen sight shocks him. A digital interface presents a critical choice between yes and no. A desperate hand slams the glowing button, choosing resurrection and evading death. A glowing system confirms the second chance and begins the repair process. A powerful energy blade slices through darkness with explosive force. A surge of energy overwhelms Ling Wan, leaving him bloodied on the ground. Ling Wan is startled by a sudden realization. Green energy flows from a bare chest into the orange-haired character's head. Ling Wan lies as glowing green energy rapidly heals his wounds. Ling Wan bows under intense force as icy shards erupt around him. The repair process completes as the console confirms. A digital message grants the host a powerful absorption ability as a resurrection reward. A digital prompt asks the user whether to activate the ability. Ling Wan collapses forward, bleeding and defeated from his injuries. The protagonist wonders if the absorption ability is harmless despite its effects. A hand slams down on the ground, unleashing a surge of energy. A hand forcefully hits the ground, releasing a burst of energy. Bloodied and gasping, he struggles to reach the activation interface, facing a critical choice. Wounded and surrounded by green energy, the protagonist questions if he can seek revenge. A furious orange-haired character incites others to attack. The teal-haired character assigns the task to the PR department. An orange-haired character screams with fangs bared while a teal-haired figure calmly watches, holding a ringing phone. A character unleashes a desperate, powerful scream filling the scene. One character savagely bites another's shoulder, causing a scream of pain. Glowing blood cells and mystical scripts signal activation of a mysterious power. Colorful DNA strands appear, hinting at a revelation about genetic structure. A digital system locks onto Ji-Feng and initiates skill absorption. A digital screen displays 4 abilities and their mastery levels. A digital prompt asks the host to select one ability to absorb. A furious, sweat-soaked figure shouts in disbelief at their opponent's resilience. A gloved hand draws a glowing sword as crackling energy surrounds it. Ling Wan swings a glowing weapon downward in a fierce attack. A wounded boy recoils in fear as a sword stops short of his face. A character activates a special movement technique, preparing to move quickly. Blue energy crackles around a foot slammed forcefully to the ground, charging power. Ling Wan recoils in shock as a burst of energy erupts nearby. 2 figures clash with explosive force, sending energy through the air. Ling Wan kicks 2 opponents flying with a lightning-charged strike. An injured figure unleashes a powerful electrified stomp, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. Ling Wan steels himself, focusing his resolve for what's next. A red-haired young man crashes through the floor, shattering it with force. Bloodied and exhausted, Ling Wan struggles to catch his breath and rise. A game-like interface announces Shadow Step skill absorption and max level. Someone witnesses a mysterious technique use, reacting with astonishment. Ling Wan slowly regains consciousness, bloodied and surrounded by glowing blue shards. A surprised combatant observes an opponent's successful Shadow Steps technique, revealing unexpected skill. Ling Wan recoils in shock at unexpected news. A sudden lightning attack knocks 2 characters back, revealing a powerful skill. A wounded man staggers, gripping his side as blood pours from his wound. One figure steps forward decisively under blue-white light, confronting an opponent. A blue-haired character brings a sword down toward an orange-haired character defending on the ground. A furious character threatens to kill their opponent, shouting with murderous intent. A glowing DNA strand snaps apart, signaling dramatic disruption. A character reacts in shock, eyes wide with surprise. Clutching his bloody side, Ling Wan scowls in pain after revival, frustrated by setbacks. A powerful kanji symbol bursts onto the scene, marking a dramatic turning point. Disoriented, the protagonist questions if he is dead as he drifts in black void. The injured boy sits in shock, realizing he is still alive. Ling Wan braces for combat, gripping his glowing sword with determination. Overwhelmed by fear, the protagonist gasps, struggling to regain composure. A hand grips the hilt of a glowing sword, ready to draw. A tall figure stands guard with a sword, while a red-haired boy sits anxiously behind. Ling Wan reels in shock, his bruised face showing the blow's impact. A digital notification announces the manipulation skill has acquired its first slave. A teal-haired character stands with eyes closed, respectfully addressing his master. Someone reacts in alarm to an unexpected situation. A green-haired character confidently raises a large sword, radiating energy. A digital display confirms successful activation of the second skill. Startled by an unexpected situation, he recoils in shock and confusion. A digital interface reveals gene-based abilities detailing powers to copy and manipulate genetic information. Stunned by the consequences of his bite, the protagonist stares at the glowing screen in disbelief. A character imagines biting everyone to become king. The character stares downward, realizing someone who attempted to kill him now seems changed. A teal-haired character bows and apologizes to their master. Someone rejects being called master, visibly uncomfortable with the title. Bloodied and tense, Ling Wan braces as a shadowy figure looms silently over him. Angrily, Ling Wan confronts someone about reckless hostage incident actions and refusal to forgive. A character justifies sacrificing a few to kill the villain. Ling Wan freezes as he senses a critical threat. A streak of fiery energy slams into a building, as someone realizes a shocking truth about another's hidden nature. Bloodied, the protagonist challenges the opponent defiantly but receives an ambiguous reply. Ling Wan steelly prepares to respond, his gaze intense. A skeptical character doubts whether someone will obey. 2 figures radiating red and blue energy face off as confrontation begins. Bloodied and intense, he coldly commands his opponent to take their own life. He closes his eyes and responds resolutely. Ling Wan freezes, shocked and unable to process what occurred. The wounded protagonist recoils as a tall, glowing figure raises an arm menacingly. Ling Wan unsheathes his sword steadily, blood from his shoulder wound dripping. Alarmed and desperate, Ling Wan lunges forward with an outstretched hand to prevent an event. A bloodied sword presses to a character's neck as they're ordered to stop. Ling Wan stands wounded and conflicted, choosing mercy after surviving. Rain pouring over the ruined building, someone threatens not to let their opponent escape easily. An intense figure raises a phone, demanding their target strip and threatening exposure. A teal-haired character lowers their head and reluctantly complies. Ling Wan stands slumped and injured, his pants slipping as he struggles after defeat. A shocked young man discovers a glowing object in his hand. One character flashes underwear, startling another who drops their phone. Distressed and bleeding, the youth urgently snaps a photo while trying to stop further undressing. A shadowy figure is instructed to strike a more seductive pose during a tense nighttime photo shoot. Ling Wan poses seductively for photographs. A mischievous character quietly snaps a teasing photo. Someone instructs others to provide several more poses. An off-panel voice taunts or commands tersely. Someone quietly instructs another to walk around. The distraught young man admits defeat, demanding the truth about that night. A single red shoe strikes the ground, marking someone's arrival. The protagonist spins abruptly, eyes wide in shock at a disturbance. A woman steps into the rain with an umbrella, urging someone to join a gathered group. A sharp-eyed character reacts in surprise to the unexpected. One is caught awkwardly posing in underwear as another quickly snaps a photo, both embarrassed. A flustered character denies a misunderstanding while another smiles teasingly, heightening tension. A character urgently orders another to get dressed, while a third observes the scene. The red-haired character pauses silently, lost in thought. Ling Wan anxiously questions if the woman is a secret agent or unaware of Ji Feng's actions. One urges a younger companion to go home safely while another stands nearby injured. Ling Wan struggles to maintain composure despite his wounds. Mysterious forces streak rapidly across the stormy sky. Blood streaming from his shoulder, Ling Wan staggers in the rain, crying out for his mother. Two figures stand in rain, anxiously calling for Ling Wan. A bloodied figure emerges surrounded by anxious onlookers and a concerned woman as paramedics stand ready. Despite heavy rain and darkness, someone insists they're fine. The towering Psychic Association building looms under a cloudy sky. Someone steps forward resolutely. A woman urgently calls after a green-haired man leaving, trying to stop him. A red-haired character asks confidently for a brief delay, signaling a strategic pause. A suited man informs two others that the conference starts in 10 minutes, and they acknowledge. Ling Wan calmly asks what is happening as another figure walks away. A character calmly inquires about the true identity of Bo from the previous night. The green-haired character forcefully shuts down the conversation, demanding no interference. One laughs and teases while two others share an awkward, almost intimate moment. A woman reminds the blue-haired man to finish a manuscript for an upcoming press release. A red-haired character with golden eyes offers to help. The scene opens with a calm, sunlit campus courtyard bustling with people. A sign marks the entrance to senior year class 2. A modern building stands quietly as the story introduces philosophical ideas about gravity. A digital scoreboard flashes a warning that no points remain to reactivate capture capability. Ling Wan discovers his biting power has limited uses, not unlimited as expected. Sitting at his desk, he wonders how to earn points to trade for abilities. He speculates whether saying a secret word might activate the system manual. The character suddenly twists, reacting swiftly to the tense situation. Exhausted from copying abilities, the main character slumps over, struggling with intense hunger. A student persistently tries to wake a red-haired classmate who remains asleep at his desk. Ling Wan turns alert upon noticing something unexpected. Suddenly, someone unseen strikes Ling Wan's head with a rolled-up newspaper. The teacher calls on the startled student to repeat Newton's words before the class. The main character hesitates, struggling to recall Newton's words as another silently observes. Nervously, the protagonist explains he's still shaken by last night's murder. An authority figure reassures the class the incident was accidental and urges focus, noting increased security. He challenges the teacher, questioning if the incident was truly accidental. He realizes attackers exploited a brief gap in school guard schedules, raising suspicion. The teacher questions who knew the guard schedule. A suited figure threatens the class with a knife as two students watch warily. The green-haired character calmly surveys the scene with quiet confidence. He accuses teachers of conspiring with murderers to seize school control. Ling Wan hurriedly tries to clarify after being misunderstood. Ling Wan questions why only teachers knew the schedule, confused in the tense classroom. A character challenges someone for doubting teachers who were injured protecting students. The teacher silences the class with a rolled-up paper, demanding focus on physics. Someone firmly instructs a group to move to the back for safety. A green-haired student smugly defies others while two watch quietly. Ling Wan walks alone, frustrated and anxious, demanding to know why he is targeted. A scoreboard announces the teacher was framed by Zhu Deyong's disgust, earning a point. A boy is shocked to learn that being scolded by a teacher earns points. The school bell rings, signaling the end of class. One student playfully teases another, who reluctantly accepts help. Desperate and weak, the protagonist pleads for food, barely enduring hunger. A character internally justifies taking leave to facilitate a secret plan. In class, students excitedly discuss a peer's newfound psychic powers and potential. A green-haired character promises support for the group. The character fixes his gaze with fierce determination. A green-haired student denies accusations of selfishness while another watches uneasily. The orange-haired boy is confronted by the green-haired character over neglect during last night's incident. Two students gossip quietly, agreeing someone is spreading nonsense. A digital screen updates points as someone is judged selfish. Ling Wan suddenly turns startled. Ling Wan demands an explanation for someone's words. One student warns another to avoid certain people and not let anyone hold him back. An enraged character threatens someone, demanding retraction. A green-haired character provocatively insults others at the table. A green-haired student boasts of being the school's strongest. Ling Wan is suddenly slapped hard across the face. Two characters lock eyes in shock as tension rises. One character freezes, stunned by unexpected events. The green-haired character staggers backward, a red mark on his cheek. A character stumbles back, shocked, with a fresh handprint blazing on his cheek. A glowing scoreboard adds 5 points as a classmate earns a reward for beating others. Ling Wan realizes offensive actions add penalty points. Someone reacts confusedly to the new situation. A sinister figure confronts the troubled character, exerting overwhelming psychological pressure. The protagonist questions if wrongdoing is necessary to gain strength. The protagonist recoils, shocked at the system's cruelty. One student wonders if he must compromise morals to grow stronger, as others watch silently. He shivers as the temperature drops around him. The furious green-haired character, bleeding from a slap, yells at the orange-haired figure. Ling Wan recoils in shock, raising hands defensively after upsetting Hao. Crackling with energy, the young man prepares his counterattack. Ling Wan recoils in shock, wide-eyed and sweating as he reacts to an alarming situation. A foot slams down with force, signaling the start of a powerful attack. A chaotic energy surge accidentally strikes someone in class, causing regret. Ling Wan taunts his opponent, declaring no escape as a powerful impact shakes the scene. A green-haired fighter charges forward, powering up for a secret technique. Energy bursts as two allies warn their companion of an incoming attack. A student announces someone has already left class, startling everyone. Someone rushes into the courtyard, urgently calling for another. A young man waits behind the school cafeteria, sending a message. Startled, he calls out to someone while eating in the cafe. One character angrily warns another about a deadly threat, but the other pays no mind. While eating noodles, the boy insists his hit was accidental. Ling Wan glares at the glowing system screen, blaming it for problems. A worker anxiously reports massive food consumption to the boss, leaving both shocked. A system notification frustrates someone off-screen with another penalty. One boy questions another about provoking an arrogant person. Ling Wan plans to escape after class, relieved the weekend is near. A sharp youth confronts someone about the futility of hiding psychic powers. A hand lifts a fork as the character hesitates, considering a new thought. A character confronts another about ambitions to pursue the psychic master path. Two students discuss how stubbornness and carelessness might shift power between them. A determined character offers family help with psychic drugs. The red-haired boy firmly refuses, emphasizing money matters are exceptions among friends. One student challenges another to be raised as a son if a gene drug strengthens them. Ling Wan rejects becoming a psychic master, focusing on self-care. The character silently surveys the scene in deep thought. A tragic multiple murder occurred yesterday at one city high school. An official announces 4 people were murdered last night. Watching news on a cafe TV, 2 realize Jean Feng was involved in the incident. Ling Wan worries silently about how Jean Feng will explain last night's events. An announcer introduces 4-star psychic Jean Feng to the audience. A blinding light bursts in the dark hallway suddenly. A mysterious figure appears in the doorway, shrouded in pink glow. A red-haired character makes a dramatic silent entrance into the light. He notices something unusual and becomes alert. The red-haired speaker announces Jean Feng will not attend the media briefing. Last night, Jean Feng fought the murderer to protect a student, suffering internal injuries. News of critical injury shocks the group. 3 freeze in shock as a flash erupts behind them. A shocked character processes news of multiple injuries from last night's battle. The protagonist reacts with shock and concern upon hearing Jean Feng's injuries require urgent care. A notification reveals that Jean Feng is dead. Ling Wan stares in shock, realizing someone has died. 3 watch TV news reporting someone remains in critical condition and may not see anyone soon. The protagonist is suddenly shocked by something alarming. Someone wonders if a character was killed to silence the truth about the situation. Ling Wan anxiously stands before the Psychic Association building, gathering courage to enter. A character recalls standing in dim light, bloodied, stepping forward with heavy footfalls. A character enters confidently, worried about being recognized. Ling Wan stands alone, determined to deny involvement despite doubts. Ling Wan fears exposure of his dangerous biting ability after recent mistakes. He realizes he must be more cautious moving forward. The group prepares to confront Wang Tian with the following Monday. Ling Wan sighs as a door creaks open behind him. A boy enters unexpectedly, startling a girl while asking for food. A worried person calls anxiously for Luan in a plain room. The woman moves quickly to start cooking at the stove. Ling Wan notices something strange and looks aside, confused. Someone bangs on the door urgently, calling for Lin Luan's mother. Ling Luan is startled after spotting someone unexpected. An angry woman confronts Ling Luan, demanding how much his mother invested. Ling Wan recoils as energy crackles behind him unexpectedly. A news reporter exposes Quanjian Pharmaceuticals for scamming nearly $10 million with fake psionic crystals. A man leads an angry protest demanding the return of goods from deceptive merchants. Ling Wan watches a heated confrontation unfold on the living room TV. A woman reacts anxiously upon hearing about the $100,000 investment. A framed family photo draws attention as someone mentions Lao Lin's pension. A girl breaks down in tears as someone gently comforts her. Overwhelmed with regret, the character slaps himself frantically for speaking out of turn. A worried adult explains to Ling Wan that a school murder and his late departure made his mother anxious enough to buy something for him. Ling Wan cries, trying to reassure himself he can do better next time. Ling Wan cries out for his mother in shock. Concerned voices suggest protests might help recover lost funds. A determined man proclaims they will occupy the pharmaceutical factory until justice prevails. Ling Wan glances over his shoulder, alert to suspicious activity nearby. Ling Wan tells his mom he's going out and heads toward the door. Ling Wan calmly explains he only invited Ah Hao to play. A hand slides the bolt, locking or unlocking the door. He hesitates at the stairs top, reaching for the closed door. Ling Wan prepares to unleash his hidden power, glaring ahead fiercely. A sign accuses a merchant of dishonesty between two trees. A man confronts a tense crowd gathered at a gated building. The crowd reacts intensely nearby while one person observes from a distance. A determined leader rallies the group to set a guard schedule. Ling Wan spots a distant figure holding a bat near trees. Ling Wan stands alone, scanning the surroundings tensely. The scene shifts to a deserted rooftop at sunset. A glowing weapon slams into cracked stone with great force. A figure crashes down, bracing for a confrontation. Ling Wan decides to split up, promising to alert others if anything happens. The general manager's office door comes into view. He searches a messy living room for clues to a swindler's address or accomplice. A drawer opens, revealing hidden documents and a USB drive. An overturned trash bin scatters papers across the floor. A close-up reveals a wooden bookshelf filled with books. A young man doubts his abilities, feeling unprepared in a dim room. A shadowed figure steps forward dramatically. Ling Wan quickly turns, startled by something unexpected. A young man with glasses enters and confronts an unexpected intruder. A character storms into an office, accusing someone of leading a protest. A nervous boy admits sneaking into the back entrance to gather clues. A red-headed young man reacts in shock to something unexpected. The red-headed young man pauses, contemplating the situation. A system notification announces an increase of 1 point due to backlash from Lu Ben. A character suddenly notices something unexpected. A digital scoreboard shows a dislike received and 1 point added. Startled, Ling Wan reacts to hearing an unexpected name. He is surprised to realize he has been recognized. He questions why a fraud would dislike him, seeking answers. Someone off-screen wonders how Lu Ben entered. A bespectacled man with a headband explains he also sneaked in through the back. Growing suspicious, he narrows his eyes and scrutinizes the situation carefully. Ling Wan curses the corrupt manager and predicts severe consequences. A character smirks confidently, displaying self-assurance. A notification awards points for receiving a dislike, leaving the protagonist shocked. Ling Wan angrily points off panel, accusing someone of being Sun Qinggong's accomplice. A startled character protests loudly, defending themselves near a bookshelf. A scoreboard flashes a notification showing 2 points gained from a dislike. Ling Wan glares suspiciously, accusing someone of faking victimhood while actually stealing. The young man anxiously insists he organized the protest to defend everyone's rights. Someone races past at great speed, startling and confusing another person. A digital interface offers the ability to absorb for 50 points, with 62 points available. A nervous student faces a monstrous, fanged figure while addressing classmates. One character bites another's neck as the victim cries out in agony. A barrage of red projectiles hurtles through darkness. An illuminated interface lists advanced abilities and skills. One character ponders deeply while another questions the logic of wanting to be a liar rather than an actor. An angry person threatens to sue a calm boy for biting and slander. A furious character threatens legal action for medical and mental damages. A furious man with glasses threatens to ruin the opponent's entire family financially. A young man bows respectfully to his master. A digital screen reveals the second absorbed person's identity as Lu Ben. The boy demands to know why someone pretended to be a victim. A calculating young man outlines 3 benefits of pretending victimhood to manipulate the protest and gain control. Ling Wan angrily confronts another, raising a hand in frustration. One orders the other to write a book, which is accepted eagerly. With a determined glare, the protagonist agrees to be taken to Sun Qinggong. The scene shifts to the illuminated Yao Qi Grand Hotel at sunset. Someone arrives at the VIP 2702 door. A hand presents a valuable blue-gray psionic crystal and explains its origin and high market value. A young woman gazes in amazement at a glowing object. One character glares as another defiantly thrusts a fist forward. A man smugly explains his secret fortune-making method to a woman. The woman accuses him of bluffing and remains unimpressed. A woman warns the chairman about searches for him, but he dismisses the concerns. Confident in escaping scrutiny, the man expects people to soon forget and regains hope for freedom. Someone wonders why anyone would buy stones and then request a spar. 6 bodyguards fill a room as someone boasts of unbeatable protection. The elevator arrives at the 27th floor. One young man leads another down a hallway, pointing out their destination. 3 men in sunglasses confront others, demanding answers and escalating tension. 3 wary men in sunglasses demand explanations, signaling a suspicious confrontation. Frozen, one nervously gulps as anxiety overwhelms him. Hao steps forward, declaring Ling Luan is with him and stopping the group's advance. 2 young men announce themselves at a doorway as it opens, with guards watching. Someone questions if Calm has returned outside. Ling Luan glares forward, steeling himself for what comes next. Ling Luan breaks into tears as a hand gently rests on his shoulder. Someone steps forward decisively, initiating action. 2 characters stand together silently, showing visible indifference. A tense confrontation begins as one approaches the lounging pair, prompting surprise. One man arrogantly insults the other's background, provoking a furious glare. Ling Luan launches a powerful upward punch, determined and fierce. A furious attacker lands a brutal punch, sending spit and blood flying. Ling Luan looms over a trembling figure, exuding intense hostility in a tense standoff. A large man falls painfully off a couch as a younger man strides away and a shocked woman watches. A woman screams in terror, clutching her face and recoiling. 2 men in suits silently confront each other in a hallway, gauging intentions. Someone peeks from behind a door, making an excuse about people exercising. A furious character recoils, clutching a bruised face after a strike. Ling Luan pins a man to the ground, accusing him furiously of being a fraud. A character slaps a fraud, instantly gaining 2 points from a notification. A furious character slaps an opponent, earning confrontation points. 3 men in suits blush and react awkwardly, flustered by a situation. Someone reacts embarrassed, leading to flustered outbursts. A battered character collapses, begging desperately for the beating to stop. A red-eyed young man demands the stolen money's location. An older man stammers, confessing he invested all in new psionic crystals, but can't explain missing funds. One character slaps another while angrily exposing fake crystals. The chubby character claims rare ability to identify psionic crystals. The protagonist exposes true skills, accusing the group of choosing fraud over honesty. He weighs benefits of gaining a skill to facilitate obtaining psionic crystals. A battered man stands humiliated before a looming shadowy figure after defeat. A figure grins, revealing sharp fangs and threatening to bite. A swollen-faced man recoils in fear as a shadowy figure approaches. Ling Luan fails to activate absorb ability due to insufficient points. Ling Luan realizes he must better prepare to avoid crisis surprises. Ling Luan stands over an unconscious man, deciding he must bite soon to earn points. Bruised and swollen, the character reflects on suffering and doubts anyone could dislike him more. He realizes those affected by his absorb ability cannot dislike him. A young woman hesitates, retracting words as uncertainty clouds her face. A man with glasses asks if bodyguards outside are psionicists. A nervous young man reassures his companion that bodyguards are professionally skilled despite lacking psionic abilities. Ling Luan calculates he can earn points as long as others aren't psionicists. Standing in a doorway, Ling Luan abruptly fires 2 suited men. A man confronts the group, announcing the newcomer has taken their place. A group of bodyguards reacts with shock and anger. A terrified character screams in panic. Ling Luan inspects a psionic crystal, captivated by its unusual glow. A fearful character attempts to protest but is silenced forcibly. He studies the glowing psionic crystal, realizing it may restore his lost strength. A glowing barrier shatters violently, scattering shards and energy. A boy with bright orange hair devours a large drumstick eagerly. The protagonist panics, preparing to swallow a glowing gem. Ling Luan grits his teeth, pushing back against pressure. A character shouts in shock at sudden loss of a large sum of money. Ling Luan focuses inner power, eyes flaring with determination. Alarms blare and lights flash suddenly, startling Ling Luan. Power surges from the crystal, awakening him. A character forcefully kicks open a door and bursts inside. Startled, he turns quickly at the sudden intrusion. A large suited man confronts someone while restraining a distressed young man. He bites down on a glowing blue object as energy erupts. Cheetah Security, a notorious city-wide bodyguard company, is introduced. Elite mercenary bodyguards block the hallway, preventing access. A confident businessman boasts professional security expertise. A hand presses cash as the speaker boasts steady business success. A furious, swollen-faced character screams denial of accusations. A stunned man kneels among unconscious, defeated associates. A young man pumps fists triumphantly, shouting energetically. A determined attacker slams a shoe into a glowing electrified surface. A character unleashes a powerful glowing kick, shocked by his strength. Realizing the vast power gap, Ling Luan reflects that Shadow Walk easily outmatches ordinary people. He checks the glowing display and confirms sufficient points. A terrified man recoils on the couch, realizing Ling Luan has psionic power. Ling Luan smiles slyly, vowing to become a terrifying being. A terrified man recoils, desperately demanding to know what's happening. A figure smirks, revealing sharp predatory fangs. Overwhelmed by terror, the character panics and recoils. A special ability activates urgently as cries echo through the city. A man panics, clutching a bleeding finger and crying out. An irritated leader silences a crying, bruised subordinate who reluctantly obeys. One character nervously questions the risks, receiving a harsh threat, while another kneels apologetically. Annoyed by fear of death, the protagonist complains while a nervous, bruised man tries to explain. He notes those he bites keep their personalities but follow his commands. A glowing screen reveals the absorption of advanced stone appraising skill. Ling Luan assesses his new skills, feeling underwhelmed. Ling Luan is startled as screens show rising dislike points toward another student. He stares in shock, viewing a list of people deceived by someone, each with dislike points. Overwhelmed, the boy shouts as multiple dislike points rapidly accumulate against one person. A glowing scoreboard shows 1063 points gained. Ling Luan reels in disbelief, overwhelmed by what he sees. The protagonist shouts his realization as two bystanders watch confusedly. One playfully mocks a chubby friend as a source of money, both looking cheerful. One angrily exposes another's scams and delivers a hard slap. A stern figure gives two battered men 2 months to repay victims. They reluctantly agree. The group confronts one member about buying pharmaceutical scraps for illegal use. He nervously admits the supplier likely knows. Ling Luan suspects the Wang family's company is complicit in selling products to fraudsters. One firmly instructs others not to fight except with the pharmaceutical group. Listeners agree. Ling Luan orders someone to secretly gather evidence on Wang's pharmaceutical group's illegality and report back. The orange-haired character ends the discussion, assuring guidance and providing a contact number. One waves goodbye as another leaves the house. Ling Luan suddenly recalls something important and turns aside. Someone asks where to buy cheap psionic crystals. Ling Luan arrives at Shomen Street, surveying the psionic crystal market entrance. A concerned figure warns of dangers among private sellers, citing a wanted murderer. Ling Luan moves alone through the crowded market, deep in thought. A vendor eagerly promotes high-rate psionic crystals to attract customers. Someone announces only 2 spirit beast cubs remain near a cage. A vendor praises broccoli from Lato rainforest with psionic energy akin to degrade crystals. He inspects a sheet and realizes ingredients are incorrect. Ling Luan questions the boss about a ceramic tile as a soldier rushes past. Ling Luan urgently shoves the soldier aside. 2 characters crash to the floor amid chaos as one alarms. A startled boy shouts, teeth bared and eyes wide. A uniformed man orders goods disposed of. Bystanders react anxiously. In a crowded alley, Ling Luan grows frustrated receiving news about a suspect in Hexagon Alley. He turns quickly, alert to possible nearby threat. An intense gaze flashes as tension escalates. Ling Luan covers his mouth, realizing he's made the same mistake twice. Ling Luan fights back tears of overwhelming heartbreak. Exhausted, he grips his forehead outside, barely steadying himself. Ling Luan stands his ground as a massive shadowy beast looms behind. One confronts another about a possible scheme, prompting an immediate apology. Ling Luan's eyes widen as he senses sudden danger. A silver-haired character runs through a crowded street, chasing someone fleeing. Frustrated, a character clenches teeth and turns away angrily. A furious character shouts, sending energy surging through a chaotic scene. Debris crashes as 3 leap away to avoid impact. Amid wreckage, the protagonist scans for aid as survivors seek help. Shocked by a monstrous figure, the protagonist realizes terrible powers and potential accomplices threaten. It remains unclear how the attackers learned the school's schedule. A booted foot steps forward decisively. Startled, he abruptly looks up. A large scarred man glares menacingly down, blocking someone beneath. A scarred bearded man fixes an intense glare ahead. A commanding figure orders blocks at intersections and tighter pursuit through the city. Ling Luan notices Wang Tianhao's uncle in the crowd, surprised. A smug character flaunts ties to a 5-star psychic, boasting to others. Annoyed, the orange-haired character questions Wang's recurring presence. A figure slams a boot onto a rooftop, making a bold entrance. A large scarred man stands firmly, intimidating all nearby. A bald character surveys the bustling market from a high vantage. A man trims his beard with focus. He sprints desperately along a city street. A man smirks confidently, unfazed by the situation. A muscular man slams his fist into the ground, sending shockwaves. A massive explosion tears through a rooftop, scattering debris and light. A man in a cap sprints forward, pushing through exhaustion. A sudden puff of smoke appears on a deserted street, signaling arrival or departure. A masked figure in military gear sprints down an alley, fleeing danger. A uniformed young man stands firm as a massive shadowy figure with glowing eyes looms. A young man freezes, shocked by something off-panel. 2 hands unleash a massive burst of golden energy, shaking the surroundings. A powerful figure slams the ground, causing a large energy explosion. A force blasts through a wall, scattering debris everywhere. A character is slammed hard into the ground, debris flying. The ground explodes, hurling rocks and debris into the air. A figure coughs, struggling to rise amid white powder. A battered figure in military gear coughs harshly amid wreckage. A boot slams down, cracking the floor as someone steps forward. A terrified, injured man drops down, begging desperately as a menacing figure looms. A terrified character begs mercifully, promising silence. A scarred bearded man threatens to kill to ensure silence. The bearded man threatens a captive while a worried bystander watches tensely. A scarred man threatens while electricity crackles around his hand. The battered man coughs harshly, struggling to recover. A red-skinned muscular figure roars furiously. The bearded man dismisses the upcoming challenge smugly. A crackling hand clenches tightly, unleashing destructive energy. A devastating blast hurls a cap away amid energy, and blood surges. A character screams agonized as blood pours from their mouth. A powerful figure slams an opponent through the air with force. Ling Wan hides behind a wall, anxiously watching. A bearded man jerks back in shock, caught off guard. A bald man with an eye patch demands to know who is present. Ling Wan cowers behind a cracked wall as a large man approaches. He realizes fighting would mean certain death. Boots move on shadowed ground as someone approaches determinedly. He steals to strike, knowing his risky bite is his last chance. A character activates the absorb ability, preparing a special power. A warning denies ability activation due to lack of points. Startled by news, the protagonist reacts in disbelief. A boot crashes onto the ground, shifting tension. A towering figure intimidates Ling Luan, leaving him stunned on the ground. Debris falls as a muscular bald man stands unfazed. A bearded man turns suddenly, startled by sound. Injured but resolute, he prepares to strike while his opponent is vulnerable. Ling Luan sprints away as a menacing figure blocks his escape. Someone rushes in to block escape through a doorway. A furious man unleashes rage as electricity crackles behind. The bearded man warns fiercely not to escape. A muscular figure bursts through a collapsing wall, ordering surrounding as accomplices are revealed. A massive shadow overtakes the cracked wall, signaling threat. A red-haired character sprints breathlessly down a hallway. Startled, he cries out as light bursts behind. Hidden, Ling Luan listens as guards find no suspicious person on Path 4. One reports no suspicious persons found on Path 4, another listens. Ling Luan sweats heavily, recovering after confrontation. Two guards finish checking Path 2 as someone hides nearby. Ling Luan kneels on empty street, struggling to breathe, glancing back anxiously. The group halts before a solid wall blocking escape. One announces only one option remains. Terrified, the protagonist hides against the wall as three figures close in. A scarred man glares intensely in ominous red light. Ling Luan freezes in fear, eyes wide and sweating. Mysterious glowing hands seize Ling Luan from behind. Panic ensues. Ling Luan freezes as something rushes past. Startled, he reacts with wide-eyed shock. A towering shadowy figure with glowing eyes steps menacingly into the room. Three figures search an empty alley, confused by absence. Ling Luan hides silently behind a wall as a muscular figure passes unnoticed. One clamps a hand over another's mouth as they hide silently tense. A bearded man reacts anxiously to news that someone escaped, stunning those around. Ling Luan stands silently, deep in thought. A stunned character covers his mouth after discovering Inspector Badge named Sure Lily. A document reveals the name Sure Lily. A furious figure punches through a barrier with a glowing fist. Two freeze in shock as an unknown person suddenly enters. Two men spot their target while walking down a path. The group moves forward as leader heads toward the exit confidently. A character gasps and recoils in shock. One collapses gasping for air as another stands over silently. A sharp-eyed boy deduces a hidden ability and accuses someone of throwing a stone. Traditional rooftops glow beneath a golden sunset as the scene shifts. Two hurry down the street, urgently discussing possible coordinated attacks by suspects. One reveals the hat-wearing assailant and Lei Hu both killed someone. Ling Luan demands proof, staring suspiciously. A teenager urges a background check to find evidence against someone. A boot slams down, heightening tension. A skeptical man questions strict procedures, demanding evidence before action. A shocked boy admits they cannot defeat Lei Hu and urges surrender. Ling Luan silently contemplates next steps amid tension. Ling Luan asks whether basic evidence suffices to start investigation. He confidently demands the phone to search for evidence. Ling Luan stands at City Wen High School's entrance as sun rises, ready for a new day. He considers how to gather needed evidence for a case. Ling Luan walks through campus, pondering Wang's group's financial crisis news. A character realizes the assailants, Lei Hu, and Wang's group are all linked by psionic crystals, unlikely coincidence. Suspicion rises as another's leave on attack day fuels doubts of involvement. The scene shifts to Grade 3, Class 2, entrance. A student enters a nearly empty classroom, noting four others scattered at desks. A desk labeled as the strongest is specially highlighted. Ling Luan waits impatiently, wondering why the other person hasn't arrived. He wonders why Hao is late again. The protagonist enters an empty classroom. A student excitedly tells another about the upcoming fight between Wang Tianhao and Ah Hao, attracting attention. An eager student rushes toward the west field after receiving directions. He spins around, startled by the unexpected voice. Two racers sprint head-to-head on track as crowd cheers. A green-haired character is knocked back by a powerful punch. A student is slammed down in front of a stunned crowd on the track. A group rallies behind their leader, shouting support as others watch worriedly. A foot slams hard, signaling decisive action. A battered figure stands tall, declaring victory and demanding respect for an agreement. One furiously rejects defeat, insisting the match is not over. A green-haired character lashes out, punching the opponent's face. A panicked leader orders retreat as reactions flare urgently. One interrupts the other, heightening tension. Someone is forcefully pushed forward through a tense scene. A frantic young man lunges desperately as crowd watches alarmed. A green-haired young man angrily shouts and raises a fist. The green-haired character's powerful punch sends shockwaves through the scene. A smug rival boasts no one at school can defeat him. A furious green-haired student warns another to stay away from an ally, calling the ally trash. An enraged student shouts an insult and unleashes a glowing attack. One forcefully seizes the other's arm, escalating the fight. He glares, declaring the confrontation ended. A burst of glowing energy erupts as he activates a powerful ability. A character threatens to end a rival's psionic powers with a dangerous technique. A powerful curse threatens a lifetime in a wheelchair. An energy burst scatters students, causing shock and fear. An orange-haired character leaps and delivers a mighty kick to a green-haired opponent. A green-haired character is knocked back as a massive red footprint slams into his face. A character is slammed to the ground in front of an audience. Two panic youths shout amid pouring rain and flashing fear. A startled character anxiously calls for Ling Wan. Ling Wan launches a fierce blue energy-charged kick at his opponent. He lowers his gaze with seriousness and begins addressing the situation. Ling Wan questions the motive behind challenging the green turtle to a duel. A man complains being relieved of daily after-school bathroom trips. Two silently exchange tense looks, each waiting for the other to speak. Annoyed, Ling Wan reluctantly agrees to a demand. Two students restrain another as onlookers debate next moves. A furious character announces a shocking transformation with rising tension. A stunned crowd reacts as an ordinary student unexpectedly defeats the school's strongest. Students mock Wang Tianhao's defeat mockingly. Two characters confidently clasp fists, signaling united resolve. A furious character shouts rivals' names angrily. An aggressive opponent rushes forward as others plan reactions. Two students step forward, offering support. A bruised character urgently demands to learn a powerful kick technique. He hesitates, realizing it's not right to confront the opponent here. A mentor instructs another to focus and visualize the green turtle's movements to master a technique. He channels anger downward, focusing intently to unleash power. Ling Wan suddenly bolts for the exit as another stares shocked. Ling Wan defiantly taunts his pursuer with a rude gesture. A green-haired student charges at another while bystanders watch. A bloodied young man urgently calls out desperately. Two students block another on the track, forcing a confrontation. Two challengers step forward confidently as new opponents. A figure sprints across the courtyard as someone calls to stop them. Two figures race through a gated area, breathing heavily. The green-haired character sprints after a fast retreating figure. Someone urgently orders a stop at the construction site. Ling Wan steps onto a rooftop, searching for a voice's source. A green-haired young man reacts with confusion and anxiety. One accuses another of stealing the school's schedule and involvement in the attack. Ling Wan confronts Wang, exposing his deadly conspiracy involvement. The green-haired character recoils as blue lightning erupts nearby. Ling Wan warns an offender to confess or face an investigation. Someone reluctantly admits their secret was discovered. A caught-off-guard individual wonders how their plan was uncovered. A green-haired character admits masterminding the schedule theft to aid assailants, while lamenting partners' incompetence. One reveals keeping a secret key to the teacher's office while another watches from the rooftop. The green-haired man identifies the correct key with relief. Someone angrily confronts another for betraying classmates to obtain psionic crystals. A green-haired boy boasts about becoming a renowned psionicist, helping classmates by association. The green-haired man smirks, satisfied with outcomes. One begins a tense confession as another listens in silence. A character threatens brutal violence and plans to frame the victim with planted evidence. The orange-haired character abandons plans to change someone by biting them. A furious young man shouts insults in a dramatic close-up. A figure crashes down, smashing the ground with overwhelming force. Energy surges as the protagonist unleashes full power, cracking the ground beneath. He glares ahead as his eyes glow, releasing hidden power. The green-haired character crackles with power, launching lightning at his opponent. A green-haired attacker lunges while their opponent raises an energy shield. The green-haired character is knocked back by a powerful attack. A furious character charges, catching the green-haired opponent off guard. Ling Wan swiftly dodges a sudden forceful attack. Shocked by speed, the character freezes in fear. As the green-haired man runs through a shattered city, pursuers accuse the association of corruption. Ling Wan charges, launching a fierce attack on his rival. The green-haired character recoils, unable to comprehend the opponent's speed. Ling Wan lashes out with an angry punch fueled by past mistreatment. Ling Wan urgently spots something important, alerting others. A devastating punch lands, sending sweat and saliva flying. Ling Wan dashes away in terror as a ghostly figure pursues him. A defiant character throws a powerful punch at their opponent. The green-haired character is knocked back by a powerful punch. The green-haired character taunts his opponent angrily, energy crackling around him. A furious character kicks powerfully to defend a mistreated friend. An orange-haired character leaps over a green-haired opponent, smashing the ground with force. Ling Wan collapses to his knees, coughing blood as pain overwhelms him. The injured man staggers, struggling to remain upright as blood pours from his mouth. A bloodied, enraged character radiates yellow energy, threatening to kill. A green-haired character unleashes a furious golden energy attack in desperation. A determined figure slams his foot into the ground, sending debris flying. He pants heavily, struggling to breathe as tension mounts. Ling Wan urgently shouts, signaling a critical moment. Energy smashes into the ground, breaking it and scattering debris. A determined young man launches a powerful arena attack, dedicating it to City Wen High School. A furious young man attacks another, blaming them for deaths from their actions. A sudden shock leaves the protagonist wide-eyed and sweating. A green-haired character is blasted back by lightning. A piercing shriek echoes through a dark hallway. A determined figure slams a green-haired character against the wall, catching them off guard. A spine-like object snaps sharply. A green-haired character screams in pain as blood bursts from their mouth. The green-haired character is slammed face-first into the ground with brutal force. Ling Wan crashes down on one knee, shaking the ground. Ling Wan catches his breath, sweating and determined. Clutching an injured leg, a man collapses in despair over immobility. Ling Wan learns vertebral fracture and psionic aspirations, visibly shaken. Ling Wan collapses, hurling insults and recoiling as a figure looms. Enraged, a character screams deadly revenge threats against an enemy and their family. Ling Wan glares upward, refusing to retreat. One walks away calmly while the injured opponent shouts threats behind. He confronts his opponent, showing recorded evidence of their actions. Someone shouts a furious threat at a construction site, declaring none can escape. Ling Wan stares in shock at his phone after uncovering unexpected information. Ling Wan stands unshaken over two defeated foes, energy crackling. Both injured fighters collapse, steam rising, one acknowledging the other's strength. Students watch surprised as the underdog wins despite being outnumbered. Bruised and breathless, the young man steadies himself, ready for what's next. 2 weeks later, the Wan group is exposed and dismantled after links to gang crimes emerge. Ling Wan learns a classmate was sent to juvenile detention with no future in training due to severe injury. A composed figure announces Lei who will not be punished for lack of involvement. Ling Wan listens anxiously as death is deemed within duty scope. A pale-haired character assures protection from threats related to exposing Wang family secrets, while a wheelchair-bound person departs. Ling Wan announces the case is closed with promised rewards. Ling Wan steps forward, calling the teacher to gather attention. A long, silvery-haired character observes Ling Wan with curiosity. A character notes someone's disinterest in joining the association. One reassures another to be patient for decisions on the future. An important college entrance exam approaches. Today, blood test results determine psionic exam eligibility. Ling Wan startles as another student interrupts his study. 2 students mock another for being least likely to pass. Ling Wan is mocked for running away, visibly frustrated. An announcement lists third-year Class 2 students qualifying for the exam, instructing them to meet by the basketball court's west side. One student celebrates loudly while another watches blankly. Ling Wan stands triumphant as onlookers accuse him of cheating and disbelief. The system adds 10 points amid classmates' express dislike. Several people arrive at the outdoor basketball court. One character reacts with surprise near a fence, catching others' attention. 3 students stand by the fence, tense and scanning. 2 discuss how 5 qualifiers this year is unusually high for their school. A character shares unexpected knowledge, surprising a listener. A formidable student with reputation as a strong candidate is introduced. A top student with a brilliant reputation stands confidently before peers. A focused inventor adjusts goggles, demonstrating expertise with advanced tech. A group congratulates a student for passing while noticing another nearby. A cheerful student introduces himself to the group. Students awkwardly gather on the court, waiting for an absent teacher, while one realizes he's least recognized. Something slams against a metal fence, echoing loudly. The group reacts in shock to unexpected news. A massive shadowy paw emerges as a beast steps forward. A black cat stands by the fence, calling out. Ling Wan notices the cat and reacts with surprise. Someone balances daringly atop a high fence. A masked figure crouches before the crowd, demanding if these are all qualifiers. 4 freeze in shock upon confrontation. A ruthless figure declares threats must be eliminated early. A black cat leaps aggressively, claws extended. Shocked by a surge of spirit energy, the protagonist realizes the cat is a spirit beast. A fierce attacker slashes with glowing weapon, forcing defensive reactions in the gym. Ling Wan braces in shock, realizing his opponent is a psionicist and possible assailant. Ling Wan angrily demands over the phone why they have returned. A silver-haired figure is hurled across the area as the orange-haired watcher looks tensely. A masked figure warns that reporting is forbidden. A character activates a mysterious power, glowing symbols appearing in their palm. A white-haired figure unleashes a burst of energy slashing forward with a glowing sword. Ling Wan recoils in shock as something off-panel catches his attention. A masked figure surges with energy, preparing to strike. Ling Wan unleashes a devastating energy wave shaking the area. Ling Wan shrinks back, struggling to comprehend sudden chaos. Coughing, he fiercely activates Absorb ability to fight back. A system warns insufficient points exist to absorb a superior opponent. Ling Wan is stunned realizing someone matches Lei Hu's level. Someone concedes victory cannot be won in this battle. One urgently calls for help to buy time. Another agrees quickly to assist. As a creature attacks on court, a quick thinker orders others to scatter and call aid. The masked figure forbids making calls. A masked white-haired character launches a swift attack. A swift fighter overpowers two shocked opponents, who call for him to stop. A panicked girl sprints across the court as a black cat chases. Ling Wan stomps down, pinning the black cat-like creature. A shadowy beast leaps suddenly, forcing Ling Wan to recoil. A masked silver-haired character mocks reliance on one person, dismissing chances. A shadowy cat leaps forward, roaring fiercely. Ling Wan dodges a powerful attack as energy bursts light the field. Realizing he cannot outrun the cat, he panics as danger closes in. A black cat yells, fangs bared and glowing eyes. Struggling between escape and concern for a companion, the protagonist hesitates. A character lunges with blue energy, launching a fierce attack. A cat fixes glowing yellow eyes, issuing a tense warning. Focusing intently, the protagonist braces to counter the fierce cat in a last-ditch effort. Ling Wan is startled by an unexpected interruption. An urgent warning shouts as danger erupts, telling everyone to move. Ling Wan halts abruptly as a menacing figure looms behind. Ling Wan jerks back in pain as the shadowy figure lunges threateningly. Ling Wan seizes the attacker's spiked wrist to stop the assault. A command is given to activate Absorb ability as the black cat prepares to act. A shocked Ling Wan finds absorbing the cat's ability costs 1,000 of his 1132 points. A black cat suddenly bites Ling Wan's face, shocking and hurting him. Startled by this revelation, Ling Wan freezes in shock. An interface reveals detailed Wu ability mastery levels. A decision is made to choose the skill. Leaping forward, the protagonist charges the shadowy figure and startled cat. Ling Wan strains to maintain control, needing a few more seconds. A black cat suddenly meows loudly, interrupting. A massive black cat crouches low, glaring with orange eyes, ready to strike. A monstrous beast violently begins transforming, unleashing energy surges. He recoils, shocked by the sudden event. A silver-haired masked character orders someone to stop. A black cat sprints across the basketball court, startling students. A black cat with glowing orange eyes appears and meows. A masked character raises hands, urging students to stop and calm the scene. Breathless, the protagonist stands on the court, while a surprised observer watches closely. A character reflects on a greeting gone awry during strength tests. A confident figure stands amid sparks, playfully apologizing while holding a pen. A senior is introduced to the group as their returning mentor. Three characters startle as one covers another's mouth to stop a cry. Ling Wan turns confused, asking for clarification from an unseen speaker. One angrily slaps another for unconcerned remarks about the school's top psionicist. A powerful 5-star psionic leader of the Eastern District murder investigation is introduced. A white-haired man swiftly defeats a gang of assailants with a glowing sword. A white-haired figure speeds down a road, accompanied by a red-eyed creature, noted for near-impossible case-solving. One excitedly boasts an amazing trump card, while another listens silently. A towering spiritual figure appears, holding soul-hooking pen and a life and death book. Two characters react excitedly and admire someone impressive and attractive. A silver-haired young man receives enthusiastic admiration from excited fans. A calm senior tells a shocked student their group achieved best school results ever. A returning guide informs students about the upcoming second psionic exam round. Four students stare with astonishment at something occurring off-panel. A silver-haired character grins, playfully acknowledging the group's enthusiasm. A black cat affectionately rubs a leg as two boys smile and talk nearby. Someone suggests returning to class. A notice announces 15 days remain until the second psionic exam, starting with theory. A teacher introduces the 7 psionic energy classifications. He outlines star-based power tiers from 2-star motion to 7-star spirituality. A junior praises a senior for rare achievement of 5 stars at 25 years, noting few match. He calmly explains true strength isn't judged solely by star moves. Stars mainly affect motions. A bearded man explains Lei Hu uses lightning fist, between 2-star and 3-star. Overwhelmed, he doubts his transformer can contend with such power. Two opponents enter the ring as tension builds over strength's extent. The instructor advises focusing on spiritual power mastery and unique combat techniques rather than star level. The pale-haired character advises concentrating on absorption and motion for now. A diagram explains how the human body absorbs spiritual energy. A newborn cries as narration explains ordinary humans barely absorb spiritual energy. The panel compares developing absorption to babies shifting from milk to solid food over time. A silver-haired character shows a blue vial and explains official psionic potion absorption protocols requiring training. Ling Wan asks if swallowing a psionic crystal is possible. He warns swallowing crystals is extremely dangerous due to high spiritual energy. Ling Wan freezes, shocked. He realizes his body ignores cultivation rules, possibly due to the system. A white-haired character explains 2-star motion uses spiritual energy to enhance physical abilities beyond human limits. Most practitioners focus on specific body parts for faster results. The protagonist considers whether both blood-congested gigantic skill and shadow walk are classified as 2-star skills. A teacher informs the class that they will be consuming many psionic potions in the coming weeks, and reassures them not to worry. A silver-haired young man boldly urges his opponent to take full advantage of the challenge, declaring that all expenses will be covered by the school and himself. Ling Wan suddenly reacts with shock after noticing something unexpected. As the explanation nears its end, a hand lowers onto the surface, signaling the transition to the next phase. With a smug smirk, he boldly challenges his opponents, daring them to face the coming torment. A monstrous cat unleashes a powerful roar. A stunned runner bolts down the track in a panic. A man strains to squat a 150 kilograms barbell, sweat pouring down his face as he pushes his limits. Ling Wan powers through the pool with focused determination. Ling Wan trains intensely, landing powerful punches on the boxing bag. A man pushes through exhaustion as he fiercely swings heavy ropes during intense training. Empty glass tubes litter the floor as instructions are given to restore energy using a psionic potion. A character stomps down energetically to begin training. A heavy weight slams down as intense training begins. The training session begins with a surge of energy and movement. Explosive impacts erupt as the protagonist pushes through intense training. A thick rope whips through the air as intense training begins. With a determined look, he shouts encouragement and makes a forceful gesture. An authoritative figure announces that anyone failing to reach the mountain summit in half an hour must do an extra hour of planking, while exhausted participants push themselves up the rocky stairs. Ling Wan collapses against the cracked wall, completely drained and unable to use his abilities. Two exhausted characters sprint side by side, one suddenly reacting in surprise as tension mounts. A character steels himself, sweat glistening as he readies for a decisive action. Ling Wan's eyes widen in shock as he suddenly realizes something crucial. Two tense figures dash forward, determined to confront what lies ahead. Two characters flinch as a fist swings toward them, bracing for impact. Someone is catching their breath off-panel near a rocky cliff. Two characters stride onto the scene with determined steps. Two competitors crash to the ground and immediately argue over who crossed the finish line first. A sweating character encourages Lin Wan by acknowledging significant improvement and determination to pass the exam. Two exhausted characters catch their breath against a tree as one insists that the drive to win leads to strength, regardless of profession. Ling Wan hesitates, openly admitting his uncertainty about taking the exam. A tense young man glares and defensively challenges the accusation against him. He quietly considers the heavy consequences of joining the psionic school. For serious individuals assess the situation with growing suspicion. Ling Wan exhales shakily, trying to steady himself as anxiety shows on his face. Two figures wait in the shadows as one of them announces that their visitors have arrived. Three exhausted characters collapse on the rocky mountaintop, finally reaching their destination. A white-haired character enforces the rule by reminding everyone that exceeding 3 minutes means having to do an hour of plank. Three characters react in shock to an unexpected revelation. Someone threatens Hao and Ling Wan with punishment if they don't join the others, leaving both of them shocked and distressed. A group of students argue at the base of a large tree about being pushed to work harder for the upcoming psionic exam. He watches the scene ahead in tense silence, preparing for what comes next. A worried young man hesitantly questions whether the association truly stands for justice. The white-haired character recoils in shock as the orange-haired character stares at them with fierce intensity. He expresses doubt about the association's flaws. Two characters sit on the ground, reacting with confusion as one asks a clarifying question. A silver-haired character urges everyone to work harder to join the association. The group discusses the importance of confronting the hidden darkness within the psionic association instead of avoiding or fearing it. Ling Wan reflects on his lifelong ambition to help the association shine brighter since joining at 17. Ling Wan's eyes widen as he is struck by a shocking realization. The group gathers around, enthusiastically praising their senior and expressing a strong desire to follow in his footsteps as psionicists. The silver-haired young man teases his peers, urging them to work harder. A group reacts in shock as something unexpected happens near the large tree. One character assigns a 1-hour punishment, while another protests loudly in the midst of leafy greenery. Sticky notes mark the urgent countdown as the psionic exam quickly approaches. The days until the psionic exam quickly count down, increasing the sense of urgency. The second round of the psionic major basic ability Eastern District examination is announced. 6 characters and a black cat gather in a huddle, stacking their hands together as one encourages the group to do their best. The second round of the psionic major examination begins at the Eastern District's second examination venue. A crowd gathers in the stadium as glowing symbols appear in the foreground, signaling the start of a major event. Students from various high schools gather in formation, each group holding up their school's sign. A nervous student reacts to the overwhelming crowd as participants gather at just one of several packed competition venues. A worried man sweats as he questions whether they can compete against such a large crowd. The basic ability test for the Psionics College entrance exam is about to begin. The challenge is divided into 5 tests. 5 combat abilities, shooting, slash, strength, perception, and speed, are displayed as glowing options. The exam rules are announced, stating that only the top 1,200 scorers will advance to the final round. A group arrives at the candidate cafeteria. A student at the cafeteria table is overwhelmed by anxiety and doubts their ability to pass the test. Ling Wan continues eating noodles calmly despite being questioned. One character cheerfully promotes the free and delicious food to the other, who listens skeptically. With determination, the character rallies everyone to eat and prepare for the upcoming challenges. A cautious young man scans the hallway as shadowy figures draw closer. A character reacts irritably as someone off-screen mocks them with a taunt. A system notification appears, awarding points for receiving a dislike from Fu Guangqun. Ling Luan, surprised and confused, questions why he is disliked despite not having done anything. Someone steps forward and calls out for Jia Hao. 3 students in matching uniforms boast about the large number of qualifiers from their school, confidently facing their rivals. A startled young man looks up nervously as he is confronted by an authoritative figure. The protagonist, looking surprised and with a mouthful of food, asks about the unfamiliar person. One student explains that another's father holds authority over their family's business projects and is also a top student at a prestigious high school. A confident young man teases a newcomer about their reason for being there, while another person laughs in the background. A group of tense students gathers and nervously asks the stern leader for reassurance. A calm character offers advice about the upcoming difficult tests. Ling Luan surveys the bustling cafeteria from the entrance while another person moves ahead into the crowd. 3 students anxiously discuss past incidents where candidates were seriously injured during the selection process. 2 students anxiously discuss the reputation of a feared newcomer from another school, worrying about how his presence will affect the upcoming test. The group stands tightly together, reacting with shock and anxiety. An orange-haired student questions a newcomer about being the ace of Key High School. He looks ahead and questions what was just said. An interface appears showing that 100 points are needed to activate the ability to detect the opponent's vitality, with 576 points currently available. A determined boy confidently challenges his opponent to compete with him in the upcoming test. Everyone freezes as one character shouts in disbelief, while the figure in the center processes the shocking news. A student makes a high-stakes bet in the classroom, risking his future at psionic school. An angry student confronts another in the cafeteria, demanding an explanation for reckless behavior. A loud burst of mocking laughter erupts, filling the scene with explosive energy. A student arrogantly taunts a rival about their background while classmates laugh in support. Ling Luan confronts his opponent and demands boundaries on their actions. A narration box announces that the shooting test for candidate 068 will begin immediately. An announcement on the stadium screen signals that the shooting test is about to begin. Ling Luan cocks his handgun with a confident smirk, preparing for the shooting test. A group of students discusses the impressive reputation of Ming Ray High School's ace, Fu Guangqun. A hand rapidly fires a gun, filling the air with gunshots. A shooting score of 87 points is announced as the target filled with bullet holes is displayed. A character confidently raises a pistol, ready for action. A group of students cheer loudly from the stands, celebrating the impressive performance. The character assesses the earlier display of confidence and wonders if the kid possesses notable skills. A candidate proudly displays a score of 42 after successfully shooting at the target. A young man is shocked by his unexpectedly low score. A smug student loudly mocks another's skills while the target remains focused and unshaken. The students anxiously react as tension rises in the stadium. A loudspeaker announces the upcoming strength test as the machine stands ready. A young man confidently raises his boxing glove as the result of his strength test is announced. Candidate 143 receives a strength score of 65 points as he celebrates confidently. A loud student mocks and insults the protagonist in front of a group of classmates. A smug figure mocks the group in the stadium, telling them to go home early. One character looks irritated as another loudly eats a bun in the background. A furious character grabs another by the collar in the stadium and yells about being 69 points behind after only 2 tests. In the middle of a heated argument, one student is harshly scolded by the others for his careless actions. A character taunts another about overcoming their earlier nervousness, flashing a smug smile with a fang visible. The group recoils in shock as something unexpected happens. A determined student urges everyone to prove the strength of their school. The perception tests are about to begin as candidates are called to enter the room. A challenge begins as 300 mice are released, with only one hiding the psionic crystal, and the timer starts. Ling Luan stands cautiously beside the massive cage, preparing for what comes next. He mocks the weak competition, unimpressed by the results. With a confident look, Ling Luan steps forward and declares that it's his turn, displaying his score of 107 points. Candidates line up and enter the test containers as the perception tests are about to begin. 2 figures walk down the corridor as a voice announces for candidates to enter the room and prepare for the perception tests. A senior official questions whether the person before him is the chief of the inspectorate department. A silver-haired character analyzes the test scores and worries that the competitors' chances of reaching the 3rd round are uncertain. An older character observes the situation calmly and remarks on someone else's composure. A new character steps into the scene, noticing someone familiar. The 2 characters spot Vice Zhao in the stadium and focus their attention on him. A composed woman introduces herself as the Deputy Minister of Public Security and questions the arrival of someone called Old Yen. 3 people, including one in a wheelchair, discuss the impressive quality of potential recruits on the lawn. An older man questions whether Vice Zhao is also searching for seedlings. A red-haired character reports a rise in attacks in the Eastern District and explains their reason for visiting. A red-haired character waves and greets someone off-panel. He watches quietly, deep in thought. Rows of shipping containers cover the stadium field. An older man with long gray hair and beard reacts with surprise to the loud noise, questioning whether someone achieved a high score. A confident figure announces that someone has just broken the perception test record, sparking surprise and curiosity among the crowd. 3 students rush forward to investigate with urgency. Ling Luan, exhausted, hides behind the lockers to catch his breath as a group of students rushes past on the field. A young man suddenly reacts with surprise to an unexpected situation. He smirks confidently as he reveals his impressive perception test score of 82 points achieved in just over 2 minutes. Ling Luan stands before the audience and confidently announces that he did well on the test. One of the schoolboys urgently points and shouts as the group reacts in alarm to something spotted ahead. A surprised student realizes someone else might be faster than him as he watches the scene unfold in the stadium. Ling Luan responds nervously after being addressed, trying to hide his discomfort. A group reacts with shock and curiosity upon learning that a mysterious student from an unfamiliar school quickly found mice containing a psionic crystal. A male character recoils in shock, visibly stunned by the unexpected revelation. A strict 10-second time limit is announced, escalating the urgency of the situation. Ling Luan swiftly catches the crystal rat and secures a perfect score on the perception test within 10 seconds. 2 students in the stadium react with shock and suspicion to an unexpected stroke of luck involving a spirit beast during the candidate incident. He dismisses his recent misfortune with a smug expression. A group of students mockingly celebrates their victory while the loser reacts with frustration. He insists that he is still leading in the overall score. A group mocks a lone figure standing between shipping containers. On the sports field, a red-haired woman encourages the group as 2 hopeful boys realize there are still 2 more tests to go. A character glares forward with intense yellow eyes, exuding a menacing presence. Ling Luan accepts the challenge with a confident smile. A character with a sly smile calls out to a student. A confident figure assures 2 companions in the stadium. A character with pink hair abruptly reacts to something unexpected. 2 students in uniforms laugh together on the sports field. The character silently questions if they have mistaken someone's identity after seeing no reaction. Ling Luan glares intensely at the rival walking away. Relieved, the character confirms that his presence has not been discovered. A narration box announces that candidates should prepare for the speed test. Group 6 prepares as the speed test is about to begin. The stadium erupts with noise as the crowd reacts to the unfolding event. 4 students crouch at the starting line, as one taunts a rival and vows to dominate the upcoming race. An official signals the beginning of the race with a starter pistol. A confident orange-haired student boasts about his reputation at school. He proudly declares that although he lacks general abilities, he always wins first place in running. A sneakered foot slams into the ground, unleashing a surge of blue energy. A gunshot erupts as a hand pulls the trigger. A confident character stands beside a speed test display showing an impressive result. Stunned by the unexpected speed test results, the protagonist throws his arms up in disbelief. Students erupt in celebration as they cheer for their victory in the stadium. A furious character taunts his rival, insisting he will win despite the ongoing chase. A tense announcement signals that candidates should prepare for the slash test. A time challenge begins as several menacing bats swarm inside the dim cavern. A man grips his sword and braces for an attack as bats swarm around him in the cavern. A black-haired character raises a sword and taunts the orange-haired opponent, declaring confidence in victory. One character explains the difficulty of the final test and outlines the exact score needed to surpass his total. A confident young man proudly announces his exceptional score, emphasizing its significance beyond his district and the entire country. A glowing sword slices through the air, destroying the monstrous bats in the cave. Ling Luan realizes that slashing rapidly will not defeat enough opponents within 5 minutes. Ling Luan worries that he will lose if he cannot close the point gap. A calm young man demonstrates psionic motion by describing how spiritual energy can flow throughout the body and even extend beyond it. A hand slams to the ground, startling a swarm of bats into flight. Ling Luan unleashes a surge of psychic energy, powering up for action. A massive bat swoops down aggressively from the sky, ready to attack. A swarm of large, red-eyed bats surges forward, launching an aggressive attack. Ling Luan notices a large swarm of bats suddenly flying toward a single location. Ling Luan releases a surge of energy as bats swarm above him. Ling Luan yells in anger as dark, menacing creatures swirl menacingly around him. A massive swarm of bats descends on Ling Luan, threatening to overwhelm him. Ling Luan shuts his eyes and gathers his strength, pushing himself to endure a little longer. Driven by determination, he pushes himself to go just a little further. Pushed to his limit, he urges himself to keep going. Gripping a knife and sweating, Ling Luan urgently warns his companion to use their psionic power before it's too late. A monstrous creature unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the surroundings with its fury. He is stunned as he realizes something alarming. A command is urgently given to act immediately. Blue energy surges around the protagonist as a monstrous shadowy arm erupts from his side. Ling Luan unleashes his energy, boldly challenging everyone to witness Wu's power. A massive swarm of bats bursts out from the darkness. Blue energy slashes cut through a swarm of bats in the night sky. Ling Luan fiercely fights off a swarm of bat-like monsters as flames engulf the battlefield. A young man recoils in shock, startled by something unexpected off-panel. He recoils in shock as something completely unexpected happens. Bats settle along the jagged cave walls as an unseen voice announces a score of 97 points. Surrounded by floating blades, the protagonist stands firm, undeterred by the impossible challenge ahead. Ling Luan is shocked as he receives an impressive test score for defeating 435 bats in 5 minutes. Ling Luan stares in shock after seeing his unexpectedly high test score. One character smugly declares victory and demands that the other, still reeling from defeat, cheer for their team. A muscular student strikes a dramatic cheerleading pose in the stadium, causing the crowd to burst out laughing. 3 students erupt in celebration after defeating a rival from Mingray High School. 2 characters energetically rally the students, urging them to have confidence for the afternoon tests. A character with orange hair confidently rallies the group in the stadium, declaring their current strength. 3 hands join together as the group unites with determination. A candidate confidently presents their impressive combat stats while holding a handgun. A muscular contender stands ready as his impressive fighting stats are displayed. A confident candidate reviews impressive test scores displayed on the screen. The stats of combat candidate 562 are revealed as she prepares for action with her blade. A ranking list reveals the current standings of several individuals in the Eastern District. All 5 qualified candidates from City Wen High School advance to the final round of the Psionic Major Examination. Glasses are raised high as the group celebrates their achievement with a lively toast. The group gathers around the table to celebrate how much stronger they have become through recent hard work and training. Overcome with relief, the character celebrates unexpectedly passing the exam. A silver-haired character encourages someone to relax and have confidence before the final exam in 3 days. A cheerful voice from outside invites everyone to eat as much as they want at the brightly lit restaurant tonight. A cheerful character steps away from the group to answer a phone call from their dad. Ling Luan steps outside a lit storefront and calls his father. A young man clutches his phone, stunned by the shocking news he just received. A news report warns viewers about a surge of attacks in the Eastern District. The final psionic exam candidates arrive at an exclusive hotel near Chusher Park, the designated exam site on the city's outskirts. An authoritative man explains that over 1,200 masters gathered for a major event, which was guided by the chief executive of the Eastern District. The group sits together and commits to defending their home with determination. Ling Luan enters the room, urgently asking if anyone has seen Ah Hao. 3 students discuss a classmate's unexplained absence and wonder if he will return soon. Concerned that his calls aren't going through, Ling Luan waits anxiously outside the door. The group pauses to focus on rest, knowing the decisive battle awaits tomorrow. Ling Luan rushes past 2 men, leaving one of them startled. Ling Luan runs anxiously after 2 figures entering the building, calling out in urgency. A determined youth proclaims his goal of becoming a psionicist while running laps, as 2 others watch from the sidelines. Ling Luan arrives outside the house at night, preparing to enter. Ling Luan stands frozen as he notices the entire house is suddenly shrouded in darkness, sensing that something has gone terribly wrong. Ling Luan moves cautiously through the shadowy hallway, ready for whatever might be waiting ahead. Ling Luan cautiously steps into the dim room, surveying the bar counter ahead. Suddenly, he reacts in shock as something unexpected catches his attention. An elderly man suddenly collapses and lies motionless on the floor, startling everyone nearby. Ling Luan recoils in shock upon realizing the true identity of the housekeeper. The closed meeting room doors signal the tense anticipation of someone about to enter. A white-haired character pauses in the hallway as they receive a phone call. He learns over the phone that Ah Hao and his family have disappeared. Ling Luan reports the housekeeper's death and describes the body as unnaturally drained of energy. There is growing concern that the recent surge of assailant activity in the Eastern District may have affected someone's family. A white-haired person urgently calls for someone to evacuate and promises to send help. Ling Luan impatiently questions why his senior can't come in person. Ling Luan insists he cannot leave because he is in charge of Group SIX's security for the upcoming final test. The protagonist anxiously agrees to wait for the psionicist from the association to arrive. Ling Luan stands alert over a collapsed opponent in the wine bar, catching his breath. He reacts in shock to the sudden speed. A man angrily informs someone over the phone that the problem has been dealt with. A spiky-haired character pauses by the brick wall, startled by an unexpected discovery. Annoyed, the man complains on the phone as he stands over a dead body, frustrated about having to clean up the mess. A spiky-haired man seizes his opponent by the head and declares victory. A hand slams down onto the surface, breaking the tense silence. A hand slams down, pinning the hollow-eyed figure as fiery energy crackles around them. A gunshot rings out, and Ling Luan recoils in shock. Ling Luan stands motionless as an orange car races toward him on the dark street. A determined character reports destroying all evidence and sets out to find their target. A person dashes out of the way as an orange sports car speeds directly toward them. Ling Luan dashes forward with urgency, desperately calling out for Hao. Ling Luan plummets toward the city street while glowing energy streaks chase him from above. A lone figure leaps boldly across the night sky, silhouetted against the full moon and city skyline. A tense night descends as tall buildings loom beneath a full moon. A lone figure arrives on a deserted street, pausing near a building and a parked car. A lone figure dashes urgently across the rooftop under the cover of night. Peering over the wall at night, he realizes the property belongs to his friend's father. The young man strides purposefully forward, ready to face whatever comes next. A tense group listens as someone announces that the head of the red puppet has returned. A hooded figure greets the returning group with a sly, unsettling smile, a small animal perched on his shoulder. One figure impatiently confronts the other about their delayed actions and questions what they consumed. Three enraged characters clash in a heated confrontation, each hurling threats and taunts in the darkness. A commanding figure urges the scattered group to stop stalling and prepare to leave immediately. An injured man begs from behind prison bars, promising to do anything if his restrained son is released. A calm figure threatens the uncle and demands the key, promising a quick resolution if he cooperates. A fierce woman pushes past the group, loudly berating them for their incompetence. A hand grips the prison bars with determination as the tension rises. A devastating blow lands with explosive force, sending shockwaves through the scene. A figure with clawed arms tears open the cage, startling the two trapped inside. Ling Wan recoils in shock, his face filled with sudden alarm. Someone calls for the elder uncle to join them. One character forcefully kicks another into a cage while two others watch tensely. A hooded figure instructs the group to inspect the remaining works and warns them to prevent interference from the association's psionicist. A sharp-toothed, cat-eared person raises their arm and demands to join the group. A cat-eared character is reluctantly assigned to oversee the hostages inside the building. A character smirks, makes a peace sign, and mockingly tells someone they can have fun alone after the group leaves. Restrained by two officers, Ling Luan desperately calls out for his father. With a smug smile, he mocks his opponent. A mysterious voice echoes over the city, calling out from an unseen source. The new leader smugly asserts control while the others play along. A menacing figure orders someone to bring the younger boy forward. A wounded young man in an orange jacket collapses to the floor, grimacing in pain as he struggles to rise. A smug figure lounging among guards reveals to the tense listener that their father knows either of them will survive. Wounded and sweating, the protagonist grits his teeth and pushes through the pain. Someone mocks the adult's naive plan to ensure survival. Someone expresses heartfelt gratitude, visibly moved by the situation. The mischievous, cat-eared figure grins and promises to offer hope. A wounded young man cowers as a knife is thrust toward his face. One of the aggressors taunts the kneeling person, ordering them to run and call for help as their only chance of escape. A cat-like figure smugly counts down while taunting a bloodied, anxious opponent. Ling Luan charges forward in anger. Ling Luan beams with excitement, expressing how much he loves this. He struggles in agony, his face contorted with pain and desperation. A man, overwhelmed by regret, lowers his head and expresses deep sorrow to his child. Three characters erupt in loud, mocking laughter together. Clutching his face, he struggles to stay conscious through the pain. A desperate figure drops to their knees, pleading for mercy as a menacing presence threatens their child. Two characters burst into mocking laughter together. With unwavering determination, he resolves to save his father. A boot forcefully stomps on an opponent's foot, escalating the confrontation. Ling Luan collapses to the ground in agony as someone stands over him. A character with glasses bursts into triumphant laughter, throwing his head back. Crying and desperate, he begs the dark figures to leave so he can save his father. A character smirks and dismisses the taste, claiming it's not flavorful enough. A menacing figure looms over the terrified boy, intensifying the confrontation. Ling Luan unleashes a surge of energy as his eyes blaze with power. A fierce attack sends one character crashing back as another is struck by a glowing blue energy blast. Three characters freeze in shock as something unexpected happens. Two startled figures lock eyes in a sudden, tense confrontation. The protagonist freezes in confusion, unsure how to respond to the unexpected noise. The protagonist jolts in shock, eyes wide and sweat forming as he processes the sudden realization. One character savagely beats another, who screams in pain and bleeds heavily, while a third cowers nearby. Ling Luan forcefully grabs an attacker's wrist and shields Hao. A nervous figure calls out to someone ahead while moving through a shadowy crowd. Someone reacts anxiously upon realizing the impact of recent actions. A bruised young man recoils in shock as he confronts someone he did not expect to see. One character arrives and apologetically reveals that the housekeeper is dead, explaining their delayed arrival as others watch tensely. Reeling from the blow, the battered protagonist steadies himself and prepares to fight back. In the midst of a heated argument, one character scolds the other for intervening instead of calling the police, warning that waiting could have been fatal. One character urgently warns that they are hopelessly outmatched and everyone is at risk of dying. A cat-eared antagonist mocks the group, taunting them about a classmate's attempt to intervene with a powerful move. The antagonist mocks the protagonist's unstable psionic power, claiming they are too inexperienced to save their ally. An injured boy urges his companion to escape as their enemies overwhelm them in the hallway. Ling Luan studies the scene in silence, his gaze sharp and cautious. Realizing their usual strategy might fail, someone hesitates and suggests a change in approach. Ling Luan calmly restrains a terrified man by grabbing his shoulder from behind. A distressed character screams in agony. One character stands over another who lies collapsed face down on the ground. Ling Luan pauses in the center, visibly baffled as the others around him share his confusion. Ling Luan stands resolute and declares his intention to use extraordinary measures as the point's counter glows beside him. Determined to overcome recent challenges, the character prepares to activate the absorb ability. A furious character erupts in anger, demanding to know if the other has lost their mind, while the unimpressed figure behind him remains unfazed. A punch lands squarely in the middle of the character's face, sending chaos through the scene. A character reacts with confusion to something unexpected. Injured and under pressure, he quickly assesses his options to save Uncle Tian Ming while realizing he can't defeat everyone. A character evaluates his increased strength as a digital interface displays the absorb ability's requirements. Bloodied but undeterred, the main character taunts his opponents to attack all at once as he grins wildly. A man with yellow hair mocks his opponent after being bitten, drawing laughter from the group around him. A group of hostile prisoners advances aggressively, preparing to attack. Two larger figures hold the protagonist upside down and threaten to make him cry for his dad. With a wild grin and blood-stained fangs, he declares a fierce alliance. A hand is slashed by a blade, triggering a glowing counter to decrease by 50 points as blood spills. Ling Luan strikes his opponent with a furious attack, drawing blood. A character is stabbed inside the mouth with a pointed weapon as blood drips down. Status indicators rapidly decrease, signaling an urgent loss of points. A group gathers in the hallway, laughing loudly and mocking someone. The mob charges forward, closing in on their target. A chaotic crowd erupts in laughter as they swarm together. A cat-eared character interrupts, demanding that the fight not end too quickly so they can join in. Startled by something unexpected, the character snaps to attention. A violent fight suddenly breaks out among the crowd in the futuristic courtyard. A hostile group closes in on the orange-haired individual, preparing to attack. Surrounded by hostile students, Ling Luan stands alone and anxious, unable to escape. Bloodied but exhilarated, the protagonist grins wildly between two shadowy figures after a fierce confrontation. A purple-haired character with cat ears urgently questions why the others are frozen in place. A digital interface reveals that the opponent's vitality is much higher, requiring 1,000 points to activate the absorb ability. A battered fighter acknowledges his opponent's strength with a defiant glare. A character with sharp teeth and purple hair taunts the others, eagerly preparing to confront his opponent. Bloodied and barely standing, Ling Luan desperately calls out for help. A hostile group surrounds Ling Luan and prepares to attack. A character with cat ears seizes another's wrist to stop an attack. Crouching low with a sly smile, he readies himself for the upcoming confrontation. A group in uniforms forcibly restrains a cat-eared character who struggles and shouts in protest. A panicked character with cat ears is surrounded and taunted by a mocking crowd. The protagonist, bruised and unimpressed, reacts to the absurd shift in art style, while the story humorously breaks the fourth wall. A purple-haired character with cat-like fangs cries out in pain after being hurt. A humanoid cat creature unleashes a devastating energy attack, sending opponents flying. Ling Luan blasts the attacker back with a surge of energy as a shadowy creature looms nearby. A furious character confronts someone, demanding to know what happened to his minions and why they are not cute anymore. A beast charges furiously at the unflinching boy in the glowing blue room. A determined fighter leaps into the air and delivers a powerful attack against a heavily armored opponent as another figure watches from behind. A wild-eyed character thrusts a staff forward, shouting as they attack. A blonde character slams a glowing palm downward, catching the purple-haired figure off guard. With a burst of speed, the fierce man unleashes a devastating high kick. A character unleashes a powerful attack by channeling energy into a massive, glowing drill above their head. A man grins as he triumphantly holds up two severed fingers for everyone to see. Partially transformed and frustrated, Ling Luan protests angrily while the others watch with concern. Ling Luan, injured but alert, warns that dangerous psionists like himself may soon become common threats. The protagonist considers the risk of eventually lacking enough points to use the absorb ability. The protagonist resolves to gain more combat experience in preparation for an upcoming fight. A battered young man glares ahead and demands that someone move aside. Ling Luan, battered but determined, demands a one-on-one fight as chaos surrounds him. A cat-eared character takes control of the scene, causing two uniformed people to obey his commands with surprising enthusiasm. A furious character bares their fangs and defiantly challenges their opponent. Battered but resolute, Ling Luan braces himself and prepares to unleash a powerful attack. A character throws a ball of yarn, prompting the transformed, cat-like companion to eagerly chase after it. Transformed into a chibi cat, he angrily lashes out at the ball of yarn blocking his way. Ling Luan unleashes a laser attack at two cat-like opponents. A furious character with sharp teeth and cat ears threatens their opponent, demanding a serious fight. One character charges forward aggressively as their opponent braces for the attack. Startled by a sudden shock, the protagonist reacts with wide eyes and bared teeth. A monstrous humanoid opponent kicks Ling Luan, launching him violently through the air. A feline-featured character launches forward, swiftly countering an attempted ambush. A battle-scarred figure charges forward, launching into a fierce attack. A beastly figure confronts a rival, taunting them for unleashing their own monstrous side. Ling Luan unleashes a dark energy slash at his airborne opponent during the fierce battle. A cat-like attacker unleashes glowing pink energy beams at a defensive, glowing figure. Ling Luan delivers a powerful punch that sends his opponent flying across the courtyard. A group of onlookers stare in disbelief at the unexpected turn of the fight. Unable to keep up, the exhausted character admits defeat after failing to match the other's speed. He realizes that while his transformation makes him harder to hit, it also drains his energy much faster. A mentor demonstrates how to shape psionic energy into a cat-like form while giving instructions. A surge of energy triggers the formation of glowing fox-like ears as the transformation begins. A fierce surge of psionic energy envelopes the figure as he unleashes a powerful transformation. 3 characters stare in amazement as they witness an unexpected display of skill. Strained and determined, he acknowledges he can only hold out for 15 seconds. A cat-eared character summons glowing spectral creatures and commands them to attack. 3 prisoners anxiously argue as one struggles to come up with suitable names under a 15-second deadline. A surge of purple energy erupts violently in the darkness. The protagonist is cornered on a cliff as an attacker surrounds him with psionic explosives ready to detonate. Ling Wan stands bloodied but unyielding, radiating fierce determination as he prepares to face the challenge ahead. A devastating surge of energy erupts, obliterating everything nearby. With a fierce burst of energy, Ling Wan lunges forward and launches a powerful attack. A fierce attacker lunges forward, unleashing a savage claw strike at the shadowy figure engulfed in purple mist. Ling Wan is knocked aside by a sudden, powerful blow. Startled by his own mutation, he stares at his newly transformed clawed hand. Bruised but resolute, he launches a fierce punch straight ahead. A character recoils in shock, eyes wide with surprise. Someone is shocked that another person did not fall. Ling Wan slams his attack down with such force that blood and energy burst from the impact. Ling Wan's face is slammed into the shattered ground, leaving him reeling in agony. A violent blow smashes the ground, sending debris and energy flying as 2 figures watch from the foreground. A shocked character recoils against the cracked surface, struggling to understand how the shadow cats attacked. An injured boy explains that he blocked an attack by copying another person's defensive abilities, surprising the listener. With a fierce look, Ling Wan announces he has just copied over 20 skills. A shocked character insists that copying skills is impossible and claims such abilities are still no match for the shadow cats. He considers how the skills he has gained can be upgraded by spending points. A system screen displays that Iron Block has been upgraded from Advanced to Master, consuming 2,000 points. Ling Wan frowns and scratches his cheek, clearly confused by the situation. A confident challenger steps on the cracked ground and declares victory, asserting that the opponent can no longer fight back. The grinning figure looms over the smaller character, preparing to make his next threatening move. Ling Wan recoils in terror, overwhelmed by panic. A character's eye fills with tears as they react in stunned disbelief. A determined figure stands on the rooftop and vows to never be bullied again. Ling Wan asserts his ambition to become the most powerful psionic and dominate all others. Blushing and smiling, he playfully mimics a cat. One character stands over their injured opponent, who desperately begs for mercy on the cracked ground. A desperate character pleads not to be separated from their sister, insisting their unfinished agreement must be honored. Someone desperately begs for their life, pleading not to be killed. Ling Wan, shocked and battered, urgently questions the threat against someone's life. Stunned and injured, he utters a confused sound as he struggles to process what just happened. With a menacing smirk, the scarred character delivers a dark warning, demanding the bad kid behave. A digital panel announces the selection of number 30 for absorption. A digital interface confirms the successful copying of the Shadow Cat's ability, leaving 32 points remaining. Ling Wan tries to fend off the cattered girl's clingy advances as 2 people watch. Someone urgently warns that this is not the right time for such actions. A group quickly decides to pursue 3 people who just left, aiming to rescue Uncle Lu Tianming. A surge of powerful energy bursts outward, filling the darkness with intense light. As the group advances cautiously through the dark cave, one of them suddenly reacts in alarm to something unexpected ahead. A furious character slams a powerful punch into their opponent's head, delivering a dramatic blow. Startled and disoriented, Hao wakes in a dim cavern and urgently demands answers from the 2 figures nearby. 2 disoriented boys realize they have both been captured and struggle to remember what happened. A nervous character hesitantly admits that the assailants were the ones who knocked the other person unconscious. Furious at the situation, one character denounces their unseen opponent, while another stands in stunned silence. One character urges the other to escape and alert the police, revealing that their enemies have been brainwashed. One character stands calmly while another stares at him in shock. One character boasts about convincing others to change for the better, while the other looks on in disbelief. The group of students desperately begs for forgiveness as the central figure listens in surprise. A cheerful character with cat ears acts adorably, surrounded by hearts. One character explains a legendary skill with a sly smile, while the other looks on skeptically. The group decides their main goal is to pursue the 3 people and rescue the captive father. A hidden tunnel is revealed as the path previously used. He cautiously explores the underground passage, questioning the attacker's intentions and the origin of the wide corridor. The group quickly shares information in the cave and decides to catch up to the others, worried about the danger of leaving their companion behind. Ling Wan, battered but resolute, steels himself for the next challenge. 3 intimidating figures are assessed as potential opponents, heightening the tension. A powerful vortex suddenly erupts, dragging everything toward its dark center. The group cautiously advances through the dark tunnel, unsettled by its seemingly endless length. At dawn, two battered young men sit together as one apologizes for missing the college entrance examination. Ling Wan downplays his desire to attend a psionics university and shifts the conversation to someone else's college preparations. Bruised and exhausted, he silently contemplates what just happened. A digital clock displays the time as 8:25, signaling an important moment. The final round is about to begin, raising the tension for what's next. An announcement signals the imminent start of the final round of the Eastern Psionic College entrance exam. Candidates assemble before the ornate doors as instructions are about to be announced. Exams are about to start, signaling an imminent challenge. 3 students anxiously discuss the absence of 2 participants who risk disqualification if they do not return before the gate closes. A frustrated young man demands revenge after realizing his targets have escaped. An announcement is made that there are 10 minutes left before the exam begins. A formally dressed official steps forward and announces the rules for all candidates. Candidates must report to the central tower within 4 hours to be judged as qualified. A map reveals the arena's layout with gates at each cardinal direction and an END marker at the center. The figure in the lab announces that the monitoring department is ready. The white-haired character directs the security team as preparations intensify. A man in a suit announces that the podium is ready as 2 people stand beside him. Someone expresses approval and prepares to continue. The final test of the Eastern District Psionics Professional Exam officially begins. The massive door begins to open as the crowd watches in anticipation. Ling Wan and several students brace themselves as they prepare to face an approaching challenge. A tense crowd stands together, watching a dramatic event unfold. Someone questions their eyesight while looking out at the blurred crowd through the window. One character notes the absence of an unusual kid while the 2 study a glowing digital display. He pauses to reflect in silence, visibly deep in thought. With time running out, the group shifts their focus from exams to urgently planning the rescue of Uncle Tianming. A commanding figure orders the others to split up, cause public annoyance without harm, and provoke reactions to earn points. One character dodges a difficult question, promising to explain later as tension rises between them. The group quickly gathers to coordinate their battle plan before advancing through the cave. A group gathers in a dim cave as one person outlines their strategy for the next move. The group gathers in the dim cave, tense and focused on whatever lies ahead. Ling Wan reacts with sudden shock and disbelief. A muscular man issues a stern warning to stay out of their way and not cause trouble. A character recoils in shock as the revelation about the red puppet unsettles everyone present. A spiky-haired man angrily confronts his group for abandoning their responsibility to watch the hostages. The furious character shouts that he's bored of killing and demands to be left alone so he can play with his sister. One person warns the group about the danger ahead while another, relieved at not being noticed, hides among the crowd in the cave. He focuses intently and urges his allies to help him earn more points. In a shadowy passage, one character anxiously asks about their destination while the other responds curtly. A character eagerly announces the plan to dig up a big treasure. One character asks if the treasure refers to the spirit stone deposit near Wenqing while another listens in the cave. Ling Wan urgently asks why the assailants targeted Hao's father. He grows suspicious as he realizes the assailant might have used his father's knowledge of Wenqing for a different motive than just finding spirit stones. 2 young men stand tensely in a cave, silently awaiting the judgment of 4 shadowy figures. The protagonist jolts in shock, his eye wide as he suddenly notices a threat. 2 anxious young men discuss the unlikely presence of a spirit stone in a location typically free from psionic minerals and danger. The upcoming college entrance exam will take place in Wenqing, where candidates can benefit from abundant psychic potions and spiritual stones to restore their energy. The location for the college entrance examination is revealed as Zuoshi Park. With only 10 minutes left before the exam, 2 more students clear the bush of thorns as observers monitor their progress on surveillance screens. An announcement highlights record-breaking candidates and encourages everyone to push forward, promising psionic potions as support. 2 young men urgently discuss a dangerous plot to steal the spirit stone during the heavily guarded college entrance examination. Ling Wan stands silently, preparing himself for the confrontation ahead. Security personnel confirm that no abnormalities have been detected, and everyone remains on alert. A hooded figure covertly observes a group gathered beneath the bright ceiling. Ling Wan acknowledges the order through his earpiece and prepares to act. 3 hooded figures block the corridor and call out to the captain, initiating a tense confrontation. A hooded figure menacingly prepares to unleash a pulsing energy orb. Ling Wan freezes in shock as chaos erupts between the 2 agents. A sudden explosion tears through the observation tower. Everyone freezes in shock as an unexpected event jolts the group. Several people in suits hurry toward the office door to investigate the commotion. A blast of blue energy hurls a character backward through the office. A hooded figure steps out from the swirling smoke, making a dramatic entrance. A hooded figure steps forward and ominously announces the arrival of the kidnapper. 2 startled men in suits confront an unexpected intruder in the office, urgently calling for Captain Gu. A hooded figure steps forward and addresses the captain, breaking the tense silence. The smoke clears to reveal every enemy in the corridor lying unconscious. A security guard urgently contacts headquarters after detecting a disturbance near the venue. A man in a suit urgently calls for backup from the central tower during a tense meeting. A hooded figure urgently orders the security team to surround the area and prevent the villains from escaping. He tenses up, struggling to keep his composure under pressure. A tense hand grips the walkie-talkie, ready for action. The security officer quickly updates their status over the walkie-talkie, urging continued vigilance. A shadowy figure issues a veiled threat, hinting that personal safety outweighs the importance of the college entrance exam. The older man commands the younger figure to proceed. Ling Wan freezes, visibly unsettled as he processes the stressful situation. Several intruders break through the wall and confront the startled group in the meeting room. A hooded figure ominously brings up the fall of Chowching City from 8 years ago. A stern older man in a wheelchair makes a sudden entrance into the office, catching everyone off guard. A hooded figure steps forward and threatens to force someone to remember. The Psionic Association was once just a non-governmental group in the Eastern District before gaining its current global power. Chowching, once a notorious slum, was overtaken by a group called Misty Mist 8 years ago, then destroyed after falling into the hands of a mysterious organization. All 1,375 people are confirmed dead as the city lies in complete ruin. The city's downfall occurred because the old Psionic Association was unofficial and failed to intervene. A speaker summarizes how someone used public opinion to gain recognition for the association and steadily rose to lead the East District. A man nervously adjusts his glasses as he reacts with alarm to something he sees off-panel. A hooded figure challenges the authority of the district chief with open skepticism. A hooded figure informs the captain via radio that Lu Qing and his men have arrived, and the captain calmly acknowledges the report. The atmosphere grows tense as the challenge is set to begin. A character confidently confirms over the radio that their inside and outside cooperation is working, while 2 others stand behind him looking battered and tense. Panting heavily, the exhausted man struggles to catch his breath. The anxious man pleads for his son's release after guiding the other person to the tunnel, but the younger figure brushes off his concerns with a dismissive response. A weary, shirtless man with spiked hair and a gold chain leads a group into a dim cave and asks about their condition. One character shouts in shock while the other urgently holds him back, insisting they stay hidden for now. A furious red-haired character confronts a cat-eared character for ignoring orders and coming downstairs. Ling Wan reluctantly allows the other person to join him. A hooded figure grins menacingly and reaches out, preparing to drain energy with the monstrous mouth on his palm. Ling Wan reels backward, stunned after being struck with unexpected force. Ling Wan is forcefully grabbed by the neck, struggling in terror as crackling energy surrounds him. A surge of blue energy erupts as one character crushes the other's face, forcing a pained reaction. 4 characters recoil in shock as they witness an unexpected event off-panel. The hooded figure menaces the terrified captive by threatening him with the monstrous creature, while the others watch in fear. The wounded man struggles to maintain his composure as he faces intense pressure. A shadowy figure slyly promises to finish the task and send the uncle away. A hooded figure smirks and reveals an ominous seal glowing in their palm. Ling Wan charges forward, initiating a fierce attack. A furious character forcefully strikes another, sending blood flying as a third watches in shock. A character is violently hurled into the cave by a sudden, powerful force. The character reacts with suspicion to an unexpected situation. Both characters are startled as one suddenly reacts in confusion. The younger man pleads for forgiveness as the older man confronts him in the dark cave. The protagonist shouts with urgency, demanding immediate action. The group charges forward in unison, responding instantly to the urgent command. 2 attackers charge forward as their leader shouts for Ling Wan to be killed. Ling Wan stands anxiously as 2 opponents intimidate him with aggressive gestures and a surge of energy. Ling Wan stays calm as 2 assailants attack him from both sides. Ling Wan supports his father in the dark tunnel and apologizes as his father confronts him. A character urgently tells his companions to escape as a threatening group approaches from the cave. Surrounded by hostile energy, the distressed figure demands to know what is happening. With fiery determination, the character defiantly declares rebellion. A surge of spectral energy erupts as the transformed figure unleashes his power. A monstrous creature violently restrains the stunned protagonist while chaos erupts. Realizing the enemy is targeting the college entrance examination venue, the group prepares to alert the central tower. A man instructs someone to retrieve the psionic potions from the warehouse on the basement floor. An observation tower looms ahead as something rapidly approaches from the sky. A shadowy figure voices resentment over being underestimated by the district chief and hints at a greater ambition. A voice calls out to assemble all the students as the scene overlooks a dense green forest. Several people in the forest suddenly react with confusion to an unexpected event. A monstrous horde of bats and rats with glowing red eyes surge forward, overwhelming the area. An anxious participant reacts to a sudden influx of spirits beasts, questioning the unexpected challenge in the exam. A massive spectral skull surges forward, unleashing a powerful spirit attack. A panicked figure realizes their group is hopelessly outnumbered as a massive horde of spirit beasts charges toward them through the forest. Shouting fills the air as the group rushes desperately toward the central tower. Someone remarks that small creatures like rats and bats can be easily controlled. A fierce figure unleashes a powerful beastly transformation, surrounding all the students with energy. A notice informs examinees that they will be gathered in the central tower in 1 hour. A security agent issues an alert, instructing all personnel to remain vigilant at their posts as a diagram highlights areas of threat and safety. A call fails to connect as someone moves quickly across the floor. Realizing the phone signal is blocked, he urgently tries to contact the outside security force. 3 terrified figures race through the forest, desperately fleeing from the menacing shapes above. A character stomps forcefully onto the rocky ground, signaling the start of sudden action. A student stumbles and falls while the group frantically flees through the forest. 2 monstrous rats lunge at each other, fangs bared in a vicious clash. Ling Wan unleashes a powerful energy slash, cutting down several bat-like monsters in his path. A student suddenly recognizes a notorious figure from Mingray High School and reacts with alarm. A young man urgently calls for teamwork, insisting they act together immediately. The group braces themselves in the forest clearing as shadowy shapes and ominous sounds close in from all sides. Wounded and overwhelmed, he clutches his face, struggling to accept what just happened. Wounded and under attack, he struggles to withstand the brutal assault. A swarm of monstrous bats bursts forward, shrieking as they launch a chaotic attack. A glowing, spectral cat with a skull face is dramatically summoned, radiating intense energy. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts in the sky as 3 characters watch in shock. Shadowy cat-like creatures burst from a swirling purple vortex, forcing the boy and girl to recoil in shock. Startled by an unexpected event, a character recoils in shock. 3 battered young men reunite urgently in a forest clearing. A frenzied swarm of bats rushes forward in a sudden attack. A swarm of large, glowing-eyed rats charges across the ground. Ling Wan urgently orders everyone to run. The group rushes through the forest while debating whether to escape through the underground passageway despite concerns about the exam. Someone urgently warns others not to worry about that right now. The young man challenges the other person's intentions, asking if they plan to escape together. Ling Wan stands silently, battered and tense, taking in the situation. Ling Wan firmly affirms his decision with unwavering determination. A piercing scream startles a flock of birds into flight above the dense forest. A fierce combatant unleashes a barrage of powerful punches against the monstrous bat-like creatures. A resolute leader urges the group to stay together and fight off the bats and rats. A hand snaps, releasing a small, glowing fire spell into the air. A glowing projectile slams into the man's shoulder, knocking him backward in pain. The attacker brutally strikes down the group's leader in front of the stunned crowd. A menacing figure unleashes fiery power and monstrous hands from the ground, taunting the terrified opponent. A furious character urges the others to escape as a group flees through the forest. An announcement instructs all candidates to proceed to the center tower. Someone urgently demands that the ornate double doors be opened while 2 guards stand ready. Hao reacts with surprise after receiving unexpected news through the headset. A panicked figure rushes in and announces that the assailants have seized the center tower. A crowd gathers around the towering structure, anticipation filling the air. Bruised students stand tensely while one of them sobs as a menacing man glares at the group. Amidst the crowd's distress and tears, one figure stands resolute at the front, silently observing the scene. A hooded character reports over the radio that the siege has ended. The hooded figure gives approval while the others silently observe the exchange in the modern room. After 8 years of restraint, the hooded figure prepares to finally unleash their hidden power. One character questions whether even the administrative staff are aware of a certain secret. A major event is foreshadowed as the inside story of the fall of City Chao is introduced. It is revealed that the Psionic Association deliberately delayed their response, leading to the fall of City Chao. A suspicious character exposes the hidden motive to manipulate public opinion and pressure the association for official recognition. A red, glowing eye emerges from the darkness as the horrifying truth about the origin of the power is revealed. The devastating revelation that the Psionic Association sacrificed 1,375 lives from City Chao leaves the 2 men in suits visibly shaken. A shocking truth about the Psionic Association is revealed, leaving both characters stunned. One figure harshly condemns a fundamental flaw as the other walks away. A hooded figure announces the start of a revolution and claims to have personally chosen the candidates for it. A worried older man demands to know what someone intends to do with the children. A hooded figure contacts the captain by radio, signaling the start of their coordinated plan near the observation tower. He whistles to signal. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently, catching everyone off guard. One person reveals strange marks on his arm, causing the surrounding group to react in shock and confusion. The ground trembles as the crowd anxiously looks up at the tower. A violent force splits the ground, sending cracks racing outward. A giant worm-like monster crashes down, sending terrified people scrambling to escape. A gigantic ring-toothed worm suddenly appears, presenting a new and menacing threat. The 3 characters freeze in shock, breaking into a sweat as they react to an unexpected threat. 2 characters are startled by unexpected information displayed on the monitors. A hooded figure smiles with satisfaction, confirming the successful discovery of the psionic potions warehouse. A man proudly reveals the massive ring-toothed worm to the group inside. A giant worm-like monster releases a hallucinogenic mist over the terrified candidates as they flee through the forest. An older man urgently confronts someone for putting children in danger. A hooded figure bursts into the room, warning the older man that security is on the way and urging him to release the children before it is too late. A tense confrontation unfolds as one character exposes the enemy's betrayal and warns that reinforcements will arrive too late. Ling Wan dashes through the streets with a group of men in black suits chasing closely behind. The hooded character signals the beginning of the challenge with a confident smirk. A monstrous creature emerges, baring its razor-sharp teeth and filling the air with unsettling sounds. A monstrous worm-like creature bursts into view as the students recoil in terror. An emotionless smirk spreads across his face as a scream pierces the air. A character screams in agony as a dark, vein-like pattern rapidly spreads across their arm. 3 characters jerk in surprise as a piercing scream echoes from outside the scene. An older man bursts in, demanding an immediate stop to the escalating situation. A monstrous creature emerges, threatening to attack. A hooded figure mocks their unseen opponent, urging them to expel the effects of the psionic potions they just consumed. 2 characters watch as the giant monster writhes in pain and the fog stops spreading. The monster convulses violently, overwhelmed by a sickening sensation inside its body. 1 character stares blankly as another recoils in shock at the unexpected ability to speak. A desperate force tears through the glowing barrier with razor-sharp claws. The story shifts to a scene that takes place 1 hour earlier. A tense group rushes down the corridor toward the secret passage under Ochre Park, trying to escape the dangerous gangsters while worrying about the students left behind. Ling Wan sits silently, tense and recovering from a recent confrontation. Ling Wan fixes his intense gaze forward, bracing for what comes next. Ling Wan nervously waves and makes an awkward excuse to stay behind while urging the others to go ahead. Ling Wan dashes urgently toward the group as the shadowy figures react in surprise. 1 character urges a retreat, trusting that Ling Wan can handle the situation. A dense mist rolls through the forest as birds scatter into the sky. Ling Wan hides behind a tree, anxiously watching the forest as he strategizes how to earn more points without exposing himself. A man causes chaos by exposing himself in public, drawing shocked reactions from the crowd. A man shouts a major movie spoiler in the theater, causing another furious viewer to threaten him loudly. Ling Wan recoils in shock as lightning flashes behind him. Sensing a surge of psionic energy, he deduces that the association's medicine warehouse must be nearby. A massive worm-like monster suddenly emerges in the forest, startling the protagonist. Ling Wan recoils in shock as a massive worm suddenly appears. A large white creature with claws and a toothy mouth looms in the forest clearing, but it does not appear threatening. A monstrous mouth unleashes a forceful spray of liquid in a sudden attack. Ling Wan frantically dodges as scissors and an unknown liquid hurtle toward his face. Ling Wan braces himself as a gigantic, worm-like monster emerges before him. Ling Wan leaps aside as a massive stone pillar crashes down and shatters the ground. Ling Wan crashes to the ground amid shattered debris, struggling to recover from the impact. Ling Wan realizes the worm from the squinting-eyed assailant is much larger than expected. A character strides forward with force, sending dust swirling through the air. Ling Wan's eyes widen in shock as he reacts to an unexpected event. Someone realizes that an important object has disappeared from the pile of rocks in the misty clearing. Ling Wan approaches the edge of the broken cliff and confronts the glowing magical barrier across the chasm. Stunned by the enemy's sudden move, a character realizes that their opponent can drill through the ground and target the park's underpass. Ling Wan scrambles atop a crumbling rock as massive jaws snap shut beneath him. Panicked, Ling Wan urgently shouts a warning about the safety mask. A giant worm-like creature erupts from the ground, dominating the scene. Trapped in a sticky, gel-like substance, the protagonist endures the disgusting situation by relying on a protective mask skill. With a furious charge, Ling Wan lunges at the giant worm, unleashing his glowing sharp claws in an all-out attack. He decides to hide inside the worm to secretly reach the assailants. Trapped by glowing tendrils, Ling Wan forces himself to endure the overwhelming disgust. As the unseen threat begins to stir, the group braces themselves for the confrontation. Ling Wan freezes in shock as he hears a terrified scream from the crowd. A monstrous creature lunges forward, slashing at its target with glowing, razor-sharp claws. Ling Wan slashes through the massive monster, dark liquid spraying from the wound. A massive creature crashes to the ground, capturing everyone's attention as a mysterious pillar looms nearby. A hooded figure demands answers as a group of startled men react in shock. The group braces themselves as an intense adversary steps forward, heightening the tension. An older man and a young woman with pink hair lock eyes in a tense confrontation. A shadowy figure jerks back in shock, their glowing eye wide with surprise. The protagonist flees from a monstrous creature, visibly disgusted by the chaotic scene. A hooded figure urgently calls for backup after spotting an unexpected intruder. A hooded figure urgently channels healing energy toward the wounded creature. A furious figure threatens an intruder, warning them not to interfere. A character urgently blocks the path to protect someone from an approaching threat. Someone defiantly warns the others not to touch Ling Wan. With eyes blazing and teeth bared, the protagonist prepares to strike back in a surge of fury. A muscular man shouts at the others, demanding someone catch the escaping troublemaker. A hooded figure anxiously asks how long it will take to heal the unconscious woman behind the window. Ling Wan, sweating and exhausted, calculates that he can last about 10 more minutes under the strain. A shadowy figure speaks ominously into a radio device. A commanding figure orders the group to delay the outer ring security team. The group responds with enthusiastic affirmation, ready to follow orders. An elderly man in a wheelchair intently watches surveillance footage of someone running through the forest. An elderly man mocks the protagonist with a smug, expectant tone as they arrive. Ling Luan dashes through the dark forest, glancing back to assess the threat as a masked pursuer closes in. Someone urgently demands to know if the person before them is Lin Luan. Startled by an unexpected noise, the protagonist quickly becomes alert. An elderly man initiates a telepathic conversation, introducing himself as Sir Lily's teacher. A startled young man greets a teacher unexpectedly, trying to make a good impression. A request is made for help to delay the assailants until the outer ring's security team arrives in 15 minutes. Ling Luan struggles to stay alert as a shadowy figure moves toward him from the trees. A tense challenge is issued, putting someone's resolve to the test. Ling Luan flashes a menacing grin and confidently gestures, asserting dominance over the situation. A furious man glares ahead, shocked by how quickly his opponent escaped. A shadowy figure unleashes a powerful burst of flames in a dramatic attack. A character charges forward as a massive wall of fire erupts, blocking the path. Surrounded by raging flames, Ling Luan recoils in terror, unable to escape the sudden blaze. A man unleashes a wall of psionic fire in the forest, trapping his fleeing opponent. A nervous student desperately begs for forgiveness, pleading not to be treated so harshly. A scarred man conjures a flame on his finger, visibly irritated by his opponent's tactics. A spiky-haired character launches a powerful fire attack from his fingers in the forest. Ling Luan quickly activates his defensive techniques to block the incoming fiery attack. A fiery explosion hurls the protagonist backward with overwhelming force. A character is blasted backward through the flames by a powerful attack. A fierce-looking character challenges their opponent's use of protective and defensive techniques, acknowledging the situation has become more complicated. Wounded and anxious, the protagonist realizes he lacks the points and protective strength needed to face the overwhelming enemy. The attacker surges forward, preparing to unleash several more powerful strikes. Ling Luan stumbles back in terror as flames consume the forest around him. A glowing pink cat-like creature suddenly lunges at a spiky-haired man, catching him off guard. A fierce, muscular man charges forward aggressively, preparing to strike against the swirling purple backdrop. Ling Luan is hurled through the air and crashes into the raging flames. A muscular man clutches his wounded shoulder in shock after being ambushed. A furious man pressures his ally to hurry up as their target stalls for time. A furious man searches desperately through the blazing forest, unable to find his target. A character shouts in agitation as fiery energy blasts block any possible escape above. A muscular man charges forward and unleashes a powerful attack with his flaming weapon. Projectile darts shoot through the treetops and strike their target. A muscular character with a gold chain glares and forcefully demands clarification. A blazing projectile slams into the airborne creature, knocking it back. A surge of purple energy smashes through the weapon, sending shards flying through the air. Spotting the threat, the character shouts in alarm as shadow cats appear again. A figure silently channels dark energy and prepares to strike an unsuspecting opponent from behind. Ling Luan shouts that he never intended to stall and only wanted to defeat his opponent. A muscular man screams in pain as he is struck by an orange-haired attacker wielding a glowing weapon. A furious character shouts an insult at someone in the forest. A muscular, scarred man launches his opponent through the air with a powerful punch. Wounded and breathing heavily, the protagonist steadies himself after a fierce struggle. An elder urgently advises the student to focus on stalling for time until backup arrives, rather than attempting to win immediately. Ling Luan, battered but determined, braces himself to take down his opponent. A desperate attempt to activate the absorb ability fails as the system warns that not enough points are available against the overwhelmingly strong opponent. An explosive energy blast hurls Ling Luan violently backward. He confirms that his deduction about the situation lowering was correct. In a burning forest, one figure bombards the other with a barrage of fiery projectiles as the battle intensifies and the opponent's vitality wanes. An elderly man sits solemnly, reflecting on a young person's impatience and obsession with winning. A glowing hand slams into the cracked barrier, making it splinter even more. A nervous young man announces that the ceremony will now continue as he stands before a towering beast. Surrounded by hostile agents, the protagonist quickly shifts into a defensive stance. Ling Luan steps forward and confronts the hooded figures blocking the forest path. 3 hooded figures block the entrance, refusing to let anyone pass. The group reacts with frustration as their enemy recovers once again. A menacing figure asserts control over the situation, vowing to protect the group and subdue the students within minutes. He lowers his head in regret, realizing it is already too late. Ling Luan collapses to the ground, his body engulfed in flames as he struggles in the forest. A character starts to speak but is suddenly interrupted, surprised. A monstrous creature writhes in pain, confused by what is happening. Ling Luan leans against a tree, exhausted and catching his breath after the struggle. Ling Luan recoils in shock upon noticing a shadowy creature hidden inside the translucent belly. Someone anxiously waits for a crucial moment to arrive. Ling Luan shouts a desperate command for the griffin to explode. A surge of purple energy erupts from the protagonist, shaking the surroundings with its force. A monstrous creature emits a guttural sound as a stunned character realizes the enemy has just been healed. The older man suddenly realizes that something was secretly left inside the worm's belly earlier. A weary boy struggles to stay on his feet as fire rains down and the forest burns around him. Ling Luan, battered but determined, realizes his plan has succeeded. A confident character silently considers their next move while a hooded figure watches from behind. A shadowed figure reels back in shock, eyes wide from an unexpected revelation. A male character with orange hair is struck hard in the face, reeling from the unexpected blow. An aggressive attacker forcefully knocks their opponent to the ground in the forest. A muscular man taunts his exhausted opponent, admitting the fight drained his energy but declaring it's not over yet. The protagonist lies on the ground, struggling to regain his strength after a difficult battle. A system interface appears, confirming there are enough points to activate the absorb ability. With a surge of confidence, the protagonist realizes he has unlocked a new ability. Crouching low, the protagonist unleashes Shadow Walk at full power, crackling with fierce energy. Ling Luan charges forward, surrounded by blue energy, as his taunting opponent questions if this is his final move. A surge of dark energy cuts violently through the forest. Ling Luan's eyes widen as he reacts in shock to a sudden realization. Ling Luan, battered but determined, approaches the ominous energy rift in the forest. With a surge of power, the protagonist launches himself forward, sending rocks and debris flying. He clenches his teeth and cries out in pain as he struggles through the forest. A shirtless, spiky-haired character confronts the levitating intruder in the forest, insisting he can handle the situation. A foot slams down with explosive determination, signaling the start of decisive action. A mysterious hooded figure appears in ominous silence. Ling Luan, battered and exhausted, sits slumped against the wall, struggling to catch his breath after the fight. A shadowed figure with a cracked face and glowing eye confronts someone, demanding to know if they understand the gravity of their actions. Ling Luan stands battered in the forest, catching his breath after a fierce struggle. Ling Luan stands battered among the trees, struggling to catch his breath after a difficult encounter. Bruised and desperate, the young man pleads for someone to stop the escalating situation. Ling Luan urgently confronts the hooded figure, demanding that the situation stop. The hooded figure recoils in shock after hearing unexpected news, while the spiky-haired man remains calm. Ling Luan keeps the truth about someone's involvement in the attack hidden from the others. The group hesitates to reveal the harsh truth, fearing it would be too difficult for everyone to accept. Ling Luan, visibly nervous, insists he doesn't know the person being questioned about as a gloved fist tightens threateningly nearby. He reluctantly admits that all the evidence implicates the person he least wants to suspect as the leader of the assailants. 4 people race up a steep stone staircase, driven by intense determination as one reveals suspicions about a hidden motive behind their training. The assailants who kidnapped the captive's father infiltrate the exam venue without resistance, suggesting they have an accomplice inside. A calculated sabotage is revealed as the assailants manipulate the test, seize control of the tower, and sever security connections without intervention from the association. One character confronts an adversary, declaring that only the captain of the security team stands before them. A hooded figure mocks their opponent's careful reasoning, dismissing it with a smug expression. A hooded figure menacingly confesses to killing someone and taunts the listener. A battered young man stands alone in the forest, visibly shaken and struggling to process what just happened. Ling Luan, injured but resolute, calls out for Wu Wu to appear. A hooded figure with a cat under their cloak recoils in surprise. A hooded figure confronts Ling Luan in the forest as a startled black cat reacts between them. A black cat stands alert and lets out a nervous meow. A hooded figure recoils in shock as a sudden burst of light erupts before him. A hooded figure glares menacingly, radiating a dark and intimidating presence. A hooded figure silently emerges in the forest clearing. A white-haired character makes a sudden motion, swinging a dark, studded cloak through the air. A pale-haired character confronts another, demanding to know when suspicion began. A security team member confronts intruders and unleashes a wind attack. A masked figure blasts a surge of energy at the oncoming group of suited enemies. A swift attack is launched as a spiky-haired figure bursts into action. 2 startled figures spot unexpected intruders in the forest, instantly bracing for confrontation. 3 figures in dark uniforms advance through the forest as one of them realizes they are facing the association's 6th Assailants Investigation Group. A tense confrontation erupts in the forest clearing as one figure demands answers from the unexpected group. A blue-haired figure rallies the group and charges forward, urging everyone to attack for gouching. A white-haired character lies unconscious on the shattered ground. Ling Luan collapses from exhaustion, unable to continue. A desperate young man pleads in the forest, urging someone to stop before making an irreversible mistake. A white-haired character solemnly explains that their actions are driven by the loss suffered during the City Qing incident. Ling Luan pauses to reflect with quiet confidence, preparing for what comes next. A determined figure grips a glowing pendant, recalling 8 years spent hunting the murderer responsible for destroying City Qing, while vowing to continue seeking justice. Ling Luan rallies everyone to seek revenge against the Psionic Association. Someone asks about the mock test results while the scene shows a dense neighborhood of old rooftops and apartments. One student boasts about their perfect exam results while another, frustrated, makes excuses for losing their own report. A playful argument erupts as one sibling insists on their 2-minute seniority, emphasizing their role as the older sibling. Two characters fiercely argue about who is older while a third looks on in frustration. One character confides their worries about Yin Xiao's future and the burden of affording psionic medicine, while the other listens in silence. He declares that he will quit school and start working so his sibling can attend psionic school instead. One character aggressively cleans a pile of trash before confronting another indoors and demanding to be called sister. A boy impatiently demands breakfast from a girl as he rushes to leave for school. Someone bursts into the room, shouting impatiently to wake the sleepy person in bed. Reality fractures as jagged panels crackle with blue-black energy in the darkness. He steadies himself, fighting to regain composure as distress weighs heavily on him. The protagonist excitedly announces his acceptance into the psionic major from a rooftop at dusk. Ling Wan stands confidently as he receives enthusiastic praise from an older woman, while a supportive girl looks on with a smile. Two silver-haired characters exchange smug looks as one teases the other about his true nature, prompting a regretful admission. A self-assured character mocks another's efforts with a smug, dismissive gesture. Ling Wan surveys the empty brick room, assessing his surroundings in silence. A character stands calmly with one hand in their pocket, assuming a relaxed stance. A woman notices a group of adults entering and asks if Xiao was really admitted to the psionics major. A silver-haired boy stands at the center of attention as a group of adults enthusiastically praise his achievements. Ling Wan bursts into laughter, his cheeks flushed with delight. He gazes forward with wide eyes and a subtle smile, processing a hopeful new realization. A hand clenches a crumpled exam report as bright light streams from behind, heightening the tension. The shattered remains of the wall of Guocheng are revealed amid the devastation. Overcome with anguish, he desperately cries out for his mother and you. Amidst the rubble, a desperate figure leaps forward, crying out for loved ones. A desperate figure rushes to the side of a motionless, wounded ally lying amid shattered debris. Amid the wreckage, a panicked figure scrambles over debris, desperately searching for his sister. Overwhelmed by shock, the protagonist bursts into tears. A hand seizes a jagged stone from the cracked ground, readying for action. A wounded hand receives a folded envelope from another person across a cracked, dirty surface. A character carefully examines a crumpled note, searching for clues. The character's eyes widen in shock as he is suddenly overwhelmed by emotion. Frustrated after failing the exam, he throws his grades report and decides to quit school to start working. Someone mocks another person's academic performance, suggesting their efforts are pointless. An exam report reveals a student achieving nearly perfect scores across multiple subjects. The silver-haired character screams in agony, overwhelmed by intense anguish and tears. Overcome by anguish, he screams and cries in despair. Amid the rubble, one character frantically performs CPR on another who lies motionless and gravely injured. 2 years after joining the Psionic Association, the narrator uncovers the real reason behind the fall of City Gao. A lone figure searches through shelves of files in the dimly lit archive room. He stares at the file labeled 19757, visibly shocked by what he discovers. A crisis report appears on the screen, but the instructions are to ignore it for now. A white-haired figure vows to destroy the association and exact vengeance for City Gao. Ling Wan confronts his senior, demanding to know if this chaos is what was intended to improve the association. A white-haired figure swings a massive weapon, releasing a surge of destructive energy. Wounded and tense, Ling Wan braces himself as shadow creatures close in around him in the glowing forest clearing. Ling Wan recoils in fear as dark energy rapidly surrounds him. A silver-haired character sternly warns another to stay put and stop causing trouble. Two figures below the hovering energy cage quickly decide to distract the outer ring security team and buy time for their allies. The larger figure approaches the smaller one with a menacing intent, ready to settle the score now that escape is impossible. Ling Wan angrily orders someone to handle the outer ring's security team. A nervous, shirtless man hesitantly admits his understanding while glancing at the intimidating, shadowy figure. A desperate shout echoes through the trees as two figures stand tensely in the distance. Dark energy beams streak through the air as Ling Wan dodges desperately. Ling Wan anxiously realizes they cannot break through the powerful barrier while the black cat meows in response. A character steps forward with determination, slamming their foot onto the ground. Ling Wan recoils in shock, his eyes wide as he reacts to something unexpected off-panel. A furious red-haired character lunges at their opponent, demanding to know what happened to little Jean and threatening to kill them. Ling Wan stares in terror from behind the prison bars, realizing he is about to die. Panting and drenched in sweat, the protagonist struggles to catch his breath. 3 exhausted men in suits confront their target in the forest and demand that the 6th group surrender. 2 cloaked figures kneel in the sunlit forest, catching their breath after a difficult escape. A determined leader commands the group to break through and surround the central tower to rescue the candidates. Hao reacts in alarm as sudden danger approaches. Ling Wan steels himself, eyes blazing with determination as he prepares for the challenge ahead. Suddenly, the group dodges as sharp projectiles rain down around them. A tense character scans the area and urgently announces someone's arrival. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes suddenly appears above the forest clearing. A blue-haired character urgently calls out to the captain in alarm. 2 battle-worn characters urgently warn their group to stay alert. A masked figure emerges in the clearing, revealing themselves as the next formidable opponent. A white-haired young man glares forward, urgently calling out to someone. A powerful energy beam cuts through the darkness as a critical challenge is issued to the group. A frightened boy pleads for understanding as threatening eyes watch him from the darkness. A shadowy figure erupts with red energy and threatens to kill his opponent in a fit of rage. A wolf-like figure leaps between the attacker and the frightened boy, stopping the assault. A distressed character threatens self-harm during an emotional confrontation to prevent another person from being killed. A tearful girl defiantly declares her loyalty during an intense confrontation. Both characters glare at each other in shock, reacting intensely to an unexpected revelation. An enraged figure, eyes glowing red, lunges forward and threatens to kill. A sudden shock halts the confrontation as something unexpected happens in the forest. A white-haired figure unleashes a surge of power with a glowing staff as energy crackles around them. Several men in suits lie defeated on the ground and in the trees, surrounded by glowing blue-black energy. Realizing the overwhelming difference in power, the battered character struggles to stay determined. One character declares a new beginning and spares the other in the forest. Someone asks about Ms. Hella's condition. Someone inquires about Ms. Hella's condition. Ling Wan declares his recovery and confidently prepares to confront the massive creature. A group of young men cry out in terror as something unseen startles them in the forest. Two battered figures stand in shock and exhaustion after a fierce struggle in the forest. Ling Wan closes in with a menacing glare, revealing his sinister intent. A white-haired figure watches as a massive serpent looms outside and shadowy figures approach. An older man anxiously questions whether they can just stand by as the children fall under control. The protagonist anxiously regrets not having combat skills in this tense moment. The protagonist confronts the older man, exposing that he is just a clone capable of sharing information and calling for backup. A character with pink hair enters the scene confidently, drawing attention as they look ahead with a slight smile. A silver-haired person in a wheelchair updates the pink-haired woman on increased enemy activity and troop movements as they enter the empty conference room. A red-haired character weighs the potential impact of the association's red armor joining the battle. Ling Wan clenches his eyes shut, visibly struggling with overwhelming anxiety. The white-haired figure confirms that the candidates are under control and commands preparations for evacuation. One character quietly brings up red armor, while the other listens attentively in the office. The fate of the dazed students hangs in the balance as their recovery depends on whether they are rescued or subjected to more brainwashing. Someone justifies making sacrifices to prevent the entire army from being destroyed. A character explains that they applied for someone to come because they shared the same thought. Someone anxiously waits for others to arrive. Ling Wan abruptly senses a powerful and unfamiliar energy nearby. A monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes attacks, causing a terrified scream. Ling Wan recoils as a surge of dark energy suddenly surrounds him. An orange-haired character is suddenly yanked away and shouts in anger. A furious red-haired figure threatens to kill the orange-haired character if they ever betray Xiao Jin, while a third person watches anxiously. The narration explains that when justice cannot address certain crises, organizations must rely on great power to handle them. The Red Armored Army is introduced as a powerful force that disregards justice and exists solely to accomplish its objectives. A masked figure issues a lethal order to eliminate 12 specific targets without hesitation. Two armored figures urgently discuss how to handle the potential threat of candidates being taken hostage. A masked figure demands to know what candidates are being discussed. Sensing immediate danger, the protagonist urgently warns that adversaries have arrived. A group of figures in red armor descends from the sky as someone below recognizes them with alarm. Hearing that the red armor has been dispatched, one character urges the other to join forces and launch an attack. A massive black energy slash tears through the ground, sending the group scrambling in shock and fear. The group rushes to the edge of the chasm, shocked to discover their captain has fallen. A commanding figure orders the group to escort the candidates out while avoiding immediate conflict with the association. Ling Wan steps forward, determined to single-handedly confront the approaching threat. An armored figure steps forward and challenges the opposing side to confirm their decision. An enraged man launches a fiery attack at his enemies, threatening to burn them all to ashes. A muscular man suddenly rips off his glowing blue shirt as a surge of energy bursts around him. A tense standoff erupts as a desperate command is given to restrain the struggling character near the crackling energy. The group evaluates the captain's strength, recognizing the danger of facing him head-on. The silver-haired character mocks his red-armored opponents with a smug taunt. Ling Wan summons a massive spectral entity, overwhelming his opponent with newfound power. A towering blue spectral entity materializes above the forest as several shadowy figures confront it in midair. A cloaked figure suddenly becomes suspended in midair, as swirling light draws everyone's urgent attention. A shocked character points and shouts upon witnessing the senior's transformation in the sunlit forest. Ling Wan urgently calls out, trying to reach his teacher. One character questions the other about whether the senior is trustworthy or not. The elderly man in the wheelchair admits he cannot judge Gu Yinxiao's choice and offers to share a story so the listener can decide for themselves. Ling Wan looks up in shock, processing an unexpected realization. An elderly man recounts the legend of a young man renowned for his justice and talent, believed by all to be destined for heroism. His only flaw was being born in an unprotected and impoverished place. Blazing with blue energy, The figure drives a glowing spear downward and releases a devastating blast. A surge of blue energy hurls armored figures backward through the air. A red armored figure appraises his opponent's reputation with a veiled challenge. A character glares intensely and calls out his opponent's reliance on wide-range, low-lethality attacks, declaring this as a critical weakness. A commanding figure orders the team to form up and deploy the immortal locks to trap their target. A red armored figure unleashes a powerful surge of energy with a glowing red sword. A bladed supernatural weapon slashes forcefully through the air, unleashing a devastating attack. Ling Wan struggles in agony as thorn chains violently restrain and wound him. A furious figure with glowing red eyes commands others to tear someone apart and kill him in the forest. A chained weapon crackling with red energy lunges forward, unleashing a powerful attack. Ling Wan defiantly rejects his opponent's claim, glaring with determination despite his injuries. Suspended by glowing, barbed restraints, the captive struggles in agony, unable to break free. A massive, glowing armored figure bursts into existence as energy surges through the area. A white-haired character slams a glowing sword into the ground, releasing a surge of crackling energy. A colossal blue spirit erupts with force, unleashing a devastating attack across the landscape. A red armored figure lashes out with a glowing whip, striking another and forcing a cry of pain. A masked, red armored character urgently commands Team 2 to attack as the enemy's transformation weakens. Armored enemies with flaming weapons suddenly attack from above, catching the protagonist off guard. Sensing imminent danger, he freezes in shock and tension. Injured but resolute, the protagonist unleashes a massive burst of pink energy from both hands. Despite his injuries, he forces himself onward, desperate not to fall behind the others. Ling Wan stands apart from the crowd, tense and withdrawn as uniformed students pass by. A red-armored leader commands his team to resume their attack while a hidden observer watches from behind a tree. Hidden behind a tree, the protagonist anxiously observes the red-armored army of killers and wonders why their leader is not joining the fight. Breathing heavily, the protagonist realizes a shocking truth about Senior connected to the downfall of City Chao. Surrounded by a surge of energy, Ling Wan screams in agony while enduring a painful transformation. Ling Wan struggles to catch his breath, exhausted after the intense confrontation. Seizing the moment as the transformation weakens, the group launches a coordinated attack. Ling Wan confronts a formidable opponent as their clash escalates. A battered group rallies together, forming a protective barrier around their weakened leader as one urgently shouts for everyone to protect the captain. Battered and desperate, the injured leader yells at his group, demanding to know why they didn't follow his order to leave. Three cloaked figures charge forward with determination, vowing to protect their leader as the revolution intensifies. A red-armored figure charges forward, taunting the weakened opponents after their battle with the security team. One group rushes to defend their leader as the opposing side charges into attack. The white-haired character firmly instructs the group to avoid killing as they focus on extracting the candidates and targeting only their main enemy. Clutching his bleeding side, the injured character recoils in shock. A brutal stabbing occurs, sending blood splattering as the victim is struck unexpectedly. A character with long blonde hair is struck violently, causing blood to spray in a sudden, explosive attack. Ling Wan desperately shouts in protest, his face contorted with panic. A blue-haired character is struck in the chest by a red, glowing attack and recoils in pain. Kneeling and bloodied, the protagonist faces two dark figures armed with a glowing red weapon. Tears streaming down his face, the terrified man desperately begs for mercy. A terrified young man screams as he is overwhelmed by fear and glowing lights. A surge of powerful red and white energy erupts, filling the space with ominous force. The character realizes the enemy's strength is surging and the threat is even greater than before. Pushed to his limit, he unleashes a desperate scream, sweat streaming down his face. A monstrous figure erupts with dark energy, overwhelming the scene with its terrifying transformation. A surge of red energy bursts outward as Ling Wan screams in agony. A battered figure screams a deadly threat at his enemies, consumed by rage. Startled by an urgent shout, the bloodied protagonist whips his head around in alarm. A hooded young man stands in the forest and calls out for someone. A wounded figure confronts the hooded intruder, demanding to know why they disobeyed orders to evacuate the candidates. A masked figure with glowing eyes urgently commands action. A character thrusts his palm forward, unleashing a surge of hidden power as energy radiates from a menacing red mark. Ling Wan drives his arm through the enemy's chest, instantly killing them as blood splatters across the scene. The protagonist recoils in shock, eyes wide as something unexpected happens. A hooded figure mockingly apologizes to the captain with a smug expression. Ling Wan and another character race through the forest, desperately fleeing from the threatening red shadows overhead. A shocked orange-haired character yells for help. A bloodied hand channels energy into a glowing artifact as power surges around it. A hooded figure taunts the defeated captain, signaling the end of the confrontation. Reeling from his injuries, the wounded man stares in shock and calls out as blood drips from his mouth. An attacker lunges forward as the wounded man clutches his bleeding arm in pain. Wounded and surrounded, he clutches his chest and struggles to stay conscious as shadowy figures close in. A hooded figure gloats over his opponent's weakened state while brandishing a strange, slug-like creature. Two armored figures debate whether someone is acting independently in the forest clearing. A hooded figure approaches through the sunlit forest as someone watches tensely from the foreground. Ling Luan confidently reveals a glowing red artifact. The battered man glares suspiciously and accuses the other person of being part of the association. A character smugly reveals that the association secretly placed a spy named Lu Qing as a pawn beside Captain Gu 2 years ago. Bloodied and stunned, the protagonist stands tense in the forest after the confrontation. One character confronts the captain, revealing that the association has already taken precautions against someone with his background and abilities. A man confidently reveals that suspicions about the group's rebellion surfaced 2 years ago, but action was delayed due to lack of evidence. A character grins wickedly and mocks the sixth group for being too skilled to go unused. Bleeding and desperate, Ling Luan surges forward in a frantic attempt to reach someone. A masked figure confronts two foes and warns that their troublemaking ends today. The red armored army surges forward to attack. Ling Luan unleashes a powerful blue energy strike, knocking back several red armored enemies. A hooded figure expresses gratitude for support that enabled both personal growth and the rise of Ms. Hella, while the silver-haired character listens tensely in the forest. A curious creature makes a noise. A menacing figure sarcastically praises the captain. Ling Luan, wounded and enraged, launches a powerful attack at his shadowy opponent. Ling Luan launches a fierce kick that sends his armored opponent flying, crackling with blue energy. Ling Luan unleashes a surge of energy, striking down the red monsters while another character watches. A group of defeated candidates in school uniforms are taken away by a figure in a suit, marking the loss of secret spy troops for the red armored army. A character reveals a plan to falsely announce that the candidates were kidnapped by Gu Yuxiao and his group. Ling Luan staggers, blood streaming from his mouth as he struggles to remain conscious after a brutal blow. A surge of energy erupts, shattering the ground and hurling enemies away. Bloodied and writhing in agony, he screams out desperately, blood spraying from his mouth. A menacing figure leans in with a chilling grin, delivering a sinister warning. Ling Luan unleashes a powerful, glowing attack that sends his opponent flying backward. The adversary taunts his weakened opponent, declaring they lack the energy needed to transform and are no match for him. He screams in agony, overwhelmed by intense pain. A furious attacker unleashes a powerful blast, sending their opponent flying backward. A devastating force blasts through the forest, shattering massive trees in its path. A character screams in agony as blood bursts from their mouth and face after suffering a brutal injury. A wounded person collapses face down on the forest floor, crying out in pain. Someone forcefully stomps the ground, signaling a sudden burst of intensity. Ling Luan, battered and desperate, shouts for help in the forest. Ling Luan rushes forward in alarm, calling out desperately. A bloodied figure coughs weakly on the ground as a concerned companion rushes to help, while a small black cat looks on. A shocked student desperately clings to a gravely injured mentor, unable to comprehend the devastating defeat. Ling Luan hides behind a tree and overhears the enemy ordering their group to finish off a target, realizing the red armored army and Lu Qing are involved. A bloodied and battered figure collapses to the ground, coughing violently. A character rushes forward to help after urgently calling out. Spotting the anxious cat, the protagonist urgently thinks about how to get it treated. A wounded character questions their actions as an ally kneels beside them and another figure walks away. Trembling and overwhelmed by anguish, the battered character questions if he is to blame. Haunted by guilt, the character questions if his actions led to their deaths. Ling Luan collapses to the ground, wounded but managing a faint, pained smile. A blonde-haired character lies motionless on the ground, their gloved hand outstretched. Ling Luan freezes in fear as he realizes an unseen threat is near. Ling Luan collapses against the wall, battered and coughing, as he admits his defeat while another character kneels beside him. Overwhelmed by anguish, the battered character confesses intense hatred toward Ling Luan. Ling Luan staggers as a sharp wave of pain overwhelms him. Two figures hide in the forest as distant enemies close in, and one warns the other of their approach. Ling Luan declares his unwavering determination to change the world for the better. An armored figure points into the forest as the group urgently spots something ahead. Bending over the injured figure in the forest, the determined character vows to complete the unfinished journey. Two armored figures spot an unfamiliar presence on the grass, prompting one to question who the little ghost is. The system detects the opponent's weakness and confirms that only 50 points are needed to activate the absorb ability, with 1367 points currently available. He bites his own scratched arm with fierce determination. Two characters stand in the forest and urgently discuss how to treat their injured companion. Enemies lurking in the forest spot the protagonist and command an immediate attack. A digital panel confirms that the transformation process was completed perfectly. Electric energy crackles behind as Ling Luan braces himself for the confrontation ahead. Startled, he jerks in alarm as something unexpected happens. Ling Luan glares forward with fierce determination and vows to overturn the association. The red-armored figure jolts in shock at the sudden appearance of a shadowy presence with glowing red eyes. A lone figure unleashes a massive explosion of energy, overwhelming everything around him. Ling Luan spins around, startled as a red-armored figure confronts him in the forest. Ling Luan reels back in disbelief as blue lightning erupts before him. A surge of red and white energy crackles violently through the darkness. A towering, demonic figure appears before the stunned protagonist, revealing itself as the transformation judge. Armored figures surround the stunned man in the woods as his identity as the transformation judge is exposed. Two figures charge toward each other at full speed, tearing up the ground beneath them. Several armored guards rush to stop Ling Luan as chaos breaks out over the false identity. Ling Luan surges forward, unleashing a headlong attack surrounded by blazing red energy. Ling Luan glares at his opponents and threatens them with aggressive intent. The armored figure unleashes a surge of energy, filling the sky with blinding light. A massive burst of red energy erupts from the ground, tearing through the area with explosive force. Ling Luan staggers in the center of the chaos, battered and struggling to endure the intense pressure surrounding him. A powerful explosion erupts, blasting one figure backward as another stands unfazed in the aftermath. Ling Luan stands firm as a massive red claw threatens him. The lone figure steps forward into the ominous scene, tension crackling in the air. A massive grub suddenly attacks, clamping onto the character's shoulder as he recoils in panic. Ling Luan slams his opponent headfirst into the ground with overwhelming force. A male character is forcefully slammed downward, smashing through several wooden barriers. Ling Luan collapses to the ground, bloodied and writhing in pain. An armored figure rushes to aid a wounded companion who screams in pain on the forest floor. A gloved hand intercepts the red, clawed weapon, abruptly halting its attack. A towering armored figure lunges at the terrified character, who screams in panic. A distressed young man in the forest begins an uncontrollable transformation, his hand morphing into a monstrous, armored limb. Ling Luan charges forward and unleashes a furious attack. Ling Luan drives his fist into his opponent with overwhelming force, catching them completely off guard. Blood splatters as the injured character takes a brutal punch to the face, reeling from the impact. Ling Luan takes a brutal punch to the face, blood spraying from his mouth. A hand suddenly grabs someone's wrist, catching them off guard. Bloodied and wild-eyed, the protagonist defiantly declares he will surpass his opponent's strength. Two opponents collide in a burst of red energy, each struggling to overpower the other in a fierce standoff. Clutching his chest, the protagonist is overwhelmed by a surge of dark energy that engulfs his arm. A powerful blow lands as one character forcefully strikes another during their intense confrontation. A wounded character screams in agony, clutching his bleeding hand. A white-haired character erupts with dark energy, unleashing a furious insult. A white-haired character descends from above, unleashing a barrage of red energy slashes. Blood bursts from the character's wounds as they collapse, writhing in agony. Someone urgently calls out to Ms. Hella. Blood pours down his face as he screams in agony. A monstrous creature bursts from the forest, forcing the protagonist to react in alarm. He braces himself as the monstrous creature towers menacingly overhead. A frenzied figure screams for someone to be killed as blood splatters violently. A giant beast stomps into the forest, its sharp teeth and massive form partially visible. Ling Luan is hit by a sudden attack as red, web-like tendrils close in around him. A monstrous creature lunges forward, baring its massive, sharp teeth. Ling Luan unleashes a surge of energy, forcing a wounded opponent to stumble back. He yells furiously at his opponent. Ling Luan lunges forward, fiercely warning against anyone trying to take his psionic power. Ling Luan unleashes a powerful, glowing slash against the massive beast. A powerful force is contained within a large object sealed by glowing runes and stitches. Examining the large creature, Ling Luan realizes its psionic energy is accelerating the healing process. A monstrous mouth opens wide and launches sharp projectiles outward. Ling Luan is suddenly trapped and struggles desperately against the restraints pinning him in place. Injured and frustrated, the protagonist struggles against the unexpectedly difficult spirit beasts. Ling Luan staggers forward, barely standing as tree-like limbs close in, ready to attack at their master's command. Realizing the enemy is escaping, Ling Luan grows frustrated at how long it will take to eliminate the threat. One figure clenches his teeth in frustration as a shadowy opponent laughs and walks away. A cat-eared character and a black cat are suddenly hurled across the scene amid glowing energy. Startled by a sudden burst of light, the protagonist recoils in fear. A girl with cat ears bursts onto the scene, boldly announcing herself and her spirit beast companion. Ling Luan anxiously demands to know what will happen to his senior. A surprised character admits they don't know how to help but reveals someone else is already taking care of the situation. One character insists on staying with the injured person while directing the others to assist someone else. Ling Luan suddenly realizes the person's identity. One character instructs another to search for an ally while he and the others handle the giant worm in the forest clearing. Two characters lock eyes in shock as they react to unexpected news. A cat person boldly proclaims their dominance alongside a powerful spirit beast. Ling Luan looks up in shock, struggling to process the unexpected event. A young man with orange hair gives his teammates a thumbs up and wishes them good luck. A furious character with orange hair shouts a deadly threat while defiantly raising his arms among the trees. A monstrous creature steps forward to confront the poised, cat-like character as the tension escalates. A monstrous creature looms forward, preparing to attack. A cat-like character mocks a weaker target, clearly enjoying the upper hand. A monstrous creature lunges forward and roars, spraying saliva everywhere. Ling Luan and a small black creature are trapped in sticky webs on the grass under a gloomy sky. A menacing figure, grinning with sharp teeth and dripping liquid, offers unsettling reassurance to someone nearby. Startled, the protagonist's eye widens in shock. A massive beast snarls and advances as the protagonist recoils in fear. A monstrous creature unleashes a barrage of projectile spikes through the forest. A red beast launches itself aggressively through the trees, preparing to attack. A monstrous red feline surges forward, electricity crackling around its body as it attacks. A red, lightning-charged beast unleashes a savage slash at the towering spectral monster. Several cocooned bodies hang ominously, shrouded in swirling mist. A barrage of sharp projectiles rains down from above. A red-furred creature is suddenly ambushed and trapped by sharp white threads. Bolts of intense blue energy surge violently across the scene. A large red beast is struck by electrified claws. A wild, cat-like character leaps forward with claws outstretched, fiercely defending his pet from an imminent threat. Ling Yuan lands safely after effortlessly withstanding the monster's powerful attack. A startled character recoils in shock as a menacing figure's eyes flare with intensity. With a menacing grin, the character reveals that the previous move was a feint and prepares to unleash their true attack. A beastly figure summons two glowing creatures to attack the massive monster. A monstrous creature hurls a spiked attack that sends the humanoid figure flying back with tremendous force. Ling Yuan and a red beast struggle to find a way to defeat the massive, resilient worm blocking their path. Dense clouds swirl across the scene, completely obscuring what is happening. Ling Yuan braces himself as a gigantic monster's maw descends toward him. A red beast unleashes a massive attack, sending a terrified figure flying backward. A creature unleashes a menacing presence as its glowing yellow eye glares intensely. A massive red beast bursts through the icy wall with a powerful roar. A furious dragon blasts a lightning-charged energy beam through the rocky wall. A large red beast snarls aggressively, baring its sharp teeth. A monstrous spiked tail strikes at the small red creature with explosive force. A cat-eared character proudly acknowledges someone's achievement with enthusiastic praise. A horde of monstrous, worm-like creatures suddenly bursts into view. A monstrous creature unleashes a thick cloud of mist from its mouth. Ominous smoke engulfs the area as the cornered character reacts in alarm. Ling Yuan recoils in terror as a monstrous beast threatens to overwhelm him. A powerful technique called Shadow Walk is activated at maximum rate. A surge of energy blasts through the treetops, tearing across the sky. A powerful energy burst crashes through the shattered tree trunk. A wild figure with glowing eyes ambushes a terrified, battered man by leaping down at him. An orange-haired character sprints through the forest, urgently calling out while chasing someone ahead. A fierce surge of red energy erupts as the character unleashes a powerful demonic transformation. Sweat beads on his brow as he braces himself, struggling to endure the mounting pressure. A powerful, glowing red creature unleashes a devastating attack as chaotic energy erupts from the hilltop. A male character screams in agony as a glowing energy slash tears through him. A bloodied man frantically pleads that he was only acting undercover as he tries to shift blame onto someone else. A bloodied man collapses to the ground, frantically ordering someone to kill another person as a silent figure looms behind him. A battered young man looks on as a mysterious spirit cat materializes beside him. A poisonous attack slams into the protagonist's face, catching him off guard. A furious attacker suffocates his terrified enemy with a swirling cloud of smoke. Ling Yuan stands firmly in the dark forest, confronting his opponent and refusing to let them judge the senior. Ling Yuan stands over the unmoving figure, reflecting on the immense trauma of losing one's entire family. A character reflects on how the association, though not a direct attacker, is equally culpable and that the hostage situation was meant to reveal the association's true nature rather than cause harm. A furious character denounces the enemy for exploiting others and unleashes a powerful attack. Ling Yuan explodes with anger, accusing the others of being the worst and criticizing their squinting eyes. Glowing, jagged energy spikes slam into Ling Yuan, forcing him back under a sudden, brutal assault. A battered man accuses his opponent of using a flimsy excuse to justify an attack. Ling Yuan threatens to brutally attack his opponent before deciding their fate. A battered figure taunts their opponent, boasting that their psionic power makes them impossible to kill and warning that their enemy's strength is nearly depleted. A terrifying creature furiously demands its opponent to show themselves. Ling Yuan snaps to attention as an unexpected presence emerges behind him. Ling Yuan stands silently among the anxious crowd, enduring the tense atmosphere. He suddenly realizes that other candidates are still present and grows tense. A grotesque figure taunts the protagonist, urging them to kill all the candidates. Ling Yuan bursts forward, launching a powerful attack with unwavering focus. Ling Yuan, bloodied and alert, swiftly dodges an attack as another figure closes in. A character lunges forward, launching a fierce attack. Ling Yuan blasts 3 opponents away with a surge of energy. A battered man leans forward and furiously accuses the protagonist of being too soft-hearted to kill the candidates, demanding to know if they are the same person as Gu Yunxiao. With a fierce grin, the protagonist decides to subdue the opponents without killing them. The protagonist unleashes a rapid series of attacks, overwhelming 2 opponents. A fierce fighter stands victorious over a group of defeated opponents, asserting complete dominance. Panting and struggling to maintain control, the protagonist finds it harder than expected not to kill his formidable opponents. He calculates that he can only handle a small fraction of the overwhelming crowd, realizing the odds are against him. He eyes his options with disgust, considering whether to target the squint-eyed opponent despite his aversion. One candidate bluntly acknowledges another's exceptional strength, creating tension among the group. Someone mocks the battered young man's determination, calling him stupid for thinking he can fight the association. A menacing figure warns that the psionic association now holds overwhelming power, forcing other psionicists to choose between surrender or defiance. The scarred character points aggressively and threatens to kill their enemy. A powerful hand seizes and subdues a struggling character by the head. One character viciously smashes another's face into the ground as a bystander looks on in shock. A menacing figure taunts the others, warning that 2 more candidates will be found dead in tomorrow's news. A fighter delivers a powerful blow, catching the opponent off guard in a fierce clash. A foot crashes to the ground, releasing a surge of crackling blue lightning. A red-haired figure suddenly ambushes the group from above in the forest clearing. Ling Wan unleashes a furious scream. Ling Wan jolts in shock as a sudden realization strikes him. Ling Wan braces himself, eyes wide and focused, ready to launch into action. Ling Wan is slammed violently to the ground as 3 others watch in shock. Battered and out of strength, Ling Wan collapses in exhaustion. The sinister man mocks his opponent for being too exhausted to fight back. The central figure stands over the fallen opponents, asserting dominance as chaos erupts around them. Ling Wan, battered and gasping for air, struggles to recover after a heavy blow. Bruised but unyielding, Ling Wan kneels before his opponents, refusing to show defeat. A wounded figure lies on the ground, silently enduring as someone declares that both he and Gu Yunxiao will soon be condemned and forgotten by history. A massive, furious beast confronts Ling Wan, forcing him to recoil in terror in the shadowy forest. With arms raised high, he loudly proclaims his ambition to become a world-renowned hero. A forceful command to kill is issued, escalating the tension. Ling Wan stands battered and sweating, catching his breath as he prepares for the next challenge. He gasps for breath, his eyes wide with panic. The 2 characters face each other in silence, tension building in the modern room. A woman assures the older man that the security department will once again suppress all negative news. A pink-haired character pauses in silent contemplation. A woman challenges the idea of morality in nature, urging the older man to discuss Darwin's theory. A white-haired individual stands by the window, lost in thought. Ling Wan staggers as he takes a heavy blow, struggling to stay on his feet. Ling Wan staggers as a brutal attack leaves him bleeding and reeling in pain. A narration states that people will always have some differences. A character shouts urgently, calling out for Lin Wan. A student urgently calls out for Lin Wan while leading a tense group through the forest. Startled by the sudden confrontation, the group realizes they are being ambushed. A tense moment unfolds as the protagonist receives urgent instructions not to kill the controlled students. The older man stares upward in shock after suddenly noticing something unexpected. Injured but resolute, the protagonist braces himself and refuses to give up. A group of men threaten to teach a harsh lesson to those facing them. A towering figure hurls several people aside, seizing control of the chaotic scene. A character boasts about summoning a powerful psionicist troop through their father's influence, while another listens in the woods. A burly figure eagerly reports the imminent arrival of reinforcements through the underground passage while the confident young man listens with amusement. One character angrily kicks another forward, forcing them to go help. 2 rivals challenge each other to see who can make the most candidates faint. Amidst the chaos, a figure overwhelms opponents, sending them flying in all directions. Battered and exhausted, the protagonist pauses to catch his breath after the struggle. A furious character urgently calls out for Lin Wan while gripping someone off panel. An injured figure calls out while being held, and another character reacts in shock at the unexpected reunion. Amidst a tense battle, one exhausted fighter returns to support their ally, only to be confronted about their unexpected and battered appearance. With urgency, Ling Wan warns the others that the enemy is trying to escape. A terrified young man sprints towards safety as chaos erupts behind him. Bruised and exhausted, Ling Wan collapses to his knees, admitting he can no longer continue the chase. One character cheerfully offers something to help the other recover from a tiring night, while the anxious listener reacts with surprise. A hand raises the AAA vial into the light, signaling a critical reveal. A character presents a treasured vial of AA-level psionic medicine as a thank you gift for saving their family. Battered but resolute, Ling Wan acknowledges the help he received and decides to thank his father later. A battered young man flees desperately through the dark forest, glowing faintly as he runs. A battered man whirls around and confronts the crowd, demanding to know what they are doing. The antagonist taunts the recovering students, boasting about his association status and underestimating their resolve. A determined figure steps forward and forcefully declares allegiance to the association. A lone figure steps forward in the forest, boldly declaring their allegiance to the association as red energy flares around them. Ling Wan's eye widens with furious intensity as he experiences a surge of emotion. A monstrous, multi-headed figure bursts forth and loudly declares allegiance to the association. A glowing AA-level psionic potion is presented as a meaningful gift in gratitude for a rescue. Ling Wan gulps down the mysterious vial with unwavering determination, sweat flying as he pushes his limits. Ling Wan recoils in shock as blue shards of light suddenly appear around him. Ling Wan quickly assigns responsibility to his companion and moves to check if any candidates have left the area. A young man seizes another character by the collar, exuding dominance and confidence. Ling Wan drives a powerful kick into his opponent during the heated clash. A blonde-haired character releases a surge of crackling lightning, forcing everyone nearby to dodge in shock. Electricity crackling around his foot, the character steps forward to confront the crowd gathered in the forest clearing. He steels himself with unwavering determination, ready to face what comes next. A young man runs desperately through the forest, gasping for breath. Ling Luan pushes himself forward despite his exhaustion, determined to keep going. Breathing heavily, he struggles to regain his composure. A monstrous creature lunges forward, forcefully declaring its allegiance to the association. A massive energy beam crashes down between the creature's claws, unleashing a devastating attack. A monstrous enemy is violently sliced in half by a surge of dark energy. Several monsters are torn apart as a barrage of energy beams cuts through them. Sinister floating heads materialize, filling the air with chilling laughter. A devastating impact shatters the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. The armored figure activates a dramatic transformation, releasing a surge of red energy. A lone figure unleashes a surge of dark energy atop a rocky outcrop. Someone excitedly recognizes the arrival of the Transformer Judge, identifying them as a significant figure. The group surveys the aftermath of the battle, standing over defeated opponents as the smoky forest looms behind them. A character urgently announces that most of the students in the area are now under their control while another stands apart, listening. Ling Wan announces that he has finished his task as well. An excited character eagerly demands to know the whereabouts of the person who transformed earlier. He freezes in shock, unable to process what just happened. Ling Wan expresses relief and gratitude after the issue is resolved. Reinforcements are on their way now that the situation has been resolved. The protagonist suddenly panics as he realizes he forgot about his friends. The protagonist excitedly urges his companion to meet outside the park for an urgent matter, while the companion questions his intentions. A piercing scream cuts through the chaos as dense smoke billows in all directions. A cat-eared character and a black cat stumble out of the smoke, startled by the huge worm. A monstrous mouth releases a devastating blast toward its target. A monstrous creature with many mouths bursts forth from the swirling smoke. A terrified character runs away from a massive, threatening cloud, desperate to escape. A figure unleashes a powerful magical fire in the forest. A shocked character is struck by a flaming sword slashing across their body. A cat-eared character and a black cat are blasted into the air by a sudden explosion of light. A cat-eared character suddenly crashes down from above, startling everyone. Startled, Ling Luan recoils and cries out in alarm. A red-haired character forcefully restrains a spiky-haired opponent and threatens to retaliate if any harm comes to little Jean. A sharp-toothed character urgently warns his companion that Ms. Hella's fog is about to surround them again. Surrounded by raging fire and smoke, the group struggles to contain the threat, knowing they can't destroy it because the psionic medicines meant for the candidates have already been used. The fierce, sharp-toothed character explains that their group successfully kidnapped all the candidates thanks to two powerful allies. A muscular figure struggles to endure the force of a flaming weapons attack. A massive explosion devastates the dense forest, sending smoke and energy outward. Ling Luan recoils in shock as something startles him. The male character clenches his teeth and vents his intense frustration. A person faces a black cat and imitates its loud meows. A monstrous creature bursts from the swirling mist. Someone urgently warns Ms. Hella to stop. A massive worm-like creature bursts forth, baring its sharp teeth. Three figures flee in terror through swirling smoke, overcome by panic and fear of imminent death. The trio braces together as a violent force bears down on them. Two characters struggle side by side, sweating and grimacing as they resist an overwhelming force. Two characters jolt awake in bed, startled and sweating from an abrupt shock. Two tense figures watch the threat closely, realizing it is still conscious. A monstrous creature absorbs its latest victim as a digital display updates the points to 23. The giant caterpillar monster lunges forward in a sudden attack. The creature gloats about saving its last points to bite its target, revealing its sinister intentions. Ling Luan receives a large, caterpillar-like creature and looks surprised as it asks to be taken care of. An energetic character with sharp teeth shouts loudly, calling out to someone. A cat-like figure suddenly pounces on a startled person, creating chaos. One character panics as he is unexpectedly kissed in front of an angry onlooker. Someone urgently insists they search for the senior first. A distressed character rushes to the side of an injured figure lying motionless on the ground. Ling Luan, wounded and anxious, calls out to the group in the forest, urgently asking about someone's condition. Ling Luan realizes someone has survived. Someone urgently calls for immediate medical attention due to severe blood loss. Ling Luan lies defeated and motionless on the ground, staring up in silence. The group prepares to move the injured senior out of the clearing before others arrive. He narrows his eyes, focusing intently on what lies ahead. An aggressive man urges his companion to kill the girl from the association, while the other panics and begs him to wait. He steels himself, determination clear as he prepares for what comes next. A character reflects on the fact that, beyond the Red Armored Army and Lu Qin, others are secretly working to change the association from within. Both characters bow their heads in tense silence, each quietly preparing for what comes next. The orange-haired boy proposes taking the silver-haired figure away to resolve the tense standoff in the forest clearing. Ling Wan affirms his decision with unwavering determination. Someone angrily calls out, demanding to know if Ling Wan is finished. One character urgently approaches the group, explaining they have searched everywhere but cannot find the missing person. Ling Wan calmly explains that the injured person has already left and will recover soon. A determined figure hands over an injured ally to the group as urgency fills the air and a small cat watches from below. Ling Wan, overwhelmed and transformed with cat ears, cries out desperately. One character gently reassures another before they part ways, promising to meet again soon despite concerns about being seen. A determined figure vows to work hard to change the world. Someone vows to take their senior's place in the association after the senior can no longer stay. Sunlit leaves drift down as someone silently observes them from below. Ling Wan stands victorious, surrounded by a surge of energy and blazing light. Ling Wan declares his determination to follow an unfinished path in his own way. Ling Wan turns towards someone off-panel, ready to speak. Two determined characters clasp hands and agree to go to the Psionic University together. 3 days pass following the examination. The association fears that the shocking news about the heroes' actions will expose their dark past and the real cause of the city's downfall. The association covered up the incident by reporting it as a foiled kidnapping attempt after discovering that most witnesses had been hypnotized and remembered nothing. The jade-faced judge disappeared from public view, citing injury. Life temporarily returns to a state of calm. Someone excitedly boasts about impressive exam results outside the Dongxing vegetable market. A customer eagerly orders extra ham hocks at the bustling market stall. 2 women unexpectedly meet in the grocery store aisle, and one greets the other with surprise at seeing her alone. 2 women discuss their children's exam results in the busy market. A character shoots a mocking question about Ling Wan to someone off-panel. One character announces someone's admission to Psionic University, while another reacts with indifference. A character reacts with shock upon hearing unexpected news about Psionic University. A cheerful customer orders 4 ham hocks outside the market. Someone calls out to announce that dinner is ready as the apartment building glows in the night. A loud sound echoes through the empty hallway, raising the tension. Someone reacts to a knock at the door during dinner, surprised by the interruption. 2 cheerful visitors arrive at the door to announce a celebration for someone's admission into Psionic University. The orange-haired character urgently insists that they are not there to scam anyone and tries to explain a close relationship with Master Lin Wan. The door bursts open, flooding the room with sudden light. A cheerful group arrives, showing off 2 big fish. A startled character suddenly realizes the true identity of the people in front of him. A sharp weapon violently shatters the frosted glass wall, escalating the tension. A girl with cat ears loudly declares herself as someone's girlfriend while a black cat perches on her shoulder. A character recoils in shock, unable to believe what just happened. Debris crashes down as the damaged building looms in the haze. The group arrives at the worn-down house, prompting one member to insult it while another angrily defends its owner. A character forces a nervous laugh, trying to hide their discomfort. 3 chibi characters gather, exchanging playful taunts and attempting to resolve their tensions. One character confronts another at the table, demanding to know why all of his invited guests are troublemakers. He nervously tries to deflect the question, unsure how to respond. Voices ring out in celebration as a lively toast marks the start of the night. A towering skyscraper glows against the night sky, introducing the next setting. 2 people sit in silence at opposite ends of the table, each waiting for the other to make a move. A mysterious character gazes calmly with a subtle, enigmatic smile. A figure steps forward from the shadows, exuding a tense and determined energy as they prepare for confrontation. One official questions another about the accuracy of a report regarding the recent defeat and abandoned kidnapping. A character confidently confirms their knowledge in response to a question. Ling Wan silently watches with tense anticipation, refusing to react. A shadowy figure reveals that a highly active high school student was present at the scene. A character with long pink hair and golden eyes silently observes the scene, maintaining a composed presence. The character admits that he didn't realize what was happening at the time. A stone monument marks the entrance to Huaxia Psionic College. Several people move through the campus courtyard as they begin to gather. A crowd gathers in front of the school for the freshman entrance ceremony, buzzing with excitement. A young man arrives at the crowded campus, noticing the thousands of students gathering to report. One character confidently boasts about his experience in public speaking while the others react with admiration and surprise. 3 characters arrive at the bustling school as the crowd reacts with surprise. A boastful figure from the Western District taunts the Southern District by claiming superiority and mocking their reliance on potions. A smug man in a white suit mocks the Western District, boasting that the Southern District is superior while his companions smirk beside him. Groups loudly shout district names as 3 students wait to be assigned. 2 characters walk past the building while one complains irritably about others. Ling Wan scans the crowded area, determined to use the opportunity to earn points. 2 rival groups loudly argue, each insisting their district is superior. A character bursts into loud laughter and taunts others with insults. 4 suspicious men tense up in shock as something unexpected happens. A group of hostile young men confront someone, with one angrily demanding an explanation. The central figure confronts the group, questioning how someone can be evaluated as the strongest or the ace when the standard is based on weak opponents. A character clenches his mouth and scoffs in defiance. A loud declaration claims the Eastern District is the strongest this year, leaving others below visibly shocked and frustrated. A skeptical character challenges the legitimacy of the Eastern District, questioning whether they passed only because they were hypnotized and pitted. Multiple notification panels display points awarded for receiving dislike from others. System notifications award points each time a character expresses dislike. A character grins confidently and taunts the others, hinting they know a secret. An exuberant character introduces the Eastern District's top fighter to the crowd with dramatic flair. Startled, Ling Wan recoils in shock, sweat beading on his face. A character reacts in shock, startled by something unexpected. The central character moves forward with determination as supporters loudly cheer him on. A group aggressively confronts Ling Wan, demanding answers about a suspicious sum of money. A hostile group charges forward, preparing to attack their opponent. As panic takes over, one character urgently shouts for another to stop hesitating and start running as the group sprints forward. A smug, orange-haired boy boasts about earning points while taunting a taller figure. Someone cries out in pain as a dramatic impact shakes the scene. Ling Wan sits on the floor, clutching his head in pain. Ling Wan recoils in shock, his eyes wide as he reacts to something unexpected. A startled figure with spiky orange hair recoils as a towering, muscular man confronts him. A burly man suddenly recognizes someone unexpected and reacts with shock. A furious man confronts his opponent as a desperate youth urges him to seek violent revenge. Someone questions what is happening as footsteps cross the sunlit floor. Ling Wan, startled and on the ground, is confronted by a large, imposing figure as two others rush over. An elderly man sternly warns someone not to intimidate the new students on campus. Ling Wan, desperate and vulnerable, sits on the floor and calls out for the headmaster as two adults approach in the formal hall. A stern school authority steps forward and warns that threats against students will not be tolerated inside the school. A scarred, bearded man studies the situation in silence, his expression tense and thoughtful. A tough-looking man threatens a younger boy while another person watches from the background. Ling Wan steels himself, his expression intense as he prepares for the challenge ahead. A suited man tries to defuse the situation by reminding the large, frustrated guest of his role at the opening ceremony. A strict authority figure orders everyone to change into their uniforms and head to the hall for the opening ceremony. A large modern academy comes into view as people gather in the sunny courtyard. The students in the auditorium applaud as the stage with the podium becomes the center of attention. The panel highlights a student's uniform and badge to establish their connection to Huaxia Jingning College. The character lowers his hand with deliberate focus. 3 students in school uniforms sit in the auditorium, reacting with excitement and mockery to a presentation. 2 students urgently point out their target in the crowded room. One student teases another about suddenly becoming the center of attention as classmates stare in the auditorium. A group of hostile students glare at the newcomer, plotting their next move. Startled, he recoils in shock. The crowd erupts in chaos as a character defends his claim about the Eastern District's strength, while others angrily single him out. An older man with a white mustache and beard clears his throat, preparing to speak. The elderly man pauses on the polished floor, lost in deep thought. A lone figure commands the crowded audience to be silent, creating a tense atmosphere. Ling Wan sits in astonishment as a single cough instantly silences the entire hall. An older man with white hair and a mustache greets the students and announces that he will be their headmaster. The headmaster stands on stage and begins his speech, joking about how giving speeches helps headmasters find meaning. An authoritative figure warns that joining the school means falling under the association's constant surveillance. A resolute speaker addresses the audience from the podium, expressing hope for the future. An older man smiles warmly as he praises the group's ability to surpass the association. Ling Wan stares in shock as a sudden bright light flashes from off-panel. A tense silence fills the room as one figure stands before the desk, facing the silent scrutiny of another seated person. The announcer enthusiastically thanks the headmaster as the speech concludes and someone exits the stage. With the crowd's attention focused, the announcer extends a hand to introduce the next guest. An important speech by one of the association presidents is announced, building anticipation. A pair of hands settles beside a nameplate, signaling the arrival of Kwang Ming. A confident man stands under the spotlights and surveys the scene with a self-assured smirk. A young man confidently introduces himself to the group and shares that he enjoys playing games. Ling Wan freezes in shock as he realizes something critical. A confident character steps forward and introduces himself as one of the presidents of the association, sharing his love for games. In a crowded auditorium, one student questions another about the president's background. The young man behind the desk insists he knows nothing about the mysterious president, only that he is one of the 5 leaders. A man explains that psionic resources are essential for cultivation and are the main focus of the association. A confident figure announces that the association's mining team has discovered a new mine as large as the Leto Mountains, with operations set to begin soon. The audience gasps in amazement as they witness something shocking unfold. A character raises a hand in a peace sign while announcing more good news. A young man confidently announces that the group will participate in mining this time. An older man sits alone on the couch, lost in silent reflection. The announcement electrifies the auditorium as the crowd erupts with excitement and disbelief. A confident figure warns the audience about the dangers and opportunities of mining, emphasizing that only the strongest survive these trials. A muscular man stands defiantly in front of the bamboo-patterned wall, silently sizing up his opponent. An authoritative figure announces to the crowd that participating in mining operations is a highly sought-after chance for all psionists. Bright lights illuminate the modern ceiling as the scene shifts to a new location. A man warns the audience that accepting students for the first time is still too dangerous for most of them. The speaker announces that only 3 top students will be chosen. 3 students react with frustration and suspicion after learning that only a select few are allowed to participate, questioning how the choices were made. The group is reassured that everyone has an equal opportunity to be chosen. A hand presents the qualification badge, signaling that whoever earns it will be allowed to participate in the mining. A serious figure announces that the 3 badges have already been placed in the designated students' uniform pockets. Several students stand in the rain, shocked and frustrated as they realize a badge is missing and begin to question whether the results have already been decided. A confident figure declares that only the person holding the badge after 3 days will qualify. 2 classmates protest angrily against being forced into an unfair confrontation by someone manipulating the situation. A group of students eagerly discuss stealing badges, realizing anyone carrying one will become a target. A person in a white coat asks someone in a suit to turn on the screencast before announcing the current badge holders during a formal meeting. A hand activates the remote device with a tap. A man in a white coat announces the arrival of the top badge holder to the audience. A champion martial arts student with a distinguished record is introduced to the group. A man on stage announces the selection of the second badge holder to the audience. A confident weapons specialist is introduced as a member of the Lingbo gun development team. The students realize with frustration that stealing the badges from the overwhelmingly powerful holders is nearly impossible. A confident student points out that 3rd place is held by a freshman, subtly emphasizing the surprising result. 2 anxious figures realize that a hidden threat is lurking among them as a shadowy presence appears nearby. A character recalls handling the Eastern District Psionics College entrance exam murder invasion incident with composure and quick thinking. Portraits of distinguished defenders are displayed to honor their crucial role in rallying psionicists and stopping the assailants. A frightened student clutches a golden object to his chest as someone calls out his name in shock. Ling Wan recoils in shock, eyes wide as he yells in surprise. A character recoils in shock, yelling loudly. The crowd turns in shock as all eyes focus on the lone figure under the spotlight. A character with glowing red eyes confidently announces a 3-day deadline for the results. The group debates their options for stealing the badge, considering all tactics except killing. Amid the bustling school courtyard, someone quietly weighs their chances against formidable opponents. 2 suited men smirk as they plot to target an easy freshman. A terrified student begs for help while another person watches nervously from behind. Several people enter and gather in the spacious, sunlit hallway. One of the suited individuals urgently orders the group to remove the badge. On a city street at dusk, 2 students brace themselves as one aggressively rallies for a fight, while the other looks on nervously. A determined orange-haired student questions whether someone truly intends to go to the mine. A nervous young man admits he wants the coveted opportunity but fears getting beaten. A group of students rushes forward, launching an aggressive attack to seize the object. One student, gripped by panic, urgently demands the badge from another as time runs out. One character suddenly grabs another's wrist to stop them. A figure forcefully hurls an object into the sky, startling the 2 men in suits. One of the students cries out in panic after realizing his badge is missing. 3 students dash away in a panic, dragging the stunned one with them. Several figures sprint down the street, each desperately racing toward the glowing prize. An enraged student storms toward 2 others in the hallway, accusing one of stealing their badge and threatening retaliation. Overwhelmed by conflicting emotions, the protagonist bursts into tears and frustration, while the others watch in silence. 2 characters quietly acknowledge that someone has lost control. He reluctantly agrees, staring ahead without enthusiasm. He reveals the real badge on his finger, exposing the deception. Ling Wan clutches his badge and bursts into joyful tears. The group realizes their temporary escape plan will soon be exposed and urgently discusses their next move for the coming 3 days. A black cat appears on the sunny rooftop and meows. Ling Wan looks up, startled by something unexpected in the brightly lit room. Someone suggests finding a place to hide while the group considers a plan. A figure advances with determination, surrounded by glowing blue energy and a looming shadow. Ling Wan enters the spacious building, followed by a black cat, as 2 people wait inside. 2 subordinates salute energetically and greet the newcomer with enthusiasm. Outside, the new leader awkwardly adjusts to his role, feeling uncertain about his position. 3 students discuss the first day of school, with one reassuring the others that he can handle any problems himself. Ling Wan demands an update on the situation and asks about senior Gu Yunxiao. The group learns that their senior has regained consciousness but will need time to recover. A messenger explains that an ongoing secret investigation prevents Captain Gu from meeting directly, so they were sent instead. Ling Wan hesitates, unsure how to reply. Ling Wan insists they must uncover the truth about Gao-Cheng and inform the public to help their senior. 2 characters stand outside a building, discussing whether any clues were given about the fall of City Chao. A group called Miss suddenly appeared and took City Chow hostage, an event no one had anticipated. After the deadly siege, most members perished, but a few managed to escape the devastated city. The Jade-Faced Judge has earned a formidable reputation by relentlessly capturing nearly all the recent escapers. The media claims that Mist seized the city for psionic resources, but Captain Gu doubts this motive since destroying the entire city would be unnecessary. A set of torture tools and syringes is prepared as the true motives of the escapees are forcibly uncovered. Soon after the interrogation, the prisoners who tried to escape began dying mysteriously one by one. Ling Luan reacts in shock to something unexpected off-panel. The character analyzes the situation, concluding that the simultaneous deaths of the escapers are highly improbable given the circumstances. He realized that the escapers might have been threatened into silence. The true mastermind, previously silencing others, is revealed in the shadows. The investigation uncovers a crucial clue: the mastermind might have a tattoo resembling an eye. A new section begins, revealing that the mastermind enjoys playing games. Surprised, Ling Luan reacts to the unexpected mention of playing games. One of the uniformed figures reports that an escaped victim was tortured unconscious, uttering before losing consciousness that it was all just a game. Ling Luan studies the clues, struggling to identify the person with the limited information he has. The leader instructs his two companions to return and report any news through a designated contact before preparing to part ways. A black cat meows while looking forward. A metal structure stands tall against the bright blue sky as the setting is established. The scene shifts to a sunlit view of the modern school building, establishing the setting. As chaos erupts and students scramble to find someone, one student stands calmly with arms crossed, unfazed by the commotion. The investigator reviews the clues and tries to identify who benefited most from the recent incident. A mysterious, shadowed figure appears against a turbulent blue background. Someone suddenly stops, startled, as their shoelaces fly up. A lone figure approaches the academic administration building. Ling Luan scans the area for energy signatures but senses nothing strong, suspecting the target has already left the school. A man walks outdoors beside a building, humming to himself in a carefree mood. Ling Luan freezes in shock, eyes wide as he reacts to something unexpected. Ling Luan glances up in alarm as a tall, shadowy figure appears beside him. Ling Luan recoils in shock as something unexpected happens. The young man strides forward with determination, his focus unwavering as he approaches the buildings. One character rushes after the figure in white, calling out as the group moves quickly through the lobby. Ling Luan senses an invisible psionic threat and quickly activates his absorption ability. A system error prevents the capture ability from activating due to an inability to read the opponent's vitality. Stunned by an unexpected system error, the protagonist struggles to comprehend what he sees. A stern man with glasses confronts a student, demanding an explanation. A student admits to the dean that he got lost on the large campus. A student is questioned about his district and family, and he replies that he is from the Eastern District and his mother is a nurse. A man adjusts his glasses and looks down on someone with clear disdain. Ling Luan freezes in shock as he suddenly notices something unexpected off-panel. A man blocks entry and orders Ling Luan to leave the restricted area. Ling Luan stands outside with his arms crossed, openly expressing his dislike for the dean. Ling Luan rushes down the hallway, urgently trying to catch Dean before he leaves. The cheerful boy boldly asks for help obtaining nude photos of the president. A stern man abruptly confronts someone after hearing about nude photos. A tense confrontation escalates as one character refuses a demand and faces the threat of expulsion. A character forcefully insists on getting help. The system confirms that the ability, flattery, has been perfectly copied through successful absorption. A cheerful character steps forward and confidently takes on the task for Lin Luan outside the brightly lit building. A man opens the door late at night and questions the visitor about the disturbance. A startled character recoils in shock and spills both drinks. Blood suddenly spreads across his chest as he stares ahead in shock. A panicked character hurriedly apologizes and tries to invite the president for a drink. The anxious man drops to his knees and desperately offers to clean up the mess before the stoic figure standing at the doorway. Ling Luan confronts someone angrily, demanding an explanation. A wary figure hides around the corner, listening intently for any sign of danger. Breathing heavily and visibly shaken, the man shifts responsibility to Lin Luan for what comes next. Frustrated by the failed mission, the wounded man curses the spy's incompetence as he limps down the hallway. A hand grips a blood-soaked chest as the severity of the injury becomes clear. Ling Luan exposes his chest, revealing a mystical tattoo and a fresh bloodstain as he faces the situation with determination. A mystical eye symbol pulses with energy, signaling the activation of a powerful force. Something unexpected is revealed as the scene sharply focuses on the ledge. Ling Luan realizes the true identity of the person before him. A character reacts warily to an unexpected surprise. A stunned figure stands shirtless, exposing a mysterious symbol and a bloodstain on his chest. Ling Luan panics after realizing he has been discovered due to a brief loss of control over his psionic powers. A wounded man notices signs of an intruder in the dimly lit room. Realizing someone tried to kill him, the character glares upward with cold confidence, ready to confront the threat. Ling Luan anxiously peers through the blinds, clearly frustrated by what he sees outside. An ominous figure offers a dangerous game as purple energy crackles around him. A character grins ominously and begins a sinister countdown to start a dangerous game of hide and seek. Ling Luan freezes in fear, sweat running down his face as he braces for whatever is coming next. A shadowy figure counts menacingly as a glowing magical emblem radiates from their chest. Realizing his psionic presence was detected, the protagonist grows anxious about his careless mistake. The countdown continues as the number 5 appears on the screen. A glowing eye symbol confirms the existence of a hidden mastermind. A dramatic announcement reveals the number 7. Determined to escape, the character prepares to bolt down the empty hallway, counting down the seconds. He steels himself, determination burning in his eyes as sweat beads on his face. A character begins a tense countdown with a determined expression. A countdown begins as the number 10 appears against a stormy backdrop. A purple-haired person bursts into the room, announcing their arrival with playful confidence. Supernatural energy bursts from his chest as his third eye glows, signaling the release of his full power. A character senses powerful psionic energy, a glowing third eye marking his intense focus. Ling Luan recoils in terror, his eyes wide and sweat dripping down his face. Ling Luan charges forward and activates Shadow Walk. He smirks defiantly, unfazed by the confrontation. A glowing, cosmic figure charges down the hallway, unleashing a burst of supernatural energy. Straining with effort, Ling Luan forces open the heavy metal vent cover. A character's red eyes glow as a mystical symbol activates on their forehead, unleashing hidden power. Breathing heavily, the protagonist braces himself for the imminent confrontation. A surge of energy erupts as Ling Luan activates the glowing sigil on his forehead. A feral figure crouches in the darkness as a surge of supernatural energy erupts, signaling a dangerous transformation. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes suddenly ambushes the target. Sensing a disturbance, the protagonist narrows his eyes as the mark on his forehead glows. A glowing skeletal cat unleashes a surge of intense purple energy. Ling Luan stands alert in the dim corridor, cautiously confronting the glowing cat-like creature on the floor. Realizing the truth, the protagonist calmly identifies the creature as just a shadow cat. Ling Luan tricks someone with a confident smirk. The character focuses on escaping through the door, planning to regroup and strategize with others afterward. Ling Luan grins mischievously, exuding confidence as he taunts his unseen opponent. Ling Luan is forcefully struck across the face, reeling from the sudden impact. Ling Luan clutches his face in shock as an unexpected pain overwhelms him. A glowing cat skull is raised as a mysterious power is unleashed. A powerful figure unleashes cosmic energy in the corridor, their glowing fists radiating ominous force. Ling Luan glares fiercely, warning his opponent not to deceive him. Ling Luan reaches out and discovers a glowing psionic barrier, suspecting it was created by the president. A character cautiously enters the room, sensing a sudden surge of psionic energy. A menacing figure warns that no one can escape his territory. A protective dome activates around the glowing building, sealing off the area. A menacing figure with glowing red eyes asserts dominance, warning that escape from their territory is impossible. Ling Luan struggles to withstand the overwhelming force, gritting his teeth in pain. Crackling with energy, he fights to suppress his transformation and avoid revealing himself. A white-haired young man quickly pulls up his mask and rushes to respond to the urgent call. A character leaps down the stairwell and unleashes glowing shadow cats. A powerful shockwave erupts, shattering the floor with explosive force. The confident figure easily dodges the attack and taunts the opponent while advancing through the smoke. Ling Luan lunges forward, unleashing sharp energy claws in a fierce attack. A fierce combatant slashes through a purple silhouette with a burst of red energy. Ling Luan clenches his fist in victory after achieving a breakthrough. Ling Luan's body shatters and dissolves into cosmic mist as dark energy tears through him. Ling Luan stares in amazement at the countless glowing patterns appearing on his arm. A character confidently declares his immortality within his own territory. Crouching tensely, the masked character realizes their opponent is completely uninjured and appears inhuman. Ling Luan surges forward at top speed, unleashing his Shadow Walk ability. A wounded fighter unleashes a surge of energy, blasting 2 opponents away. A hand forcefully throws a green coin-shaped object into the air. Ling Luan seizes the energy-cloaked figure and activates his absorbing ability. Cosmic energy swirls as a character unleashes a dramatic, powerful attack. The protagonist confronts the opponent, taunting them for knowing such a rare evil trick. A shadowy figure unleashes a surge of swirling energy toward a masked, white-haired character, forcing them to absorb its power. Panicked, the protagonist realizes his psionic energy is not increasing despite his efforts. Someone reacts in shock, unable to believe what just happened. A clenched fist smashes through the glowing purple energy, shattering the attack. Breathing heavily, he realizes the territory is rigged with hidden dangers. A confident character with a glowing mark on his forehead taunts his opponent, questioning why they stopped. An enraged figure confronts the cautious student, revealing frustration at discovering a hidden generalist in the school. The confident figure taunts his opponent, declaring that victory is impossible for them. Breathing heavily and overwhelmed, the protagonist admits he cannot win this fight. A glowing figure boasts that within his territory barrier, all psionic energy is absorbed and endlessly recycled for his own use, leaving his opponent powerless. One figure challenges the other to confirm understanding after explaining a complex concept within the cosmic sphere. A powerful figure declares their invincibility within their own territory. A character explains that the psionic energy within the territory is circulating in a loop. Ling Wan confidently demonstrates his mastery by conjuring a powerful, glowing energy sphere in his hand. A surge of crackling energy erupts behind him as he stares ahead in shock. A shockwave bursts from the building, sending debris flying into the night. A figure strides forward with one leg glowing intensely, radiating power and determination. Suddenly, streaks of energy strike the skyscraper, signaling the start of a violent assault. Someone tenses their glowing legs, preparing to make a decisive move. An elderly man stands quietly outside, bathed in moonlight. A masked figure is violently blasted backward by a surge of purple energy. Ling Wan crashes into the ground with a violent impact, scattering debris. Gasping for breath, he struggles to find another option as despair threatens to overwhelm him. A confident challenger approaches and directly questions if the newcomer is the extraordinary freshman from the Eastern District examination. A masked figure stands over another, demanding they remove their disguise and reveal their true identity. Breathing hard after a struggle, the white-haired character regains his composure and determination. A furious character demands that someone remove their mask. Someone knocks firmly on the door, breaking the silence with a tense urgency. Ling Wan gives a sharp command, his face intense and resolute. An elderly man stands in the doorway, frustrated as he reprimands the students and laments his lack of authority. A hand reaches forward, unleashing a surge of blinding energy. A surge of radiant energy and glowing hexagons gathers above as the protagonist begins a powerful summoning. A fierce figure issues a heated warning to an off-panel rival, radiating power and determination. A radiant figure unleashes a powerful surge of energy, triggering a dramatic transformation. An elderly man forcefully channels energy into the cracked barrier, attempting to restore it. An older man with silver hair glares intensely in silence, heightening the tension. Ling Wan confronts his opponent with a menacing glare, the glowing mark on his forehead pulsing with intensity. An older man forcefully warns someone that this is not a place to act freely. A character glares fiercely and demands to know if the other side wants war, escalating the confrontation. Cornered and out of options, he decides to use his last resort. Ling Wan gathers his energy and prepares to attack. A towering armored force engulfs the character as he triggers a powerful transformation. Sensing something unexpected, the protagonist turns sharply with a serious expression. Ling Wan charges up in his armored form, preparing to launch a devastating attack. A colossal armored figure strikes with overwhelming force, sending the smaller opponent flying in a burst of light. A surge of glowing, hexagonal patterned energy smashes into the building, sending glass and debris flying. Amidst a burst of light, the protagonist realizes his action has succeeded. A character unleashes a surge of glowing energy from their foot as they activate a powerful ability. Ling Wan rushes toward the door, expressing urgent gratitude to the headmaster. An elderly man smirks as his opponent flees after being outsmarted. A glowing figure confronts the silent, furred creature as tension fills the scene. Reeling in shock, he realizes the transformation judge has shattered his territory. An elderly man smirks as he acknowledges the impressive abilities of a younger individual. Ling Wan sprints alone across the vast, empty floor, driven by determination. A masked figure hides in the shadows, anxiously scanning the area to make sure it's safe. Ling Wan closes his eyes and exhales deeply, steadying himself in the quiet city night. Ling Wan realizes the president is likely behind the City Chow incident, and worries that confronting him will be difficult due to their difference in strength. He wonders why his absorption ability won't work, suspecting it's due to insufficient points. Ling Wan throws his arms up and loudly declares his frustration as he gives up. Ling Wan pauses in silence, lost in deep thought. Determined to expose the truth, the protagonist formulates a careful plan to confront the president without making any mistakes. Ling Wan resolves to head to the mine in order to avoid raising the president's suspicions. A young man stands outside a large building at night, clenching his fist as he prepares to confront what awaits inside. A determined figure fixates on the golden badge, resolved to claim it. The full moon illuminates the quiet night sky. A tearful boy reveals that the badge has already been stolen. The orange-haired boy screams in shock as he reacts to an unexpected event. Two students argue in the hallway about how the theft happened so quickly after they separated in the morning. A battered character laments his helplessness after losing something to a group of freshmen from the Southern District. The Southern District keeps the badge hidden by rotating it among themselves and plans to choose the final owner internally on the last day. A student explains that retrieving the badge requires defeating all 500 freshmen in the Southern District, making the task nearly impossible. He quietly considers the need to stay low profile to avoid trouble. He quickly comes up with a plan to retrieve the badge without confronting the others directly. The scene shifts to a bright, cloud-filled sky, signaling a transition. Ling Wan meditates alone before the temple doors as sunlight streams in. A pair of glowing sneakers steps forward on the tiled floor with determination. He steels himself, eyes locked forward as he prepares for a critical moment. A vigilant figure confronts the newcomer at the entrance, declaring them the 101st to attempt stealing the badge. A confident figure points to the golden badge on the ground and challenges others to defeat him if they want to claim it. The red-haired young man refuses to duel unless the challenger signs up with a name. A spiky-haired boy steps onto a glowing stage and loudly introduces himself as a freshman from the Southern District. A confident upperclassman kneels on the mat and prepares to demonstrate his abilities after boldly challenging the freshman. A martial artist demonstrates how his techniques have become much stronger with the addition of psionic energy. A confident student boasts about remaining undefeated in one-on-one arena duels. Ling Luan summons his dragon spirit, preparing to unleash a powerful martial technique. With fierce determination, he challenges his opponent to come forward. Ling Luan clenches his hands and vows to earn the badge. A devastating punch lands on the protagonist's face, crackling with energy and catching him off guard. A male character is violently struck by several glowing energy blasts and recoils in pain. A man in a suit is hurled across the floor, crying out in pain as he crashes down. One character surrenders in fear as the other stands ready in the dojo. The protagonist scoffs at his opponent's lack of strength. Realizing their opponent is too powerful, one character admits defeat and urges the other to leave. An enthusiastic character asks to take a photo with the badge to share the moment online. Ling Luan quickly turns and reacts defensively to an unexpected threat. Ling Luan eagerly pleads for a chance to challenge Yi Dao, hoping to impress others. Ling Luan realizes the other person's true motive is a desire for compliments. Holding up the golden medallion, the main character stands confidently in the dojo. An energetic student directs a photo session, encouraging the senior to look at the camera and keep their eyes open. The protagonist smirks confidently, his intense eyes glowing with self-assurance. A phone's camera flashes, capturing an important moment. Ling Luan clutches the glowing medallion, straining to withstand its overwhelming power. A pair of hands lifts a radiant golden emblem, revealing it to the others. Su Daqiang snatches the badge and escapes while his defeated opponent stands in shock. A furious character confronts an opponent, shouting and blocking any chance of escape. A character unleashes a surge of energy and activates a special technique. A character glides at incredible speed past a traditional wooden building, surprising everyone nearby. A furious student storms through the hallway, vowing to search the entire school and punish whoever stole his badge. A dramatic announcement introduces the name Su Dichang from the Southern District. Someone arrives at the Southern District dormitory building, breathing heavily. Startled, he quickly turns his head toward the sudden disturbance outside. Two characters spot each other outside the building and exchange surprised questions. One character demands to know if the other's badge has been stolen, leaving both visibly shocked. One character confronts the other, demanding to know if they are the one from the Southern District. Annoyed, the character complains about someone giving a pitiful look and wanting to take a photo to share online. Someone urgently calls out to a person from above the apartment buildings. A shocked character demands to know who has their badge. A blonde character eyes the badge with determination, calculating how to claim it among hundreds of competitors. One character angrily hurls an object at another who walks away without reacting. A character shoots an irritated glance sideways as a small, sharp object hits the ground nearby. A large golden shield endures a rapid series of heavy impacts. A golden badge and a black cat plushie with a bow are displayed, highlighting a significant achievement. A blonde character recoils in shock, eyes wide as he reacts to an unexpected event. A character astonishingly unveils a glowing badge as golden light erupts behind him. A boot slams down as someone shouts in fury. An outraged character confronts another about the stolen Hello Kitty badge while brandishing a giant futuristic weapon. An aggressive character demands to see the Southern District badge, refusing to back down. A furious student rallies the group, ordering everyone to attack at once as they charge forward. The two rivals glare at each other, either willing to back down. Chaos erupts as the apartment building comes under attack. A series of powerful explosions erupts, signaling an intense clash. Amidst swirling smoke and debris, a character collapses to the ground, overcome with despair. Two shadowy figures with glowing eyes stand over a group of injured people they have just defeated. A defiant student mocks his beaten rivals and orders them to hand over his badge. A character excitedly reveals a glowing kitty badge. Ling Luan demands an answer, his anger intensifying the confrontation. Ling Luan hides behind a wall, watching a tense standoff as two figures stand among unconscious bodies. From behind cover, Ling Luan cautiously observes the aftermath, relieved he avoided direct conflict with the powerful group. Ling Luan snatches the last badge with a confident grin, certain no one will suspect him. Glowing streaks cut across the bright blue sky. A student arrives at the sunlit school building after being summoned by the dean. A stern, bearded man skeptically questions the request to protect 3 selected students. Ling Luan responds with guarded confidence, questioning the motive behind the assumption. 2 men discuss keeping watch over 3 troublesome kids to prevent any disruption to the mining operation. The group anxiously awaits the upcoming announcement, certain that one of the students in question will be identified. After 3 days of competition, the badge is awarded to its final owner as the location comes into focus. A dramatic announcement reveals the 3 qualifiers. 2 contestants are called to the stage as the atmosphere grows tense. As the crowd watches the 2 strong competitors on stage, questions arise about the mysterious third person whose badge vanished on the second day. 3 men argue about the recent attack, with one denying involvement as another shares a rumor about someone pretending to be him. A furious man glares and declares he will confront the imposter pretending to be him. The announcer steps forward to introduce the third qualifier, building anticipation in the crowd. A cheerful boy steps forward and introduces himself to the class. The audience reacts with confusion and skepticism as an unfamiliar person is introduced on stage. One student energetically thanks the crowd while the others react with surprise and curiosity. Both characters freeze in shock as an unexpected name is revealed. A group of hostile students confronts a newcomer, demanding to know the truth about his badge. With a playful grin, he brushes off the compliment and claims he's just lucky. While walking near the school, Ling Luan notices a strange red spiral glowing above the building. A boy notices a sudden bright flash in the sky and sees a shining object fall to the ground. He excitedly holds up the glowing badge, realizing it's a qualifier badge. He proudly explains how he earned the badge, grinning and flashing a peace sign. Several characters grit their teeth as they struggle against an overwhelming force. Two figures on stage face an angry crowd shouting accusations of lying and nepotism. A stunned student realizes that their own badge is connected to Lin Luan. A male student stands in the center as he is surrounded by accusations of cheating. A series of notifications appear as the protagonist gains multiple dislike points from different people. A student angrily confronts another, demanding the return of his badge. Ling Luan angrily shouts to silence the other person. A furious young man points at someone off-panel and accuses them of stealing his badge. A defiant character challenges the accusation that Lin Luan earned the badge through luck and cheating. Surprised by the revelation, the protagonist's eyes widen as he processes the new information. Someone realizes that the boy did something unexpected while they were just playing around. Someone acknowledges that he has become much stronger than they anticipated. Energy surges in the clenched fist as the character prepares to act. Several characters loudly accuse someone of cheating, rapidly increasing their dislike points. A surge of dislike notifications rapidly accumulates, increasing the total points received. A major milestone is reached as the points total jumps to 10,232. An injured man with glasses furiously warns everyone to stay quiet or leave, insisting that student Lin Luan earned the reward. The audience erupts in angry accusations, suspecting favoritism and bribery. Someone urgently shouts warnings as a crisis unfolds. Two furious figures confront the nervous protagonist, accusing him of using them. Ling Luan anxiously raises his hands and insists he hasn't broken any rules while pleading with the seniors. The protagonist confidently explains that he only used minimal force to take the badge, justifying his clever strategy. He pauses in tense silence, contemplating his next move in the dimly lit room. One uniformed young man coldly warns the other that weak people will die miserably at the mine, urging him to give up. Ling Luan stands firm, eyes fixed ahead as he braces himself for the pivotal confrontation. A warning about the dangers of the upcoming 2-week journey is given, and the traveler accepts it with determination. One student encourages the other about becoming stronger, admitting to feeling a bit jealous. With fierce determination in his eyes, the protagonist vows to work hard and catch up. A boy with orange hair calls out to someone with hopeful anticipation. One student pointedly asks another to speak, but is met with silence and annoyance as a third observes the tense exchange. With fierce determination, he vows to surpass his rival countless times over. Someone shouts a warning from above as 3 people pause on the landing near the stairs. Ling Luan agrees to the request with a confident smile. The mining team leaves in armored vehicles, heading into the desert mountains. A large, muscular figure suddenly appears in a threatening stance, startling everyone nearby. A nervous team member reluctantly acknowledges the bald figure as the new team leader while others watch from the background. A stern authority figure harshly questions the standards of the psionic school after seeing the new qualifier. A uniformed figure warns someone to stay away while another comments on the kid's widespread unpopularity. A nervous boy realizes this journey will be much harder than expected. 3 students appear in separate glowing frames, each revealing a different emotional response as the competition intensifies. Realizing the white-haired kid is missing, the character sits pensively inside the futuristic vehicle. Sensing something unexpected, he snaps to attention with sharp, wary focus. Ling Luan stands alone, visibly unsettled by an unexpected situation. A soldier urgently salutes and delivers a report to a bearded superior in front of armored vehicles. The officer announces that all troops have assembled and are ready to depart. A military vehicle prepares to move out as the vanguard unit assembles for departure. Multiple units assemble rapidly, preparing for immediate action. An inspection unit arrives on the scene, signaling a new phase in the operation. A man with glasses enthusiastically announces that the team is assembled while another character with silver hair sits nearby. A bearded man in uniform urgently calls all units to attention. A convoy of armored vehicles launches down the road at high speed. Critical information about the mine is distributed as armored vehicles race across the rugged terrain. The title, Scarlet Eye, appears boldly, signaling the start of a new chapter. A convoy of armored vehicles arrives at the mine, stirring up dust and tension. A large tract of land began emitting psionic energy 2 months ago, prompting an ongoing investigation with a holographic map illustrating the energy concentrations. A glowing digital schematic reveals the activation of the Scarlet Eye power. 2 characters sit in the vehicle, closely inspecting the mysterious glowing cards marked with an eye symbol. Ling Luan stares at the glowing screen as another ominous eye symbol appears. The group analyzes the psionic energy map, pinpointing the location where the target is most likely hiding. A confident character eagerly asks if they have a chance to approach the Jade King. One man sternly challenges the other about whether he dared to touch the Jade King. 3 characters huddle together, suddenly reacting in confusion to something unexpected ahead. A stern figure warns that the Jade King energy is overwhelmingly powerful and must not be approached. The panel explains that the mine has been divided into 4 zones based on the concentration of psionic energy and associated dangers. A stern man explains that the mining team now includes 200 members and, with students joining for the first time, everyone will be assigned to the safest Zone C under the supervision of Captain Lei Hu. Overwhelmed by frustration, the character curses loudly. A vehicle pulls up to the fortified outpost, signaling their arrival. A group arrives at the mine's outpost and surveys the area from inside a dark vehicle. A commanding figure assigns the outer perimeter to the guards and directs the main group to enter the mine, emphasizing their advantage over the assailants. Ling Luan is stunned as he witnesses a sudden, blinding light. The sun sets behind a sky painted with vibrant, colorful clouds, establishing a calm and tranquil atmosphere. The full moon casts its light over the silent night. A uniformed officer announces that parking arrangements are complete as personnel prepare for action beside a military vehicle. A convoy of cars pulls into a forest clearing at night. Shadowy figures gather by a dark SUV in a misty clearing, heightening the tension. 3 characters reach their destination and look up at the starry sky, visibly excited and relieved. Ling Luan approaches the massive glowing trees, awestruck by the surreal landscape. The group arrives at the mine and prepares to set up camp for the night. A magical forest with glowing blue trees and mystical lights is revealed. Ling Luan's eyes widen in shock as he realizes something startling. Someone steps forward with determination, ready to act. A mysterious figure warns that the mine can confuse and endanger anyone who enters alone. He turns to the side, startled by something unexpected in the mist. A man with glasses greets the protagonist and introduces himself as a subordinate of the inspector. The young man realizes that the person being discussed is the elderly man in the wheelchair. 2 characters discuss the presence of Sure Lily and clarify their responsibilities at the mining site. The character hints at a new motive while adjusting their glasses with a sly smile. The scene opens with a calm sky, marking the beginning of a new moment. People hurry out of their tents as a loud command orders everyone in Zone C to assemble for foot drill. Soldiers stand at attention on the field and loudly count off during roll call. Ling Luan scans the group and notes that only 30 participants remain in Zone C. Watching the others venture deeper into the glowing forest, the protagonist feels a pang of envy. A crowd stares in shock at the appearance of massive, glowing pillars. Ling Luan recoils in shock as news of imminent danger reaches him and the nearby soldiers. A massive explosion bursts from the ground, shaking the entire area. A group of soldiers suddenly look up in terror as an unknown threat appears above them. An intimidating figure angrily calls out the incompetence of others and points to where a man is located. A commanding officer issues the order to prepare for departure, and a soldier responds with a salute. A group of soldiers receives instructions to patrol the outer area of Zone C and search for visible psionic crystals. A stern figure in uniform explains that the configured watch will display the levels of psionic plants and beasts, as well as provide reference information. The commanding officer instructs the assembled soldiers to use their equipment to contact headquarters immediately if they face an uncontrollable situation. A stern leader urgently orders the group to prepare and enter the mine in teams of 3 after 20 minutes. The protagonist stands alert as 2 armed men block his path with cold, challenging stares. A cheerful young man with orange hair enthusiastically joins the group and asks the others to look after him. One character reassures the other that they will provide support. Ling Luan smirks, his eyes shadowed with a cunning intent. The confident figure cheerfully thanks the group while everyone faces the imposing man. A stern, bearded man with a scar over his eye surveys his surroundings with a brooding intensity. A departure order is given for Zone C. The leaves separate, exposing a hidden clearing deep within the forest. The group enters a mystical forest filled with towering, colorful mushrooms and dense greenery. A monstrous red eye emerges from the darkness, radiating menace. Ling Luan readies his blade at the front, while 2 teammates watch cautiously in the cocoon-filled forest. The protagonist examines a strange plant while 2 others watch from a distance. A tense confrontation brews as one figure remains wary in the forest while another observes with a sly grin from the shadows. Alarmed, Ling Luan sprints through the forest, desperately trying to catch up with his companions. A boot stomps down with force, shaking the ground. Ominous blue energy begins to swirl and manifest in the darkness. Ling Luan's eyes widen in shock as he reacts to something unexpected. An ancient staff wrapped in cloth is revealed, its glowing red stones casting an ominous light. Dark tentacles writhe menacingly in the stormy gloom. Ferocious beasts surge forward, attacking from every direction. Ling Luan freezes in shock as he realizes something unexpected. The protagonist studies a holographic display that warns about the deadly snake vine and its threat to psionic beings. Ling Luan swiftly cuts down the attacking tentacles with his sword. A severed, glowing horn crashes onto the ground. A surge of glowing green energy races across the ground toward the plant-like object. Ling Luan examines the glowing vine, realizing he can harvest a psionic crystal if he locates its main body. Ling Wan searches the desolate landscape, anxiously calling out for his missing brothers. A boot slams onto the ground as someone makes a dramatic entrance. Sensing an unexpected presence, Ling Wan stands alert in the eerie forest surrounded by glowing red orbs. A burly man steps forward, locking eyes with his opponent as he declares his intent to settle their conflict once and for all. A muscular man cracks his knuckles and declares that it's time to settle everything. An orange-haired boy recoils in shock as a blinding light bursts behind him. A cautious figure tries to defuse the tense standoff by insisting there is no reason for conflict. Ling Wan urgently explains that he acted in self-defense after being attacked first. A bald, muscular figure confronts a younger person with orange hair in a forest filled with red orbs. Despite his inner conflict, he resolves to support his family no matter what. A bearded man unleashes a surge of lightning from his hand. Ling Wan leaps forward and delivers a devastating energy strike with his glowing sword. A spiky-haired man is hurled backward by a devastating blast. Massive, clawed limbs burst from the stormy clouds as crackling energy surges around the monstrous entity. Panicking, the boy realizes he is no match for his opponent and fears being defeated with a single blow. Ling Wan rushes forward with his glowing sword, relying on his save points as monsters close in behind him. Ling Wan, filled with determination, activates his supernatural ability as he shouts an apology. Two startled figures look up as enormous tentacles suddenly descend from above. Ling Wan is ambushed as two swords close in on him, leaving him startled and fearful. A bearded man swiftly dodges sharp projectiles that whiz past his head. Glowing restraints immobilize the struggling man as he cries out in pain. A muscular captive strains against glowing metallic restraints, his body trembling with the effort to break free. Several swords are unleashed in a rapid, intense attack. Metallic tentacles lash out and restrain Ling Wan as his opponent is hammered by a barrage of forceful blows. Ling Wan is forcefully restrained and slammed alongside another captive as the situation escalates. Two figures plunge helplessly into a glowing pit as panic erupts. Shadowy skeletal hands surge from the darkness, reaching for anything above. A muscular man braces himself for a fight as a younger boy hides behind him amid the rubble. A muscular, bearded man smashes through two massive boulders with a fierce expression. Enraged by a setback, the bald, scarred man lashes out in frustration. A person suddenly falls in front of Ling Wan, startling him. Ling Wan shouts a warning with a look of alarm. A boot slams down near the creature's claws, halting its advance. Ling Wan's eyes widen as he reacts in shock to something unexpected. Ling Wan stands over a defeated opponent in a clearing littered with monster bones. Overcome by terror, Ling Wan shouts in panic as the situation turns dire. Twisted bones jut sharply from the ground, filling the air with a sense of impending danger. Dark tentacles erupt violently from the shattered surface. Ling Wan advances cautiously through the tunnel as massive tentacles writhe around him. A digital display warns that the snake vine is dangerous to psionic beings and must be killed. An orange-haired character furiously rejects the digital evaluation, insisting the result is inaccurate. A system alert announces the formation of a dangerous snake vine nest, raising the threat level to A. A bald man is pinned to the ground by ghostly tendrils as ominous animal skulls loom nearby. Ling Wan shouts urgently for Big Hu, his determination clear. A fierce fighter unleashes a powerful, glowing claw attack while leaping at a muscular opponent caught off guard. Ling Wan quickly supports the injured man as they prepare to leave the dangerous area. A character notices with alarm as the glowing hole in the ceiling rapidly seals shut. Ling Wan, despite recent hostility, supports the injured opponent and refuses to abandon him. Ling Wan charges forward, striking down with both arms in a desperate attack. A muscular man is violently expelled from a tree with sinister red eyes watching from the bark. A character is slammed into a massive tree, shattering its trunk with the impact. A man is slammed face first into the ground with brutal force. The protagonist collapses face down on the ground, completely exhausted. Ling Wan stands paralyzed with fear as dark tendrils close in around him. Dark tendrils surge forward, launching a powerful attack across the glowing blue expanse. The protagonist leaps into the air, narrowly dodging a sudden barrage of sharp, monstrous appendages. Facing a horde of enemies, the protagonist hesitates, uncertain if he can overpower the monstrous threat. A system notification reveals that the absorb ability can be used on the opponent's snake vine if 1,000 points are spent, surprising the character with its versatility. An energy projectile blasts rapidly across the scene, signaling the start of a swift attack. Ling Wan seizes the monster's scaly limb, straining with determination. Ling Wan clenches his teeth and glares fiercely at the threat before him. Ling Wan pauses in shock as he realizes he might have just controlled his power. An orange-haired character is suddenly struck hard across the face by a large object. Ling Wan plummets through falling debris, screaming in terror. The distressed young man urgently explains that simply biting a branch is not enough to control it. Ling Wan scans the area, determined to locate the main core among the swirling energy forms. Ling Wan stands alert as he detects the presence of powerful psionic energy swirling before him. Ling Wan bursts onto the scene, locking eyes with his target as he announces their discovery. A sudden attack is launched as shadowy feline figures are unleashed. The protagonist stands ready in the underground cavern, confidently announcing his upgraded skills and preparation for the upcoming challenge. A furious young man commands his allies to attack the target. Spirit beasts surge forward as their leader orders a powerful attack. A sudden barrage of attacks erupts, filling the scene with chaotic energy. A thick mist pours from the dark cave entrance, revealing a new threat in the barren landscape. Ling Wan stands alone, mentally preparing himself for the confrontation ahead. A monstrous figure erupts from the scorched crater, radiating menace as white slashes tear through the air. A monstrous beast unleashes a deafening roar, baring its glowing teeth as it towers menacingly. A digital warning announces a kill order for the uncontrollable mutant beast. Ling Wan spots a holographic warning about a mutant beast and reacts with shock. A massive, radiant pink crystal bursts from the ground, capturing everyone's attention. 3 figures discover a glowing psionic crystal of 11 level B in the cavern. Something moves stealthily through the dense forest as red, glowing orbs pulse from within the trees. 2 figures freeze in shock as something unexpected interrupts the tense moment. A beast slams its clawed foot onto the ground, unleashing a surge of energy. A 3-headed beast emerges, snarling fiercely under the surreal sky. A kill order is issued as the mutated psionic beast is classified an A-level threat. 3 soldiers spot the mutant beast and react with panic. A mutant centipede bursts into Zone B, threatening everyone nearby. A giant mutant vulture bursts into the sky over Zone B. A mutant spider bursts into Zone A, signaling a new threat. A panicked officer urgently orders all personnel to raise the alert level as mutant psionic beasts appear everywhere. A decisive statement echoes as glowing tree-like structures fill the scene, declaring that all mutant beasts can be killed. A man and a woman discover and examine a high-tech weapon with growing tension. A monstrous beast advances, growling with glowing eyes. 2 wolf pups huddle together and call out in the sunlit forest. A digital alert issues an urgent order to kill the mutated, uncontrollable psionic beast classified as an A-level threat. The group hesitates, questioning whether they must kill the creature that is protecting its young. A snarling beast glares forward, bearing its aggression. A monstrous wolf creature unleashes a powerful howl into the light. Both characters recoil in alarm as something unexpected happens. 2 small, fluffy creatures are revealed, huddling together under a bright light. A monstrous wolf clamps its jaws around 2 small creatures in a violent attack. A small wolf pup lets out a weak howl while surrounded by looming, sharp claws. A wolf-like creature unleashes a powerful howl, its eyes glowing fiercely. A beast bares its blood-stained fangs, exuding a menacing presence. A powerful attack erupts, filling the scene with a dramatic burst of energy. 2 characters recoil in shock as something is suddenly eaten right before them. 2 blood-soaked spikes pierce through the wolf's mouth, stopping it instantly. A menacing beast glares fiercely, growling as it reveals its hostility. 2 figures brace themselves as a massive beast looms before them, growling menacingly. 2 fighters surge forward as one shouts to kill the mutant beast. A colossal fire blast crashes against the blue barrier, triggering a violent explosion. A sudden barrage of explosive attacks tears through the rocky terrain. A group of 5 approaches a glowing red cavern, bracing themselves before the ominous entrance. Ling Wan stands firmly between 2 others, silently preparing for the confrontation ahead. He steels himself with unwavering determination, preparing to face the challenge ahead. He fixes a menacing glare on his unseen opponent as dark clouds gather overhead. He locks eyes with the challenge ahead, his determination unwavering. The masked character fixes an intense, unwavering glare on their opponent. A stern man adjusts his glasses and silently contemplates the situation. A massive burst of red smoke erupts, signaling the release of a powerful attack. A commanding figure instructs the group to guard the area and allow no one inside. The group enters a chamber filled with glowing red pods, bracing themselves for whatever threat lies ahead. A powerful explosion engulfs the area in dense, swirling smoke, blocking all visibility. A monstrous wolf lunges forward, its bloody jaws open in a savage attack. Ling Wan concentrates and unleashes a surge of dragon energy that radiates around him. A fierce protagonist unleashes a glowing dragon-shaped attack at the lunging beast. A wolf-like beast is blasted out of the air by a powerful, glowing strike. The beast lunges forward with bloody jaws, ready to attack. Ling Wan powers up as an opponent aims a bazooka at him. A red eye hidden in a tree watches over the quiet forest, hinting at an approaching threat. The 3-headed wolf lunges forward, unleashing a ferocious attack. A giant centipede-like creature crashes violently through the broken surface, erupting into the scene. A massive spectral bird unleashes a fierce attack, slicing through the air with bursts of energy. A barrage of powerful sword slashes tears into the monstrous spider-like creature amid a surge of purple energy. 2 exhausted soldiers pause in a glowing forest, struggling to catch their breath after a tense ordeal. He realizes the psionic beasts are far stronger than expected, sending a wave of shock through him. A tense figure braces for a fierce battle, sweat running down his face as flames rage behind him. Someone bites down hard on a gloved hand in a desperate attempt to resist. A digital interface confirms the successful absorption and replication of the rattan tentacle's skill. A monstrous creature looms forward, taunting with a sinister grin. Stunned by the system's capabilities, the protagonist realizes that even an unconscious psionic beast can be absorbed. Ling Wan confidently leads the way to investigate the mine, standing atop a powerful beast as energy crackles around him. Breathing heavily, he struggles to regain his composure. Ling Wan unleashes a powerful dragon formation, summoning a glowing, spectral dragon that coils around him. A beast lunges forward, its glowing eyes radiating menace. A red-eyed wolf struggles against a glowing magical barrier. Ling Wan urgently commands immediate action. A determined figure leaps across the chasm, gripping a glowing weapon. A character with braided hair aims a powerful futuristic weapon at a goat-like creature trapped within a glowing energy circle. A powerful device activates, crackling with intense blue electricity. A massive energy beam blasts down from above, triggering a powerful explosion on the ground. Ling Wan crashes down with overwhelming force, shattering the ground in a burst of energy. A character rockets into the sky, blasting through the clouds with impressive force. Panting and drenched in sweat, the character struggles to catch their breath under intense stress. A figure stands before the shattered stone wall as a beam of light breaks through the rubble. A massive boar slams into the ground, scattering dust and debris everywhere. Breathing heavily, the group acknowledges their victory but realizes the mine is still far stronger than they are. A massive explosion rips through the mountains, sending shockwaves across the landscape. Ling Wan steps forward alone, facing the eerie structures and their glowing red orbs. Ling Wan focuses intensely, preparing himself for the imminent challenge. Ling Wan stands firm as a massive burst of red energy erupts before him. A mystical seal on the character's chest activates, glowing intensely and signaling a surge of hidden power. Four figures cautiously survey the eerie forest, their attention fixed on the glowing red nodes scattered across the trees. A shadowed figure steps quietly onto the grass, moving with careful intent. He turns sharply, reacting to the unexpected sound behind him. A man with glasses greets the group and asks if the president is present. A wary figure confronts the unexpected arrival of an inspector. Someone urgently monitors a tracking screen after realizing the president's location has vanished. An inspector reminds the group that, despite having little authority, they must ensure everyone fulfills their responsibilities. A masked man aggressively orders the anxious intruder to leave, insisting they can handle the territory themselves. A character with glasses and long hair stands confidently, smiling calmly against a bright backdrop. Two men face each other in heavy silence, one intensely confrontational, while the other watches cautiously from behind. A masked figure warns that exploring the mine comes with a risk of death. A masked figure warns that if an investigator is killed, their death will go uninvestigated. A character is forcefully struck, recoiling from the impact with a stunned expression. Ling Wan crashes into a stone pillar, his hands bleeding as he cries out in pain. A panicked character threatens to report the others, pointing angrily at their arm. A character screams in agony as a sudden energy beam strikes their hand. A glowing-eyed figure confronts the silver-haired person and blames them for what has happened. Bruised and anxious, the protagonist confronts his opponents and demands to know their intentions. Ling Wan cries out in alarm, desperately calling for help. Ling Wan braces himself to confront the looming threat as the moment for decisive action arrives. A weary man in a futuristic wheelchair reflects on the inspectorate's decline and the loss of its influence and officers. A group of shadowy figures faces a blazing backdrop as one of them declares that all efforts are now futile. An older man lowers his head and gravely reveals that the inspector's reported deaths hide a darker truth. With unwavering resolve, the protagonist declares that the man must face the consequences. The two silently face off, each refusing to look away as tension builds between them. The group discusses their adversary's weakening power and his plan to steal Wang Yu from the mine to regain strength. A character announces that this is a unique chance to assassinate the president. A character steps firmly into the room, signaling a decisive entrance. Ling Wan steps forward and volunteers to take on the responsibility. An older man warns that, despite weakened power, the threat remains dangerous. A desperate character urgently calls out for the teacher. A childhood memory of family quickly darkens as a menacing presence with glowing eyes overshadows the shrine. Determined to take revenge, he swears to kill his enemy himself. Ling Wan rushes through the shadowy forest toward the glowing portal in the tree. A massive surge of power explodes, scattering red energy and embers in all directions. He realizes his power has finally grown. He desperately reaches toward the swirling red energy, summoning it back into the ancient stone structure. A devastating surge of energy erupts, flooding the scene with overwhelming force. A shadowy figure unleashes a mysterious power as a glowing symbol flares to life on their chest. A massive energy blast explodes across the battlefield, overwhelming everything in its path. A character laughs wildly as an intense surge of power courses through him. Ling Wan bursts into wild laughter as red energy crackles around him. A glowing energy beam impales the man with purple hair, leaving him screaming in agony. A character is suddenly shocked by an unexpected event. Wounded and desperate, the protagonist braces himself and narrowly dodges a barrage of sharp energy blasts. Ling Wan summons a glowing blue energy, preparing to unleash his power. He realizes his opponent can not only become transparent but also control psionic energy. He grits his teeth and forces himself forward, battling through the pain. A family photo transitions to a memorial scene, revealing the loss of loved ones. Out of breath and exhausted, he pushes himself forward with determination. Ling Wan's eyes widen as he is struck by a sudden, alarming realization. Ling Wan stands over the defeated opponent, asserting his dominance after a brutal confrontation. Ling Wan experiences a long-awaited breakthrough. Ling Wan lies collapsed and motionless on the ground, his clothes torn from battle. The character laughs loudly, trying to hide their anxiety. A terrified person drops to their knees and begs for mercy as four figures loom over them in the dark woods. He listens anxiously, wondering if the task has been completed. A cautious figure approaches the motionless body lying among glowing embers. Ling Wan turns his back and walks away as a surge of red energy flares ominously behind him. A sudden burst of hexagonal light traps Ling Wan, leaving him shocked and unable to move. Startled by something unexpected, he reacts in alarm. He braces himself as a massive blast of fiery red energy erupts toward him. A silver-haired character, injured and weakened, realizes the attack was timed to exploit his vulnerability. Ling Wan glares upward and accuses his opponent of being from the association. Ling Wan gathers his resolve, ready to face the challenge ahead. A lone figure taunts the unseen opponent while standing confidently within a crackling energy barrier. The purple-haired character taunts his opponent, revealing that his power has already been restored. A character is stunned as a blinding surge of energy erupts before them. A character observes that the swirling energy remains unabsorbed, raising concern. A hand reaches out as a glowing crystal hovers above, responding to the summoning gesture. A menacing figure conjures an energy sphere and threatens his unseen opponent to come forward. Startled by the sudden attack, he recoils as energy streaks dangerously close to his face. A colossal surge of purple energy devastates the barren landscape. A frightened character stumbles backward as two figures block his escape, their presence overwhelming and tense. Ling Wan shouts in alarm, desperately calling out for help. The young man bursts forward with fierce determination, surging past his opponents. A masked figure blocks the other's path, demanding to know where they are going. A furious man with a mechanical arm shouts and forcefully drives his opponent back with a powerful attack. The man with glowing eyes steps forward, ready to confront the looming threat as the worried girl watches from behind. A powerful artifact unleashes a surge of destructive energy, forcing everyone nearby to dodge the crackling blast. A man charges desperately through the smoke, calling out for help. A devastating projectile blasts through the barrier, tearing a destructive path. A long-haired man screams in pain as barbed wires tighten around his limbs, restraining his movements. One character mocks the captive's unexpected skills as another threatens with a raised sword, escalating the confrontation. A surge of purple energy explodes across the scene, overwhelming everything in its path. He endures a powerful attack as swirling energy engulfs him. A figure confronts a hidden opponent, declaring escape impossible while wielding glowing energy orbs. The wild-eyed attacker declares he will not stop his relentless assault. A blinding energy blast erupts, tearing through the swirling clouds. Red energy violently breaks through the snow-covered ice, fracturing the ground. The scene shifts to a sky filled with blue and pink clouds. Two exhausted figures catch their breath beside the fallen beast as smoke drifts over the shattered ground. The group decides to regroup with the others to recover their strength. The massive beast collapses, defeated, as dark energy gathers ominously around its body. A sudden explosion of energy bursts from the center, shaking the scene. A monstrous shadow beast roars as two figures freeze in shock before it. The monster unexpectedly revives, leaving the group desperate and unprepared to fight again. A giant wolf suddenly lunges at the group, overwhelming them with fear. A restrained furry arm strains against a blue-green cloth, struggling to break free. A massive wolf creature is hurled backward through the forest as two figures tense in response. Dark tendrils burst forth, overtaking the scene with an ominous surge. A wounded beast, bound by ice spikes, whimpers desperately on the ground. Two figures stand frozen in a shadowy forest, alarmed as one urgently tries to understand what just happened. A monstrous beast emerges, causing panic as it towers over a defeated creature. A massive restrained beast struggles and lets out a distressed howl. A long-haired figure tries to stay calm while facing a wall embedded with glowing red stones. The assertive character warns that the other's anger will soon fade. The system confirms the successful absorption of Lost Wolf. Two characters panic and huddle together, overwhelmed by the threat of two mutant beasts they believe they cannot defeat. A wolf-like creature and a blue gorilla-like being celebrate together with a high five. Two terrified characters panic as they realize their enemies are now working together in the mine. A startled observer notices two strange, hunched creatures facing the wall in a shadowy room. The group reacts in disbelief as their opponents unexpectedly retreat, leaving them anxious and confused. A character wonders if someone was behind the orangutan as they realize they have been saved. Riding atop a fierce wolf and flanked by a powerful beast, the protagonist laughs triumphantly, asserting his dominance. He fiercely announces his ambition to become the king of mutant beasts, energy radiating behind him. A decisive command is given to move toward the mine center and defeat all the mutant beasts. Ling Wan unleashes a powerful blast of energy from his mouth. Soldiers urgently raise the alarm as the mutant beasts prove far more powerful than expected. A monstrous three-headed beast snarls and reveals its glowing fangs, signaling an imminent threat. Three armored dog-like creatures appear side by side, each showing a unique expression. A monstrous, multi-eyed creature with a glowing gem on its forehead emerges, radiating a menacing presence. A monstrous cluster of glowing purple eyes emerges from the darkness. A monstrous bird-like creature unleashes a powerful roar, sending energy surging through the air. A blushing bird-like creature suddenly appears, capturing everyone's attention. A monstrous creature lunges forward, unleashing a furious attack. A monstrous spider-like creature emerges, its many eyes glaring menacingly. The swirling smoke parts, unveiling a glowing and ominous background. A cloaked figure pauses to catch his breath, his foot pressing into the dusty ground. A battered man catches his breath in front of ominous red crystals embedded in the dark wall. A confident fighter taunts the outnumbered inspector while preparing to end the battle with his 3 allies. Something moves unseen through the dark forest. 2 figures prepare for a confrontation, one gripping a sword while the other stands confidently with arms crossed. Startled and wounded, the protagonist suddenly senses a new threat. A swarm of monstrous beasts bursts from the shadows and charges straight at the protagonist. A monstrous creature releases a fearsome roar as it stands surrounded by other terrifying beasts. Alarmed, the masked figure and the girl spot mutant beasts rushing toward their location. 3 figures stand tensely before a red gem embedded in the stone wall, discovering the hidden object. A determined character urgently commands others to use the President's Guard's vitality. A monstrous, glowing-faced figure towers over a group of fighters as they brace themselves for confrontation. Ling Luan leaps into the air to evade the massive blades crashing down with explosive force. Ling Luan calmly deflects a powerful magical attack with a cat-shaped shield. Ling Luan forcefully steps forward to defend against the monstrous creature's attack. A masked man with gray hair lands a powerful punch on the 2-headed beast. Ling Luan staggers backward as a sudden explosion erupts in front of him. Ling Luan struggles to catch his breath on the floor, battered and exhausted in the dimly lit room. Ling Luan rushes to support the seriously injured companion and insists on taking him out of the cave lined with red crystals. Bruised and sweating, he refuses to leave while his ally is still fighting. He recoils in shock, eyes wide as he suddenly reacts to something unexpected. A barrage of purple energy blasts crashes into the glowing protective barrier. Ling Luan staggers as he coughs up blood, struggling to stay on his feet. Blood suddenly splatters across the ground, signaling a violent turn. A menacing figure taunts their wounded opponent, questioning how much longer he can endure. A determined swordsman charges forward with a glowing blade as a shadowy opponent counters with a surge of purple energy. Surrounded by a menacing purple aura, the figure asserts his absolute dominance and claims that escape is impossible. Ling Luan refuses to submit and channels his energy in defiance. Exhausted and bewildered, Ling Luan desperately fails to find any psionic energy core in his opponent. A massive surge of red energy erupts, filling the scene with explosive force. Ling Luan looks up in confusion, startled by the sudden change. A character recoils in shock upon realizing something unbelievable. The menacing figure ends the charade, signaling that he will no longer delay. Ling Luan announces his departure with a determined and intimidating expression. A determined figure gathers energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack across the entire territory. Ling Luan, battered and stunned, discovers a wall filled with mysterious portraits revealed under a dramatic light. Standing before the gravestone, he vows to avenge his fallen comrades. Overwhelmed by agony, he cries out in desperate refusal, tears streaming down his face. Bloodied and battered, Ling Luan defiantly refuses to give up, determined to survive. Ling Luan is trapped in the jaws of a giant beast, struggling desperately to break free. Ling Luan rushes forward after discovering that the inspector's deaths are all connected to Kwang Ming, including the loss of Li Li's adoptive parents. After years in hiding, the protagonist steels herself to fight, ready to risk everything. Ling Luan anxiously considers that if the assassination fails, Lily will be trapped in Kwang Ming's territory and likely killed. A powerful, glowing barrier crackles with energy, demonstrating that no one can break inside Kwang Ming's territory. He insists there must be another way to infiltrate the enemy's territory. A battered young man scans the dark room, startled and searching for the source of the disturbance. Trapped on a floating rock, he braces himself as massive jaws close in, threatening to devour him. The confrontation intensifies as one character recoils in shock while the other faces forward with unwavering resolve. Ling Luan stands his ground as a monstrous worm-like creature emerges in the forest clearing. A massive boulder crashes into the ground, scattering debris everywhere. Engulfed in a glowing aura, the protagonist defiantly challenges the territory's effect on the ground. A dominant figure unleashes a surge of purple energy to block any chance of escape. Ling Luan confronts the towering creature, raising his arm as energy bursts around them. A surge of intense energy erupts and rapidly expands across the scene. A massive weapon crashes down onto the glowing surface with tremendous force. A terrified figure sprints through the shadowy forest, desperate to escape. A shocked young man clutches his face and urgently calls out for Ms. Hella. Pinned beneath a massive creature, Ling Luan struggles desperately against glowing web-like restraints. Restrained by glowing tendrils, Ling Luan collapses to the ground in agony. A man smirks confidently as he remarks on the unexpected appearance of a massive underground worm. A man stands beneath the swirling purple sky, raising his hand triumphantly as he marvels at the spectacle above. A powerful energy attack bursts across the scene with explosive force. He suddenly reacts as he senses a disturbance. Ling Luan charges forward, unleashing a powerful attack behind glowing hexagonal energy barriers. A character recoils in shock upon recognizing someone unexpected. A massive surge of energy erupts, filling the scene with blinding red and white light. Ling Luan launches himself upward to confront the towering red-armored enemy. Ling Luan raises his arms and unleashes a powerful judgment attack, energy erupting around him. The purple-haired character locks eyes with their enemy and shouts in recognition. A towering red-armored figure launches a powerful assault against the glowing hexagonal barrier in the forest. A massive glowing blade crashes down onto a radiant, hexagonal energy barrier. A silver-haired man writhes in agony as a surge of intense purple energy overwhelms him. Ling Luan challenges his opponent to another duel with fierce determination. A legendary spear wrapped in red cloth is revealed against the bright sky. A colossal energy blast erupts, obliterating everything in its path. An explosion erupts, filling the area with thick, swirling smoke. A frustrated character reacts angrily to a provocation, scowling amidst smoke. Ling Luan struggles to catch his breath on the ground, surrounded by crackling energy. Ling Luan rushes forward, urgently calling out to the silver-haired figure amidst the chaos. Ling Luan reels back in shock upon recognizing the presence before him. Ling Luan steps forward confidently, declaring his arrival to save someone. Supporting an injured companion, the group rushes to escape through the smoke as a monstrous figure looms behind them. A furious character shouts an insult through clenched teeth. Seeing his enemy vulnerable, the protagonist prepares to make a decisive move. After years of waiting, he steels himself to take decisive action. A fist slams into the crying, silver-haired boy, leaving him overwhelmed and vulnerable. Ling Luan reassures someone that their safety comes first, and reveals he has already made arrangements for Kwang Ming. He freezes, caught off guard by a sudden realization. Overwhelmed with rage, he shouts a furious threat, vowing not to forgive his enemy. The figure concentrates intensely, channeling energy toward the glowing orb as the red currents intensify. One character, frustrated after attacking all the enemy's vital points without effect, suspects the real enemy is not even present in the body. A character is stunned upon realizing the immense potential of psionic cultivation. He analyzes the strange events at the mine and begins to piece together a hidden truth. A secret link between Wan Yu and Kwang Ming is revealed as a glowing energy mass radiates in the background. Ling Luan jerks back in shock, startled by something unexpected off-panel. Exhausted and struggling, the protagonist tries to hold on to his dwindling psionic energy as his territory collapses. Breathing heavily, he pushes himself onward, determined to reclaim his former strength. A silhouetted figure extends his arms as a glowing sigil ignites on his chest, summoning a powerful union. A glowing red orb embedded in the tree crackles with energy as it activates. Ling Luan confronts a swirling energy entity amid jagged rocks. The character bursts into triumphant laughter, radiating confidence. A surge of energy erupts from the wounded creature as a lone figure stands resolutely at its center. He suddenly reacts in shock to something unexpected. Shocked and panicked, the protagonist suddenly realizes the dire consequences of their actions and questions what would happen if someone swallowed Wan Yu. A monstrous creature emerges, threatening everything in its path. A purple-haired character furiously shouts an insult. A character unleashes a glowing energy sphere while forcefully demanding a confession. Ling Luan smashes into the giant monster with a devastating burst of energy. Ling Luan unleashes a surge of energy and demands immediate compliance. A figure is caught in the center of several powerful purple explosions as a devastating attack is unleashed. A massive, spiked beast bursts through the smoke, dominating the fiery scene. A determined figure assigns a covert mission to a large caterpillar-like creature, instructing it to infiltrate enemy territory and consume the target. He delivers a crucial warning, stressing that keeping the Wan Yu is essential to securing victory. A strange, chubby creature suddenly appears and makes an odd noise. A monstrous creature lunges forward, preparing to attack. A bladed projectile hurtles toward the monster's gaping mouth. A purple-haired character quickly leaps back to dodge as sharp spikes erupt from the ground. Struggling to resist the attack, he feels his psionic energy draining and can no longer maintain control of his territory. A monstrous creature emerges, radiating an ominous red glow. A massive explosion erupts as clawed limbs close in around the blast. A cold and intimidating character mocks a weakened opponent for being overpowered by Wan Yu. Ling Luan urgently threatens someone to reveal information or face deadly consequences. A monstrous creature emerges from the flames, radiating menace. Ling Luan urgently warns someone not to spit it out under any circumstances. A furious character aggressively taunts his opponent, challenging their bravery. A man stands with arms outstretched, commanding the energy orbs around him to be released. A glowing fist crashes into the monster's mouth with overwhelming force. The creature is commanded to never spit out what it holds, emphasizing the urgency of its task. A boot slams onto the ground, signaling a decisive and forceful entrance. Breathing heavily, he steadies himself after the intense struggle. A white-haired character shouts in alarm, visibly panicked. One character anxiously asks if the worm is the same one from the examination field while clutching their injured arm. Ling Luan urgently outlines the risk that if the worm absorbs too much psionic energy, it could explode, but if it releases Wan Yu, Kwang Ming will become unstoppable. Torn between two dire outcomes, he hesitates under mounting pressure to decide whether to spit it out or not. A blood-stained object floats in the air as a sinister force is unleashed amid swirling purple energy. A masked, silver-haired character urgently shouts a warning, demanding someone spit something out immediately. A silver-haired character urgently demands that Ms. Hella reveal important information. The massive beast crashes to the ground, defeated and motionless amid swirling dust. A monstrous creature is urgently commanded to expel something as it releases clouds of steam. A monstrous maw surges forward, aiming to consume the glowing red energy orb. Smoke swirls as the caterpillar-like creature rapidly shrinks under a determined command. A mysterious object crashes forcefully into the ground. A mask lies abandoned on the ground, raising new questions. A massive explosion of energy erupts, engulfing the area. The purple-haired character taunts his opponent with a fierce glare. A purple-haired character shouts at the others, belittling them for being unable to stand on stage. A character collapses on the ground as red energy erupts from a magic circle, while he desperately calls something back. Ling Luan rushes forward as a glowing spirit-like force pulls away from the weakened figure pinned to the wooden structure. Ling Luan clenches the damaged artifact, vowing to take revenge. Ling Luan peers anxiously around the corner, scanning for any sign of danger. Ling Luan, battered but resolute, warns that once the enemy regains his true strength, everything will end. Realizing the danger is imminent, he clutches the strange stitched object and looks ahead in panic. An alarmed figure rushes away, urgently warning everyone to escape. Startled and tense, the man reacts in shock to something unexpected off-panel. Ling Luan senses sudden danger and tenses up, his face marked with fresh scratches. Dark energy erupts as the figure spreads his arms and laughs maniacally. Charging forward with fierce determination, the fighter rushes into battle, energy crackling around him. A character unleashes a surge of red energy, standing confidently with a fierce expression. Energy crackles around him as he gathers his strength, his determination unwavering. A powerful burst of red energy erupts with intense force. Ling Luan stands alone, mentally preparing himself for the confrontation ahead. He closes his eyes and centers his mind in deep concentration. A surge of mysterious energy overwhelms him, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. He braces himself, sweat dripping as he faces a critical moment. Ling Luan channels a surge of energy, his determination intensifying as power awakens within him. A glowing formation activates, signaling the start of a powerful territory effect. A devastating surge of energy erupts, unleashing a powerful attack across the area. A massive burst of energy erupts, filling the scene with blinding light. Ling Luan stands ready in the glowing arena, scanning the area for threats. The two characters confront a glowing barrier, one pausing in anxious hesitation while the other stands determined. Ling Luan and his ally brace themselves as they react to an imminent threat under the bright sky. The injured man clutches his head in pain and curses as soldiers watch from behind. A battered figure turns in shock as another announces that the president has succeeded. A surge of energy bursts from the cracked barrier, sending streaks of light across the area. The character stretches out his arms and unleashes a powerful force toward the glowing symbol. A character smirks confidently in response. The character smugly confirms that nothing is missing. Panting anxiously in the dark cave, he realizes the territory has expanded and doubts whether his jade can cut through it. The protagonist reels from a sudden and shocking realization. A message comes through the wristband, checking if Ling Luan is alright and noting the presence of Lily and the others. Ling Luan urgently informs the others that the entire mine is now surrounded by Kwang Ming's forces. Two battered figures, overwhelmed by exhaustion and despair, acknowledge that their situation cannot get any worse. Ling Luan sits in silence, his battered face reflecting the weight of recent struggles. A scarred figure taunts the protagonist in the glowing forest, questioning if they can survive this time. He laughs and bashfully downplays the compliment. Ling Luan quietly reveals that he has one last solution to offer. Ling Luan urgently asks for help to buy some time. Two figures stand in tense silence, surrounded by trees marked with glowing red objects. With a determined expression, the teacher agrees to fulfill the student's request. A mysterious, dark structure with a glowing red orb is revealed against the mystical background. A commanding figure urgently orders staff locations locked down and demands the immediate capture of 3 targeted students linked to a biting ghost. Someone promptly affirms the president's order. A shadowy figure quietly enters the misty forest, heightening the sense of tension. Ling Luan suddenly notices something unusual and turns his attention sharply to the side. A calm man steps forward in the misty forest and introduces himself as an inspector to the president. Ling Luan confidently announces that punishment will be given for the illegal operations he discovered. A sudden shock leaves the protagonist alert and suspicious, reacting tensely to an unexpected situation. 3 monstrous beasts bare their fangs and prepare to attack. Breathing heavily after the intense fight, the 2 battered survivors brace themselves and assess the beasts' unexpectedly strong defenses. Breathing heavily but confident, the exhausted fighter declares that the mutant beasts are on the verge of collapse and victory is within reach. A monstrous creature crouches, joined by others as they prepare to launch an attack. A monstrous creature growls aggressively, baring its teeth in a threatening display. One character stands calmly as a monstrous figure turns in shock at the unexpected reassurance. A character expresses gratitude to their teammates for weakening tough opponents, gently placing a hand on someone's head in appreciation. He smirks and taunts his opponents about how much easier they are to bite now. Ling Luan urges his weary monster allies to hold on as help is on the way. The group quietly analyzes the boy's uncanny ability to control mutant beasts, growing increasingly suspicious as one of them senses familiarity. A pink-haired character spots the ghost the president is searching for and points out that his appearance will make their job much easier. With fierce determination, the leader commands his group to split up the enemies and defeat them one by one. A monstrous figure unleashes a savage roar as another beast glares menacingly from the foreground. A masked, muscular man suddenly charges forward, catching the black-haired character off guard. Two opponents square off on the battered ground, each bracing for the imminent clash. A massive centipede-like monster lunges toward the small, pink-haired character, who braces for battle. The confident fighter mocks the opponent's weak attack and lunges forward with a taunting expression. Blades or energy slashes cut through the air in a sudden, rapid attack. A pink-haired, fox-tailed character struggles helplessly against glowing restraint bands in a chaotic scene. A monstrous creature traps the figure with glowing shackles as massive claws close into the fog. A desperate character unleashes a powerful technique, shouting as energy swirls around him. Ling Wan braces himself as a glowing avian serpent monster swoops down toward him. A shadowy figure unleashes a powerful attack amid a burst of blinding energy. Ling Luan shields his face from the swirling energy and taunts his opponent, demanding to know the purpose of their tricks. A menacing figure threatens to force the terrified protagonist to kneel and beg. A mouth with sharp fangs bursts open in a ferocious roar. A massive surge of purple energy erupts, engulfing everything in its path. A relentless barrage of energy projectiles strikes the lone figure as he plummets through the darkness. Writhing on the ground, the injured figure screams in agony as swirling smoke engulfs him. A purple-haired man mocks his weakened opponent, asserting dominance in the misty forest. Exhausted and bloodied, the character collapses to the ground, struggling to catch his breath after a brutal struggle. A figure in a red boot stomps onto the ground with force, announcing their arrival. One character collapses to the ground from exhaustion while another silently observes from a distance. He glares forward with unwavering determination, ready to face the challenge ahead. A young man is suddenly lifted off the ground as an unseen attacker grabs him by the throat. The young man gasps and struggles as the grip on his throat tightens, his face contorted in agony. A wounded fighter faces a challenge in the misty forest as his opponent presses the advantage. Ling Luan unleashes an overwhelming surge of power. A hand clamps tightly around Ling Luan's throat, leaving him gasping and drenched in sweat. Bloodied and desperate, he cries out in anguish for Lily. Two figures hide among the dark trees, breathing heavily as they recover from exhaustion. A digital interface confirms the successful absorption of buddy number 34, Du Shi. The protagonist pushes himself to work faster, as only 3 tasks remain. A fierce punch lands as the fight escalates. 3 figures are blasted backward by a sudden, powerful impact. Ling Luan reacts with suspicion, glaring intensely as he challenges someone. Ling Luan urgently shouts for Teacher Yen. A man positions himself protectively in front of a terrified companion, ready to face danger so the other can escape. He challenges the command to run, his expression defiant. Ling Luan's eyes widen as he suddenly grasps a crucial realization. One character taunts the other with a confident challenge as a menacing purple cloud looms above them. Ling Luan, battered and afraid, kneels as he faces the overwhelming power above him. A desperate figure lunges forward, crying out in panic. A character braces themselves against a powerful explosion, their coat whipping in the surge. Overwhelmed by shock, the protagonist's eyes widen as tears stream down his face. One character urgently warns the group that Lily should not face the dangerous task alone. A determined character steps forward, vowing to accompany and protect Lily no matter what happens. A devastating explosion tears the ground apart between 2 figures as one screams in pain. A character lies motionless, crushed beneath the rubble after the collapse. A character crashes through a shattered wall and lands face down, half buried in the rubble. Kneeling on the ground, he breaks down in tears, overwhelmed by pain or stress. A menacing figure threatens to kill his opponent next. 2 figures confront each other on barren ground as a glowing light appears between them. A scarred hand seizes the weapon's hilt as blue energy bursts around it. An intense gaze sharpens as the character senses something out of place. A cold figure stands over a wounded opponent, taunting their refusal to die. A bloodied figure, barely standing, urges someone to escape before it's too late. A calm man pins his opponent to the ground with a glowing force, brutally subduing him. Bloodied but unyielding, he grips his face and pushes through the pain. Overwhelmed by emotion, he breaks down in tears. A menacing figure towers over an injured opponent, asserting dominance in the aftermath of a brutal confrontation. Overwhelmed by emotion, he breaks down and sobs uncontrollably. A foot slams down on the ground with determination, signaling a bold move forward. A character urgently calls out for the president in a dark, cavernous area as a large shadow looms nearby. Ling Luan suddenly reacts to an unexpected presence. A masked figure drags a struggling boy forward and announces they have brought the requested person. A character observes that the group has finally captured their enemy. The group stands over their defeated opponent, reporting the effort it took to bring him down. A subordinate reports to the president that the enemy's psionic power has been eliminated, reducing him to a helpless state. Ling Luan, wounded and furious, accuses his attacker of committing a massacre while holding a position of authority. A character coldly dismisses the deaths in the glowing crater, attributing them to mutant beasts. Alarmed by the unnatural aggression of the mutant beasts, the protagonist realizes that something or someone is driving them to madness. Ling Wan reacts with curiosity to something unexpected. Ling Wan connects the mysterious mine and its psionic pattern to President Kwang Ming, suspecting everything is linked. A character strides forward and demands to know how much information has been discovered. The standing figure confronts the person below with a sharp demand for answers. Ling Wan braces himself, sweat running down his face as tension fills the air. A masked figure clenches a fist, ready to face a challenge as the others watch anxiously. One character defiantly announces his allegiance to City Chow, while his rival watches in silence. He suddenly notices something unexpected, his face lit up with shock. He furiously accuses someone of orchestrating the downfall of City Chow. The character realizes that the true motive behind being held is the existence of survivors from City Chow. The central figure recalls how the fall of City Chow sparked his rapid rise, expressing nostalgia and reflecting on the helplessness of that time as the others listen. A confident man explains that psionic energy exists in all living things and can concentrate to cause spiritual recovery. He explains that the energy of nature operates on a principle of balance. A character raises a finger and explains that the energy of nature relies on balance. A diagram explains that psionic power is transferred between beasts, crystals, and psionicists, revealing that gaining more psionic energy always requires taking it from another source. Startled by a shocking realization, he stares ahead in disbelief. With an ominous smile, the character confirms their next move towards City Chow. A frenzied figure boasts about seizing the city's psionic energy, as the entire population mutates into monstrous beasts. A character stands confidently, building anticipation as a radiant light shines behind them. A terrified character cries out in fear as flames erupt behind them. One character reveals that overusing psionic power caused lasting damage, forcing him to regularly replenish his energy to avoid growing weaker. A character leans in with a sly grin, openly acknowledging the other's suspicions. The character questions why both the mine and Wang Yu share his characteristics, puzzled by the mysterious connection. The character reveals that the mine exists to restore their own psionic energy, directly linking themselves to its power. A furious character confronts the antagonist, accusing them of sacrificing people for their own power. The antagonist mocks the injured protagonist, emphasizing the harshness of reality. A hand lifts to reveal a wristband with a glowing signal icon. A man stands with arms outstretched, proclaiming his intent to consume the entire world. An overwhelming voice proclaims a relentless desire to consume everything in existence. Two figures stare anxiously at a glowing screen, trying to make sense of a sudden, mysterious broadcast. Two uniformed characters freeze as an unfamiliar voice calls out, prompting them to question if the president is present. A tense figure recognizes someone as President Kwang Ming. Kneeling on the ground and exhausted, the boy realizes that villains often seal their fate by talking too much. He drops his act, visibly relieved after pretending in the mystical forest. Sensing a disturbance, he quickly turns to the side, alert and suspicious. A serious young man demands to know if the recording was broadcast. The confident character confirms that everyone in the territory likely heard the broadcast. A tense figure steps forward and confronts the group in the forest clearing, demanding to know what they are doing. Four key figures lock eyes in intense close-up, each silently preparing for the confrontation ahead. Ling Wan raises a finger and confidently explains a persuasive technique, teasing its power to turn bad people good. Ling Wan asserts his authority over everyone present with a fierce declaration. He shouts in alarm, reacting urgently to the sudden situation. He lunges forward and drives his sword into the shocked opponent, seizing the moment. A sword strikes the purple-haired character, causing him to cry out in pain. The character reveals that targeting the enemy's body will increase damage and accelerate the loss of psionic power. Ling Wan glares fiercely and calls out his adversary. A massive sword swings down as one character erupts with blinding energy, defiantly confronting the attack. One fighter violently slams another onto a giant sword as a third person looks on in shock. A determined fighter urgently shouts a command as the battle escalates. Ling Wan remains calm as multiple attackers close in around him, ready to strike. Ling Wan races through the dark forest, urgently calling out for Teacher Yin. A massive insect-like creature bursts from the ground as someone urgently calls for help. Ling Wan kneels beside the gravely injured figure, urgently asking if there is still enough energy to help their teacher. A strange worm-like creature suddenly cries out. Someone urgently orders to bring Teacher Yin to the infirmary. A gray-haired character is trapped beneath a massive boulder while an orange-haired character stands nearby, watching the scene unfold. A mysterious creature emits a strange noise as someone stands on its head in the sparkling light. Ling Wan urgently demands that immediate action be taken to get the injured creature treated. Ling Wan shouts in alarm, calling out desperately. He collapses to the ground, overcome by shock and sobbing uncontrollably. He kneels beside the injured companion in the dark forest, urgently checking their condition. He freezes in shock, processing the unexpected news. He gently comforts the tearful girl, assuring her that everything is all right. A hand reaches out to reassure the tearful character, telling them to stay back while the situation is handled. Ling Wan's eyes widen with shock as he realizes something devastating. Ling Wan, fueled by rage, swears to make Kwang Ming pay as another person watches anxiously from behind. A masked figure forcefully restrains the struggling young man, urging others to keep holding. The young man fights desperately as red, whip-like bindings coil tighter around his body. Glowing red beams snap around one character, pinning him in place as another shields himself from the sudden attack. With unwavering resolve, he fires a concentrated blast of ice from his fingertip. Ling Luan is trapped by glowing restraints and hit by a powerful blue attack, unable to move. Ling Luan charges forward, taking responsibility for the final attack. Ling Luan swings his massive weapon upward, overpowering his opponent and sending them flying. A powerful, electrified weapon slams into Ling Luan, leaving him reeling in pain. A character with purple hair is struck down from behind by a sword, collapsing in a spray of blood. Ling Luan strikes the restrained enemy with his sword while another character watches intently. With a burst of elation, the protagonist announces a long-awaited breakthrough. A wounded figure stands tall after surviving a devastating attack, mocking his enemies for targeting his psionic body's weakness. A character confidently taunts their opponent, hinting at a crucial detail they've overlooked. A glowing barrier seals off the territory, preventing anyone from entering. A cosmic burst of red and white energy signals that psionic power is rarely used within the territory's endless cycle. A furious character shouts in defiance, insisting that death is impossible. A shadowy figure bursts free from glowing restraints, unleashing a surge of energy. A radiant figure unleashes a surge of energy, defiantly proclaiming his invincibility. A powerful burst of energy erupts from the central figure, violently hurling the surrounding figures backward. A violent explosion hurls the fighter backward, sending his weapon flying out of reach. Two characters scramble to dodge as giant, tree-like pillars with a glowing red gem erupt violently from the ground. Dark energy erupts as the man unleashes a deadly threat against everyone around him. A character is stunned as a glowing figure is struck by a sudden burst of energy. A surge of energy slices through the air, violently splitting the male figure in two. A furious figure erupts with a scream, unleashing a surge of energy as they confront a returning adversary. A furious figure rallies the crowd, urging them to take revenge against the one who stole their psionic energy and transformed them into beasts. A sudden surge of energy bursts from the character's forehead, leaving him shocked. Radiating energy, he stands his ground as monsters close in around him. A monstrous creature glares as a giant segmented worm emerges behind it. A monstrous beast awakens atop a pile of leaves, its eyes suddenly glowing with fierce intensity. A fearsome beast threatens two terrified animals as it snarls and advances. A terrified character recoils as a glowing sigil suddenly appears on his forehead. A monstrous beast charges forward, roaring as it confronts the defiant figure blocking its path. A sudden, forceful blow hits the purple-skinned figure, catching him off guard. A fierce kick slams into the target, sending shockwaves across the scene. A masked figure lunges forward and unleashes a powerful attack, sending an opponent flying backward in a surge of energy. A powerful punch sends the monstrous figure hurtling backward with explosive force. A monstrous entity seizes Ling Luan, catching him completely off guard. A massive monstrous face appears as a character fiercely releases a burst of energy upward, confronting the insect-like beast and shadowy bird above. A devastating attack tears through the glowing field, sending bursts of energy and blood flying. A massive explosion tears through the area, hurling debris in every direction. A powerful explosion fills the area with thick smoke, hiding everything from view. A character writhes in agony as a violent surge of energy triggers a painful transformation. A monstrous centipede and a glowing-eyed wolf prepare to attack each other. Both fighters pause to catch their breath after an intense confrontation, each refusing to back down. Panting heavily, the protagonist steadies himself and prepares to continue the fight. The weary group surveys the devastated battlefield, wondering if the ordeal is finally over. He freezes in shock, eyes wide as he processes the unexpected revelation. A devastating surge of energy erupts as forces collide in a blinding clash. The status of the barrier is reported as unbroken. He realizes that the energy still remains. The territory's ruler boasts confidently that no one can defeat them here, declaring the battlefield a trap for their enemies. A menacing figure threatens everyone with a manic outburst. Stunned by the enemy's apparent immortality, the young man questions whether his opponent is even human. Consumed by fury, the character threatens to kill everyone. Magical arrays unleash a surge of energy, signaling the start of a powerful attack. A massive energy vortex erupts, unleashing a devastating attack. A character unleashes a powerful attack as energy bursts from his eye. A massive burst of red energy erupts, tearing through the scene with overwhelming force. Amid the chaos, Ling Luan urgently warns everyone to take cover from the impending danger. A dominant figure launches a devastating attack, sending a fiery explosion toward their opponent. A devastating explosion erupts across the cosmic battlefield, forcing the startled figures to recoil. A swirling, glowing red energy vortex appears before him, leaving him frozen in shock. Battered and desperate, he reaches forward with urgent determination. Ling Luan dives forward and tackles another character to the ground amid a burst of red, shielding them from danger. Ling Luan urgently shouts for Lily, his face filled with panic. A powerful attack erupts with explosive force, shaking the scene. A devastating surge of energy erupts across the battlefield. A desperate figure, eyes filled with tears, clutches an unresponsive body beneath the swirling red sky. Overwhelmed by grief, he desperately cries out in anguish. With desperation, the leader urgently commands everyone to attack the barrier together in a last attempt to save themselves. A group of uniformed men react with alarm as they receive orders to attack the territory and challenge the president. Ling Yuan silently breaks down in tears, overwhelmed by pain and devastation. Overwhelmed by shock and fear, he recoils in disbelief. A desperate character pleads with the crowd to save them and Lily. A surge of lightning is unleashed, tearing through the darkness. A powerful explosion shatters the glowing hexagonal barrier. The soldiers tense up as a red pulsating orb appears overhead, catching them off guard. Someone abruptly confronts another, demanding an explanation for their actions. A muscular man defiantly refuses to join forces, electricity crackling around his clenched fist. Several guns unleash a barrage of rapid fire, filling the scene with chaos. 3 armed figures fire their guns in perfect unison, lighting up the scene with synchronized muzzle flashes. A powerful attack erupts, filling the scene with bursts of energy and blinding light. The energy barrier shatters under a powerful assault. The barrier rapidly regenerates, sealing the area once more. A colossal spectral tiger made of lightning surges forward, unleashing a powerful attack. A fist crashes into the glowing barrier, unleashing a burst of energy as the shield begins to break. A commanding figure, crackling with energy, urges his team to unleash a relentless attack as a stunned subordinate watches. A coordinated attack erupts as energy explodes across the battlefield. A character recoils in shock as a glowing symbol appears on his forehead. Swirling, glowing portals suddenly open in the sky as the battered protagonist stares upward in disbelief. The explosion weakens as one survivor excitedly grabs their companion, realizing the soldiers are making a rescue possible. Ling Yuan urgently assesses the situation, insisting that their attack was too weak and that they need a stronger blow before Kwang Ming can repair the damage. Battered and worried, Ling Yuan asks if there's still enough strength left to continue. Overwhelmed by desperation, he calls out for Lily. One character desperately begs another for help, their emotions raw and intense. The character rejects the idea with angry defiance. A menacing figure radiates dark energy and declares dominance over those he calls rebels. A cosmic energy force desperately pushes against the hexagonal barrier as it quickly seals shut. A purple-skinned figure with a cosmic mark laughs menacingly as the barrier seals. A figure unleashes overwhelming power, radiating intense energy in a burst of red and white light. A character reacts in disbelief, eyes wide with shock and determination. Ling Yuan confronts a towering, ominous red figure radiating immense power. He breathes heavily, forcing himself to regain strength as his determination intensifies. Both fighters pause, exhausted and tense, catching their breath after a fierce clash. The armored character pauses to catch his breath, visibly exhausted from the recent struggle. With fierce determination, he shouts his promise to defeat his opponent. Ling Yuan unleashes a surge of supernatural energy, preparing to strike. A character screams in agony as their face twists with shock and glowing marks flare across their wide eyes. A white-haired warrior in glowing red armor charges forward and unleashes a powerful attack with his sword. A sword crashes against the glowing hexagonal barrier under the bright sky. A surge of cosmic energy smashes into the glowing hexagonal barrier. A shadowy, glowing-eyed face recoils in shock. A surge of explosive energy erupts, scattering vibrant shards across the scene. A shocked and wounded man realizes in disbelief that he has just been defeated by a child. A ghostly figure's body begins to disintegrate into cosmic fragments. Kneeling and gasping for breath, Ling Yuan releases a powerful surge of fiery energy behind him. Ling Yuan reels from the overwhelming power displayed by the president. Collapsed and gasping for breath, the exhausted figure lies motionless on the ground as others and a looming beast close in. Petals drift gently through the bright blue sky. A solitary figure approaches the glowing horizon on the desolate, rocky terrain. Ling Yuan jolts awake on the ground, disoriented and confused. A massive, menacing figure towers over the terrified character as tension escalates in the fiery scene. Ling Yuan urgently calls out for help in a state of panic. A scarred man confronts the protagonist with an angry accusation in the dim room. Someone begs desperately for mercy, insisting it is all a misunderstanding. 2 figures race through a shadowy forest, urgently chasing someone ahead. A girl steps forward to prevent a fight between the muscular man and the injured students. A large, intimidating man confronts his opponents with a group of armed soldiers behind him, demanding to know if they intend to resist. The two stand together, determined to defend their junior despite the danger ahead. A bearded man with facial scars stands over his weakened opponent and mocks him with contempt. A muscular figure presents a vial of psionic medicine, promising it will help someone walk independently. A commanding figure orders the soldiers to clean the battlefield and tend to the wounded. A nervous soldier urgently asks the captain what will happen to the others. A towering, gorilla-like figure emerges in the forest, exuding an intimidating presence as tension fills the air. A desperate plea is made to stop an attack and spare those who are no longer a threat. A bearded man pauses in silence, deep in thought. In a tense forest clearing, one figure commands the others to monitor the targets and kill them immediately if anything suspicious occurs. A subordinate anxiously challenges the captain's decision to spare a mutant beast, citing established rules. An enraged man charges forward, aggressively asserting his authority over the stunned figure before him. Ling Yuan forcefully kicks 2 people away and orders them to leave. Ling Yuan stands before his companions, visibly relieved as he celebrates that the ordeal is finally over. The army remained stationed at the mine for another 2 weeks. Although many psionic crystals were collected, the unsettling truth about their origin left everyone unable to celebrate. Shocking news spreads rapidly as rumors of a death at the mine shake the city. Someone urgently announces that Kwang Ming is dead. The pink-haired character stands defensively as 3 shadowy figures appear on illuminated panels, signaling an intimidating confrontation. 3 shadowy figures emerge from the darkness, each separated by beams of light as tension fills the air. A woman gravely confirms that the mine was artificially created by President Kwang Ming to restore his own energy. A shadowed figure dismisses someone as a lunatic, while the others look on in silence. A character explains that everyone united to destroy the territory after its creator tried to kill them, and reports that a red transformer has appeared on the battlefield. The character suspects that the mastermind behind the current situation is the same person responsible for the college entrance examination incident in the Eastern District. Ling Wan stands his ground as he confronts the towering, menacing judge. A composed woman informs her superiors that she will report to the 3 presidents once she confirms the information. A message announces that the mining team is already returning. A convoy of vehicles races across rough terrain in urgent pursuit. 2 vehicles arrive as 2 figures rush toward them, setting the stage for a tense confrontation. Ling Wan cheerfully offers a drink in gratitude for being saved. Lei Hu forcefully tells the blonde-haired character to stay back, insists their debts are settled, and demands to know why he was spared earlier. A younger man playfully remarks on the attention the burly man gives to others. Ling Wan candidly shares his honest opinion about another character's actions and sense of righteousness. The orange-haired boy smiles brightly and expresses his admiration to Master Hu. The scarred man closes his eyes and gathers his resolve in silence. A muscular man orders the smaller figure to go behind and inspect the cargo. Startled by a sudden surprise, the hero recoils in shock. Ling Wan waits in silence among the crates, lost in thought. A guard warns a nervous boy that he will be held responsible if any supply crates go missing, and the boy anxiously agrees. Ling Wan closes his eyes in frustration, unable to understand Master Hu and feeling upset about his own reluctance to bite others. Ling Wan complains about how long it will take to get back, sprawled on the floor in boredom. Ling Wan realizes he needs to manage the system as he anticipates a large harvest. A digital interface reveals that 37 buddies are alive and 12 are dead. A leaderboard displays the names of all remaining survivors. A digital menu displays the character's extensive list of mastered and advanced skills. The game interface shows that 1,001 points remain. Ling Wan eagerly reviews his expanding list of subordinates on the glowing skills panel. He considers how to manage his many skills more effectively in battle. Ling Wan reacts with surprise as unexpected digital interference appears. A system interface abruptly prompts for an upgrade decision. A system message confirms that 1,000 points will be consumed for the chosen action. A forceful refusal appears on the screen, abruptly halting any further action. The protagonist realizes he has just enough points to upgrade the system and eagerly chooses to proceed. A devastating surge of energy erupts, unleashing a powerful attack. Ling Wan hovers in midair as he channels a surge of electric energy around himself. Awestruck, he witnesses a surge of newfound power. A system notification announces a successful upgrade. A system notification announces new features, allowing the host to summon and activate up to 2 buddies every 24 hours. A system interface outlines the rules for merging skills, stating that only 2 skills can be combined during the beginner stage. Ling Wan recoils in shock. A convoy of trucks advances toward the sunset, beginning a new mission. Students excitedly announce the return of familiar figures outside the building. A crowd of students excitedly rushes forward to welcome the returning heroes from the mine expedition. 3 students in school uniforms walk purposefully toward the building, arriving together with tense determination. A crowd gathers outside, cheering as the survivors return safely. The orange-haired boy laughs and modestly brushes off the compliments. Ling Wan notices a sudden commotion in the crowd and reacts with surprise. A young man with orange hair forcefully asserts his role as the hero of the mine expedition. 2 students taunt and accuse someone off-panel of cheating to survive the mine. Ling Wan pleads with the group to listen to his explanation in the courtyard. Sunlight filters through the swaying branches of a towering tree in the quiet forest. Startled, he reacts urgently to a sudden realization. A powerful impact shakes the ground as something crashes down with explosive force. A shadowy figure suddenly leaps from a tree to ambush the shocked orange-haired boy. A masked assailant swings a massive sword, sending the protagonist reeling backward. A hooded attacker charges forward with 2 crossbows, catching the orange-haired character off guard. A hooded attacker fires a gun at a young man who is desperately fleeing through the urban plaza at night. Ling Wan evades a rapid barrage of glowing attacks. A masked figure lunges with a sword at the fleeing thief in the crowded street. He narrows his glowing eyes, bracing himself for the confrontation ahead. Ling Wan knocks the sword from his opponent's hand with a powerful strike. A hooded figure unleashes a surge of energy at the red-haired boy, who braces himself for the attack. Ling Wan forcefully strikes his opponent from behind, seizing the advantage in the fight. A glowing skeletal figure suddenly appears, causing Ling Wan to recoil in terror. Ling Wan corners the masked attackers, forcing one of them to surrender while pleading for mercy. Ling Wan stands outside the school building, suddenly startled by a realization. He steps forward in front of the building at night, and reveals his identity with a cheerful expression. Startled, the protagonist suddenly reacts to an unexpected figure appearing in the city. The orange-haired character is stunned as he suddenly realizes the identity of the other person. A battered man desperately pleads for his ally's survival, lamenting that he is always the one who gets hurt. After returning from the mine, the group discusses how their dedicated training with the sword and psionic gun has made them much stronger. 3 male students sit apart on the wide stairs, waiting in tense silence. Frustrated by falling behind, the character admits jealousy over others growing stronger by going to the mine. One character offers to connect the group with skilled mentors from the mine, suggesting this could help them become stronger. The 2 students are startled as they hear unexpected news in the hallway. 3 students head up the outdoor stairs as one invites the others to eat together, prompting another to react in surprise at being chosen to pay. Ling Wan walks through the city at night, updating his mother on the phone and telling her he will visit soon. Ling Wan plans to check on Senior Gu's injury as soon as he returns. Ling Wan eagerly adds visiting kitten Zhao to his plans. A modern building stands under the starry night sky as the scene shifts to a significant new location. Ling Wan strides into the bustling hall, drawing the attention of those nearby. Ling Wan stands in the airport, visibly stunned by something unexpected. A team of 4 armored psionicists strides confidently through the terminal as bystanders admire their impressive entrance. He notices an increase in psionicist patrols and wonders what they are investigating. 3 figures stride into the scene with determination, signaling a pivotal arrival. Ling Wan reacts in shock to a sudden realization. A woman approaches a student in the lobby and asks if he has time for a conversation before his ride arrives. Ling Wan recognizes the mysterious woman who has been following him since the storm began. The character attempts to absorb energy from the pink-haired figure but fails, realizing she might possess pure energy similar to Kwang Ming. One character suggests going to a nearby coffee place as the group walks through a bright hallway. Feeling confident, the character decides he no longer needs to fear her because he can call for help at any time. He gratefully accepts the offer, mentioning he was feeling a bit thirsty. A red-haired character recoils in shock upon hearing unexpected news. A hot cup of coffee is set down, its steam curling in the calm atmosphere. A breathtaking city glows in the distance as the mountainside reveals the view under a starry sky. 2 characters sit together on a bench, sharing hot drinks and admiring the colorful sky. Ling Wan savors his drink, feeling at ease in the tranquil atmosphere. A red-haired character confronts someone, accusing them of killing Kwang Ming. Ling Wan spits out his drink in shock, visibly startled by something unexpected. One character defensively denies involvement in the president's death, insisting confusion about the events in the mine and explaining that they were only at the outskirts. Ling Wan freezes in shock as he realizes his secret has been discovered. The pink-haired character smugly explains that they misled the authorities by falsely reporting someone else as responsible for the judge's transformation. A nervous boy tries to explain that he didn't see anyone at the mine, suggesting there might be a misunderstanding. Someone urgently wonders how much the woman knows. One character playfully deflects the other's suspicions while maintaining a lighthearted tone during their conversation on the bench. A confident character leans in and admits they held back because they find the other person interesting. 2 characters sit beneath the stars as one reveals that psionic energy is a disruptive force from nature, increasing human desires and altering the balance between the strong and the weak. Ling Wan stands frozen, processing the shocking turn of events in silence. A woman sits at the table and reveals that she once had a boyfriend. He reacts with confusion as the conversation takes an unexpected turn. A character recalls how their relationship ended abruptly after revealing their newfound psionic powers. It is revealed that psionists and ordinary people are fundamentally different species. One character explains joining the association to challenge the belief that ordinary people will be completely subjugated due to the vast difference in abilities. He realizes that the other person was correct all along. A wary student speaks up, sensing a mysterious presence beneath the dark, starry sky. Several individuals tried their own ways to halt the rapid mutation of psionicists. Despite all past efforts failing and individual strength collapsing with the arrival of the new era, one figure still clings to a faint hope. A mysterious force questions whether psionic energy is an unnatural flaw in the world. A confident character asserts their belief that a solution exists to fix the problem. Caught off guard, Ling Luan freezes when asked for his opinion. After a moment of thought, the character begins to consider the argument presented. Several people arrive and walk through the airport hall. A train announcement echoes through the station as the main character walks pensively toward the platform. Someone suggests that if psionic energy is a flaw in nature, then a force must exist to correct it. He wrestles with the suspicion that someone might believe he is a powerful force. The boy questions why the absorption system appeared and why it chose him. He boards the train, still troubled by the possibility that the absorption system exists to oppose the psionic world. A high-speed train hurtles down the tracks, gaining momentum. A young boy runs down the train aisle, laughing as 2 adults watch him with smiles. Ling Luan sits calmly on the train while a younger character laughs joyfully beside him. Ling Luan stands silently, lost in thought as he stares into the distance. A grim warning describes a future where psionicists dominate, and ordinary people are enslaved. A warning is given that countless homes will fall into ruin and the tragedy that struck City Chao will happen again. He questions whether he has the strength to stand alone against the entire psionic association. Someone returns home at night and announces their arrival. A concerned woman checks if her son has been eating enough as they reunite indoors. A character eagerly ushers another inside through the doorway at the top of the stairs. A lavish feast is arranged on the table, signaling the start of a celebration. Ling Luan gazes at the impressive spread of dishes, visibly thrilled. He expresses cheerful gratitude to his mother for preparing all the food. Confetti fills the air as several characters cheerfully welcome Ling Luan home. A cheerful boy rushes forward to greet the newcomers, explaining that others have arrived early to help prepare for their return. A worried character checks on a calm individual's injury, and questions if it's safe for him to be here with psionicists searching for him. The silver-haired character calmly explains that preparations have been made, so eating for an hour or two will not be a problem. The blushing boy eagerly announces he has many things to discuss with his senior. Someone calls everyone to the table as the group gathers inside the brightly lit room. Under the night sky, someone silently vows not to lose those they care about. One character asks their mom to go to bed first so they can have a private conversation with someone else. Ling Luan leads the group in a respectful send-off as they bow together. The protagonist struggles to catch his breath, appearing dazed and exhausted. Someone warns the group that they cannot stay long and needs to share important information. The protagonist stands before the crowd and announces his plan to form an organization to directly oppose the Psionic Association. One character suddenly cries out in alarm, jolting the tense group in the sunlit room. A striped suit character nervously warns the off-panel person not to speak carelessly, fearing someone might overhear. The group decides to oppose the association in order to protect their seniors and allies before the investigation escalates. One character excitedly hugs another, who tries to steer the conversation toward a serious topic. He faces forward with a confident, determined smirk. He raises two fingers, declaring that the Psionic Association's corruption threatens the world's future. Ling Luan sits on the floor and admits that he used to only care about living well with his mother, ignoring everything else. After surviving relentless disasters and fierce battles against monstrous creatures, the protagonist reflects on newfound strength and resolves to confront injustice. Ling Luan, determined yet aware of his limits, asks the others for help as he prepares to face a dangerous challenge. A crowd of supporters enthusiastically rallies around Ling Luan as they declare their loyalty and prepare to confront the Psionic Association. A scarred man in a striped suit delivers a harsh warning, dismissing any attempt to challenge the association as self-destructive. A loud argument erupts as the group hurls insults and scuffles, while a black cat watches the commotion. A nervous character urges the group to reconsider an uncomfortable truth. A silver-haired character leans forward and asks if there is a specific plan. He firmly states that while he once supported the association, he now chooses his own path and allies. The group sits together as one person requests a summary of the current situation regarding psionics outside the association. A character explains that rogue psionicists who refuse to cooperate with the association often join criminal organizations, posing a chaotic and unpredictable threat to society. Ling Luan earnestly asks the senior if any of the others are as impressive as him. He explains that the assailants likely have few psionic resources due to limited supply. The boy dismisses any concerns with a confident smirk. The determined leader urges everyone to unite against the association. Ling Luan confidently announces the plan to defeat all the assailants. The city buzzes with excitement as a crowd chants for Oasis. An announcer hypes up the crowd as the underground boxing event begins in the arena. A crowd of fans cheers wildly for Oasis as they reach toward the stage. An announcer introduces the undefeated champion, Big Snake, as the strongest king of the Oasis before the crowd. Two calm figures enter the brightly lit room as the panicked crowd shouts about a big snake. Two figures enter the notorious Oasis Psionic Boxing Tournament venue, preparing to seek recruits amid its dangerous and elusive atmosphere. He agrees to observe the situation with a confident smile. The crowd erupts in excitement, chanting for the big snake as they point upward in the brightly lit arena. A muscular challenger unleashes the crocodile turtle armor, declaring the start of a new king's reign. Spectators express amazement as all the challengers demonstrate powerful psionic transformations in the competition. The antagonist lunges forward, threatening to kill their opponent. A mysterious woman makes a dramatic entrance, challenging someone with a defiant glare. A massive, glowing snake attack engulfs the muscular man as he defiantly boasts that his turtle armor cannot be broken. A blue-scaled creature smashes through the green crystal with a powerful blow. A man with glasses addresses the crowd, comparing the crocodile turtle's armor to the snake's constriction as tension rises. The scarred man clenches his teeth in pain, struggling to endure the pressure. A figure in green dragon armor, coiled by a glowing blue serpent, defiantly declares that he has not yet used his power. A shocked observer witnesses a man's head transform into a crocodile-turtle hybrid. A massive snake constricts a trapped figure as another character charges in to strike. A giant blue serpent lunges forward and coils tightly around a human, trapping them. A silhouetted figure's head explodes in a burst of violence against a blood-red backdrop. The crowd erupts with a loud and excited reaction. A monstrous figure reveals his beastly form and hisses menacingly, intimidating those around him. The undefeated fighter stands tall in the ring after securing a 91st consecutive victory, as the crowd erupts in excitement. The crowd erupts in chants for Big Snake as spectators eagerly watch the event below. One character anxiously asks the other if they have a chance to win as both stand focused in the gymnasium. A silver-haired character warns that it's important to be cautious and not get caught before asking if the other wants to challenge someone. On a brightly lit stage, the announcer invites challengers while a confident contestant plans to collect more points from the large audience. A long-haired character smirks confidently in the arena, dismissing their opponent with a defiant gesture. Two people arrive at the crowded boxing match, questioning the excitement around them. A group of young men confront an unseen intruder, demanding they reveal themselves. Ling Luan sits among the group, observing the side characters with detached interest. A man on stage shouts in shock as he recognizes the true identity of someone before him. Ling Luan notices that his reputation has reached even this remote place. Three men loudly ridicule and insult their off-panel target in front of a crowd. With a confident glare, the speaker mocks his opponents by claiming a dog is stronger than a pack of rats. Three furious characters shout threats at someone off-panel, escalating the confrontation. A points notification system rewards the protagonist with bonus points as multiple people express their dislike. 3 system notifications appear, awarding points for receiving others' dislike. A sharp-toothed boy smirks at the crowd, brushing off the mockery with playful defiance. He struggles to deal with the difficult situation, visibly frustrated. A bold figure taunts the judge and issues a daring challenge as a mysterious woman watches silently. The white-haired character dismisses his opponent, deciding she is not worth his attention. A cheerful boy suggests letting his little brother practice as a hand gestures toward him. A roaring crowd surrounds the fighting ring as 3 figures prepare for the match. The announcer energizes the crowd by introducing a deadly additional match featuring a Psionicist defector's younger brother. 3 characters cheer loudly in amazement, their excitement filling the scene. A hand is raised to signal attention in the midst of a colorful background. The arena champion steps into the spotlight, boasting about a long winning streak and threatening to easily defeat the newcomer. A hand raises a microphone as someone prepares to introduce a new presence on stage. An older man hands a microphone to a surprised boy in the boxing ring and asks for his name. Ling Luan confidently challenges the general while speaking into a microphone on stage. He grins menacingly and declares himself the Emperor of Darkness. A chibi character publicly calls out the Emperor of Darkness with a sarcastic question, while another gestures dismissively. A hostile crowd erupts in chants, aggressively urging for someone's death. The intense match between the Emperor of Darkness and the bloodthirsty general kicks off. Suddenly, someone strikes the alarm bell, signaling an emergency. A menacing figure lunges forward, threatening to rip the protagonist's head off. A giant snake transforms and confronts the stunned protagonist, while another powerful figure reacts with anger at the sight. The character swiftly leaps aside, narrowly avoiding the blue dragon's attack. The protagonist launches himself into the air, leaving himself vulnerable and unable to dodge. The giant snake lunges forward, forcing the agile figure to leap high and dodge its attack. Ling Luan recoils in shock as a burst of energy erupts around him. A massive multi-headed serpent thrashes wildly, launching attacks in every direction. Multiple massive blue snake-like tentacles suddenly erupt and coil tightly around Ling Luan as he struggles to break free. The hostile crowd urges the fighters to escalate the violence. Ling Luan pauses in silence, deep in thought. He explains that his upgraded system now allows him to combine different skills, but he hasn't practiced using it yet. Ling Luan confidently requests time to practice new techniques before facing his opponent. A massive serpent announces the end of the struggle. The panel explains how freeze fire and shock waves combine to enable powerful attacks and defenses without the need for ignition. A character prepares to reveal the name of a new ability. Ling Luan unleashes a surge of ice and energy, activating his freezing ability. Water crashes violently into a barrier of ice as elemental powers collide. A large reptilian eye snaps open in alarm as it reacts to an unexpected threat. A giant blue serpent lunges forward, smashing crystal shards with its fangs and tendrils. Ling Luan crashes to the ground amid shattered debris. Ling Luan smirks with satisfaction after his trick works as intended. A massive blue tail sweeps through the area, unleashing a powerful attack. A powerful leap sends the character flying as the stage beneath him shatters. A person tumbles uncontrollably through a glowing void, screaming in panic. The crowd erupts in celebration as the Emperor of Darkness is defeated and falls to the ground, while the victor stands calm in the arena. A silver-haired strategist checks in with a teammate, asking for a status update as the audience focuses on the ring. 3 figures confront a large, locked red door in the damaged area, preparing to proceed. A captive struggles on the ground while heavy chains secure the door, sealing any chance of escape. A character reports that their side's exit is complete and highlights the difficulty of unlocking the psionic lock. Ling Luan thanks someone for their hard work. The match between Shadow Cats and Ape is announced. A glowing spectral cat charges forward with a radiant sword, unleashing a burst of energy. The young man unleashes his Cats of Swords attack, commanding Griffin and Fletchling to strike. A character unleashes a brilliant surge of purple energy in a fierce attack. A mysterious cat-like creature suddenly materializes in streaks of vibrant energy. Ling Luan braces himself as powerful purple energy bursts erupt all around him in the arena. Ling Luan warns that it's too dangerous to let cats of swords fight and expresses doubt about the effectiveness of the skill. The serpent glares fiercely, demanding an explanation. Ling Luan slams into the massive blue creature with a powerful strike. A character is startled by news of another attack on the Emperor. Ling Luan is blasted upward by a powerful attack as shockwaves erupt around him. The announcer excitedly declares a winner as the crowd begins counting over the defeated opponent in the arena. Ling Luan collapses to the ground, struggling to endure the pain as his injuries worsen. Ling Luan reacts in shock as he notices something unexpected. Ling Luan stands composed in the foreground while an enthusiastic supporter cheers behind him. He demands confirmation with an intense stare after a crucial moment. Crouching with determination, the protagonist prepares to unleash a powerful new skill. The confident antagonist taunts his weakened opponent, challenging them as they struggle to rise. The young man clenches his fists and braces himself for the real challenge ahead, determined to prove his chosen title is no accident. The speaker confidently declares intent to seize control over the group of criminals, asserting authority beyond the arena. One figure boldly announces his intention to seize control of the arena and become king as the crowd roars around the dueling pair. A character with a mocking expression taunts their opponent, questioning if they've already lost their sanity. With a fierce grin and glowing eyes, he declares his anticipation for tonight's feast. A taunting woman stands confidently inside the fighting ring, mocking her opponent's inability to escape. A whistle blasts as the group jolts into action, reacting swiftly to the urgent signal. A silver-haired character lowers their head and cautiously breaks the silence to start a conversation. Two opposing sides, Transformation Judge and Shadow Cats, are announced for an upcoming confrontation. A massive red tentacle emerges against the glowing background. Ling Luan narrows his eyes suspiciously, questioning what he just heard. A striking woman steps forward in front of the armored, masked figures as the arena lights blaze around her. The silver-haired young man reveals a strategy where his judge ability splits into agile clones for a more versatile attack. A powerful technique called Judge Shadow Clones is unveiled. With a scornful laugh, the character taunts their opponent's shadow clone technique, dismissing it as worthless. A giant blue snake threatens to devour its opponents one by one. A figure in striking red armor makes a dramatic entrance beneath the ominous red sky. A tense standoff escalates as one character challenges the judge's opinion about the transformation's strength. The masked warrior unleashes a surge of explosive energy with his sword, asserting his overwhelming power. A blue serpent recoils in shock. A slashing burst of energy strikes the serpent, launching a decisive attack. A devastating attack blasts multiple fighters across the tournament ring as the stunned audience looks on. A group of men are ambushed as deadly blades suddenly rush toward them. Stunned by his sudden transformation, the protagonist stares in disbelief at his altered face. He smugly boasts about owning 3 figurines. A masked combatant swiftly deflects the deadly red energy attack. A blue-haired character is violently struck by a surge of glowing energy, forcing them backward as stone shatters around them. A person screams in agony as they are struck by a powerful attack. Ling Luan unleashes a relentless flurry of glowing sword slashes against enemies surrounding him. Struggling to catch his breath, the character realizes his opponent's strength is overwhelming. A menacing figure suddenly appears behind the startled blue-haired person, catching them off guard. A character unleashes a feral roar, exposing sharp fangs in the chaos. The injured protagonist is forcefully pinned down by a determined opponent. A character screams in agony as blood bursts from their wounded shoulder. Ling Luan watches as his opponent collapses to the ground before him. The announcer freezes mid-sentence, clearly caught off guard by something unexpected in the ring. Ling Luan unleashes a powerful blast of energy from his eyes. A woman steps into the ring and raises a sign to announce the start of the first round. His eyes widen in shock as he suddenly realizes something alarming. Ling Luan savagely bites into the other character's neck as a stunned witness looks on. Overcome by emotion, the pink-haired character screams in distress. The arena floor cracks as one figure stands confidently while another kneels in defeat, leaving the crowd in shock. One character forcefully pins another to the ground, seizing control of the fight. With blood smeared on his mouth, he announces that dinner is ready, his expression menacing. A white-haired young man smiles warmly and bids a friendly farewell to someone off-screen. Spectators react in shock as chaos erupts after a competitor bites multiple people during the arena event. A group of men freeze in stunned disbelief as they react to something unexpected. A terrifying figure with glowing red eyes suddenly leaps down to attack the stunned crowd inside the building. Someone is hurled across the room, sending the crowd into a panic. Panic erupts as Ling Luan lunges at people, causing everyone to flee in terror. Ling Luan pauses in the hallway as 2 figures silently watch him from behind. He shoves through the crowd, demanding everyone move aside. He issues a stern command forbidding anyone from escaping. Amid the chaos, one figure stands unfazed as the crowd panics and scatters around him. With blood on his mouth and a wild grin, the protagonist eagerly thanks his senior for the continuous feast. 3 terrified characters frantically flee after realizing a scientist can become a zombie. One character struggles with the locked door as the others watch in alarm. One man mocks whoever is trapped behind the locked, damaged door while his companion stands silently beside him. The group urgently prepares to break through the locked double door using their psionic abilities. A foot crashes down with tremendous force, signaling the start of a decisive action. A cat creature leaps into the fray with Ling Wan on its back, blasting enemies away with a surge of energy. A sharp-toothed character issues confident orders into a phone while riding a red creature, directing the defense at the east door. A man confidently reports that the south door is secure while giving a thumbs up during a phone call, as another person checks the reinforced entrance. A character quietly reports that the north door remains secure while speaking on the phone. A silver-haired character quietly issues strict instructions by phone while unconscious or restrained people lie nearby, emphasizing the importance of secrecy for their group's operation. Someone encourages Lin Luan to continue his good work. A crowd rallies together, loudly declaring their support for Lin Luan. He erupts into maniacal laughter, his eyes glowing red as blood spatters behind him. One character bites another viciously on the neck while the victim screams in pain. A frenzied attacker lunges at their victim, who screams in terror as red energy crackles around them. Ling Wan stands over a defeated opponent as the others recoil in fear. Terrified people scramble to escape as panic spreads through the barricaded building. The group urgently searches the tiled wall for a hidden switch to reveal the secret passage. Ling Wan forcefully grabs his opponent's head, asserting dominance in the confrontation. Ling Wan jerks back, startled as a sudden blur of motion flashes behind him. A character urgently discovers and activates a hidden switch on the wall. The group stands before the glowing portal as it finally opens. Amid the chaos and fallen fighters, Ling Luan charges forward, frustrated by the lack of support. Bloodied and desperate, Ling Luan tries to stall by insisting he can still call for backup. A wounded young man urgently begins to summon something with a gesture. Electric energy surges around the hunched figure as he prepares to unleash his power. 3 figures stop in front of a crackling, electrified barrier as energy surges in the air. A scarred man braces himself and raises a razor to his face as electric energy crackles around him. A surprised man examines an object, questioning the mysterious magic before him. Ling Luan urgently orders that the targets be contained without being killed. The man with glasses boasts confidently after handling the situation with ease. 3 panicked young men urgently call for help, recognizing a powerful figure and pleading for rescue from a zombie threat. He effortlessly strikes down multiple attackers with overwhelming speed. The man confidently reveals that the hero has betrayed his allies and joined the enemy. A man collapses to the ground, screaming in pain, while 2 others lie nearby in distress. Overwhelmed by panic, a character screams in disbelief upon realizing that the association is listening. Stunned and bleeding, the injured character recoils in alarm, demanding to know the stranger's identity. Amidst the chaos, Ling Luan stands resolute as the terrified crowd either collapses or desperately flees. The silence of the night is broken by sudden sounds outside the building. A spotlight shines on the empty cage as the arena awaits the next event. 5 characters face each other with tense, contemplative expressions, introducing the key players in the scene. A lone figure stands confidently on the stage as the crowd gathers with anticipation. Ling Luan braces himself as energy surges around him, ready to confront the challenge ahead. Ling Luan endures a tense moment, visibly stressed and sweating under pressure. He stands before the crowd, sweating and clenching his fist as he admits how nervous he feels. The group is divided into teams, each receiving a specific task to help achieve the vision. 3 team captains are introduced with dramatic close-ups. A white-haired character grins slyly and declares their plan to become the world's most notorious villains. As they walk together along the empty sidewalk at night, one character reassures the other that their plan has already taken its most important step and advises returning to school safely. Ling Luan hesitantly expresses his desire to participate in the upcoming event. A critical mission is assigned, emphasizing that only the most important task depends on him, while the rest will be handled by others. One character warns that they will face the entire psionic association, emphasizing the overwhelming strength and numbers of their opponents. A character affirms their readiness for a violent revolution, determined to face the coming conflict. He hesitates in silence, sweat forming on his face as the tension builds. 2 figures stand under the city lights, watching tensely as a car speeds away into the night. One character urges the other to return to school to avoid raising suspicion, as they stand by a car at night. Ling Luan insists on being notified immediately if anything unusual occurs. Ling Luan stands on the empty street, watching warily as a car speeds past in the darkness. The city comes into view under the dark, clouded sky. Ling Luan steps forward under the city lights, preparing to confront the group. A determined leader issues new instructions for the group to adjust their plans this week. Someone announces that they are about to head to their next destination. At the base of the ominous Jian Mountain, someone explains their special permission to stay and train in the mine due to their father's position in the association's scout team. With the dangerous beasts gone, one soldier eagerly talks about using the psionic mind to achieve a breakthrough, while the other listens. A character slams their foot down and dismisses the need for guarding this place. A defiant figure wields authority and dares anyone to challenge the association. Someone steps forward onto the grass. 2 uniformed figures by the grill suddenly turn, startled by an unexpected presence. Ling Luan stands firm as 2 powerful supernatural beasts appear before him. A major attack on Chiyuan Mountain resulted in heavy losses, marking the 3rd assault on a psionic mine in 2 months. Someone pauses outside the president's office, puzzled by the title. Emperor of Darkness. A figure reveals that a rapidly growing organization is led by someone known as the Emperor of Darkness. A character pauses in tense silence, lost in thought. A red-haired character reports that most psionicists have been sent to help the damaged mine, but warns the situation remains dire, and the opposing organization is clearly targeting the association. The group openly revealed their intentions, except for their leader, who remained secretive and called himself the Emperor of Darkness, while also naming their team. The existence of the Revolutionary Army is revealed. Ling Wan narrows his eyes and focuses, ready to face the coming challenge. A massive explosion rocks the front of the psionic bank. Ling Wan narrows his eyes and questions someone off-panel, ready for any threat. The character pauses, lost in deep contemplation. Someone is thrown out of a shattered high-rise window as two figures stand inside, shocked by the sudden violence. Dark shapes sweep down over the city, signaling an imminent threat. An explosion erupts at the psionic bank as screams fill the air. A dominant figure threatens the group, demanding their surrender and promising to spare their lives if they obey. A surge of destructive force erupts, filling the scene with chaos and smoke. 3 fierce attackers rush forward, one wielding a metal bat, declaring they have principles and must not harm anyone. Someone rapidly approaches the building, heightening the tension. 3 characters lock eyes in a tense standoff, each silently sizing up the others. 3 uniformed figures react anxiously to the sound of a distant explosion, questioning if the assailants have struck again amid recent outbreaks. He looks up with a worried expression and admits that he is unsure. A report comes in about multiple explosions rocking the city, signaling an attack. Ling Wan confronts the intruder at the association's entrance, challenging their audacity. The scene shifts to an ominous view of the city skyline, establishing the setting for what comes next. A character is propelled at high speed over the rooftop in a surge of energy. Ling Wan stands firm as a brilliant blue aura surges around him, revealing his unleashed power. Debris and smoke fill the sunlit room as something crashes forcefully through the cracked wall. A long-haired character exclaims their admiration for villains while chaos unfolds behind them as someone kicks down a door. 2 characters gleefully prepare to set off a bomb, one lighting the fuse while the other wields a sledgehammer. A character confidently declares that their covert mission is complete, anticipating the association's arrival. The group quickly retreats from the damaged, smoke-filled lobby after the confrontation. A powerful surge of energy erupts from Ling Wan, blasting through the ceiling. Startled, the blue-haired character reacts to an unexpected sight ahead. Startled by the sudden appearance of shadowy figures, the blue-haired character braces for confrontation. Startled, the protagonist reacts to the shocking revelation about the Emperor of Darkness's Revolutionary Army. The group jolts as they realize the president of the association, Tai Xian, has arrived. Frozen in place, he processes the shock of the unexpected situation. The true objective behind the attacks is to divert and weaken the association's main forces. The group listens closely as one member outlines the only way to achieve their goal. One character explains that the plan is risky because, if the association runs out of soldiers, their strongest leader will be forced to intervene, making the situation extremely dangerous. A blue-haired character laughs and mocks the danger of participating in the event, calling anyone who runs into the president an unlucky fool. Realizing his blunder, the blue-haired character is struck with embarrassment and self-doubt. Ling Wan strides confidently into the mist-filled hallway, ready to face the next challenge. The determined leader urges his companions not to be afraid as they face the threat together. 3 attackers charge at Ling Wan, who remains calm and unflinching. He puts on a communication earpiece, preparing to receive instructions. As soon as they learn the president has left for Big Snake, the group urgently mobilizes to take action. 4 people move cautiously down a modern hallway toward a restricted area while another figure observes them from the side. A silver-haired young man explains that their group is prepared to act because Qiao Chong and the others have made strategic moves within the association. Someone is ordered to retrieve records from the archives to investigate the association's past actions. Ling Wan searches the data for evidence of the association's concealed crimes while the other figure stands silently in the hallway. A character presses the elevator button while discussing a plan to publicly expose the association and achieve their goal. The group prepares for a fast, risky infiltration of the archives room, aware that their window of opportunity is limited. A glowing circle marked -12 is suddenly noticed among the other numbers. A man with messy hair turns in the hallway, noticing someone behind him. A group of 4 formally dressed individuals exits the elevator and approaches a man in the hallway to request information. A stern man blocks entry, insisting that a permit is required for the archives room. The masked character charges forward with fierce determination. The masked man slams his fist into his opponent, catching him completely off guard. A young man crashes to the ground as 2 suited figures tower over him. A serious figure instructs the group to gather and copy all available information. A booted figure strides into the control room and urgently demands a time estimate. A character outlines the plan, estimating they will need only 10 minutes to complete their task while Big Snake holds back Tai Xian. A character with blue hair staggers back, violently coughing up blood after receiving a critical wound. A dominant figure stands victorious over a bloodied, defeated opponent. Ling Wan, battered and desperate, struggles to hold on for 1 more minute. A blue-haired character is forced to the ground and pressured to answer while injured. Ling Wan towers over his defeated foe, forcing them to reveal information about the Emperor of Darkness. A character dismissively downplays the importance of the supporting role, implying their efforts are excessive. The wounded character realizes the Emperor of Darkness is both distant in the sky and directly before them. A furious character shouts a shocking revelation. He reels from a shocking realization, tension evident as the atmosphere grows ominous. Two hands swiftly form a gesture to initiate a technique. Startled, he jolts awake in fear. Glowing spikes impale the long-haired character, forcing a scream of agony. One character writhes on the ground in agony as their tormentor uses a psionic ability to cause intense internal pain. A horned character confidently unveils a new technique called magnetic field. Pierced by glowing dragon claws, he endures the painful attack with defiance. Overwhelmed, the character shouts a shocking revelation about something happening 7 times a day. Suspicious of the thief's unusual resilience, the character questions how such resistance is possible. The armored group seizes the fallen woman on their leader's command, preparing to investigate further. Ling Wan stands unfazed as the ground erupts behind him. Sensing a looming threat, the protagonist grows tense and alert. A dramatic announcement spreads urgent news that Big Snake has been caught and Tai Xian is returning to the association. A progress bar shows that the download will take about 12 more minutes to complete. 2 men in suits stand by the computer servers, frustrated as they complain about the unbearably slow internet speed. 2 figures race across the rooftops, determined to delay Tai Xian for 10 minutes. With urgency, Ling Luan charges forward and orders anyone nearby to delay the opponent until he arrives. Ling Luan steps forward as 2 armored enemies emerge from the smoke while 2 bystanders watch anxiously from behind a wall. 2 anxious characters admit they are too weak to replace Tai Xian's power and worry about the Big Snake's quick defeat. Forcing himself onward despite the pain, the injured protagonist pushes through with determination. A character lunges forward, initiating an attack as crescent-shaped blades line the ground. A spinning blade whirs to life, unleashing a surge of sparks and energy. Ling Luan pauses and looks around, reacting to an unexpected sound. The driver barrels down the road at breakneck speed, gripping the steering wheel with manic determination. A character is violently struck and sent flying by a massive orange object. A character is struck hard in the forehead, blood spurting as they cry out in pain. 2 armored figures urgently call out for the president. A distressed man screams in frustration beside a damaged orange truck after a dangerous episode of fatigue driving. Panicking, the character realizes they have just struck the president. Coughing in the smoke, the young man warily confronts the newcomer, suspecting another attack. A determined figure lunges forward, attempting to intervene as energy flares around him. A terrified man begs desperately for his life, pleading not to be killed. The character raises their hands in confusion, realizing that nothing is happening. Ling Luan urgently commands an immediate interference. A nervous character anxiously questions the president's unexpected actions. Red armored figures burst onto the scene, disrupting the chaos as one character frantically checks if another is injured. One character reports that the person in question shows no sign of psionic abilities, surprising the other. A sharp-eyed character questions whether the person in front of them is truly normal. A nervous man tries to explain himself, insisting the incident was just a simple car accident. A silver-haired character exclaims in awe at Sun Qinggong's achievement. A crucial download process begins. The process is still underway and will be ready in about 10 minutes. A bespectacled figure in a suit silently contemplates an important decision, while others watch. A nervous man stammers as a horned boy leans in, intimidating him. The sweating man urgently pressures the others to move faster. A man urgently presses a red envelope into someone's hands, insisting they accept it after the accident. A nervous man extends a cigarette, trying to ease the tension. A sweating man eagerly suggests making a sword as an alternative to going to the hospital. Ling Luan glares and warns someone not to bother him. A desperate figure clings to a robed man, begging not to be abandoned as smoke rises in the background. 2 anxious figures hide behind a wall, questioning if their fear makes them cowards compared to someone braver. A sweating, panicked boy is slapped forcefully across the face, jolting the scene with sudden intensity. Ling Luan stands over the defeated opponent, visibly irritated by the encounter. Ling Luan instructs the armored figure to take charge as he prepares to leave immediately. 3 figures emerge through the swirling smoke, preparing to confront Tai Xian. A blue-haired character with small horns reacts with confusion to something unexpected. A group blocks the path, daring anyone to try and get past them. Ling Luan stands over the defeated opponent, asserting control as the other struggles to recover. Ling Luan confronts the group blocking his way, determined to return to the headquarters. The adversaries reveal their failed ambush to the hidden figure, expressing frustration that their scheme was discovered too late. Someone shouts furiously, demanding their hidden opponent to show themselves. Ling Luan stands victorious over his defeated opponents as the crowd watches in awe. Ling Luan dismisses everyone around him with contempt. Amid shouts and protests, the group charges forward as someone orders an attack on the president. A student explains the Pythagorean theorem to a confused classmate. Ling Luan pauses, lost in thought as tension fills the moment. A directive is given to keep the last trump card hidden unless absolutely necessary. A security breach disrupts the data room in the office building. A group of guards rushes down the hallway to investigate after losing contact with the staff on duty. A masked figure exits the elevator and is startled by something unexpected. A masked figure urgently warns the group that more patrols are approaching. 2 characters rush out to support their team while another stays behind to manage the computer terminals. 3 guards hurry down the hallway, checking their radios as tension builds. Whip-like tendrils lash out in a sudden, rapid attack. A masked man bursts through the wall with 2 others close behind, catching the guards off guard. 2 guards are startled as their walkie-talkies are suddenly pulled away by an unseen force. A hand smashes the walkie-talkie with a red staff, cutting off communication. 3 men in suits clash over who is in charge and whether to risk exposing themselves. A young man convulses as a surge of energy erupts from his body, signaling a sudden transformation. Blue energy surges violently as a figure screams in pain, clutching themselves while a forceful hand looms nearby. The men endure the glowing attack as their leader urges them to stay strong and not give in to fear. Standing firm, he effortlessly repels a group of attackers with a surge of power. A blue-haired character firmly states that he is not like Kwang Ming, and would have allowed the other person to kneel and leave. A defiant figure confronts his adversaries, confidently stretching out his hand as energy surges behind him. A menacing figure steps forward, warning that restraint does not guarantee mercy. A silhouetted figure is struck violently, screaming in agony as blood splatters across the red-lit background. A menacing figure unleashes a violent burst of power, filling the bloody scene with intense energy. A violent attack erupts amid blood splatters and chaos. A terrified man screams as a red-armored figure violently attacks from behind, blood splattering everywhere. A boot slams down onto the bloodied ground, sending sparks flying. Sensing a disturbance, he glances forward with suspicion. Ling Huan braces himself, ready to face the upcoming challenge. A sharp-eyed figure confronts a member of the Revolutionary Army as another person urgently calls for the captain's help. The scene shifts to a sunlit city filled with towering skyscrapers and apartments. A notification appears, signaling that the download has finished successfully. The character finishes the task and instructs someone to notify Lin Luan. Frustrated, he tries to make a call but gets no signal. A suited figure announces the task is finished as the group prepares to leave through the hole in the wall. A pink-haired character whirls around in shock, reacting to something unexpected. The figure realizes that the 4 secretaries are involved. 4 characters jolt in alarm as a sudden danger emerges off-panel. A group confronts each other over Kwang Ning's suspicious death, revealing they set a trap to expose the true culprit. A menacing figure demands to know the identity of the Emperor of Darkness, threatening harm if the answer is not given. 2 robotic figures dash forward to chase the fleeing judge. Ling Huan orders the group to leave with the offenders, requesting privacy with Judge Gu. 2 figures stand apart in the smoky plaza as the confrontation begins. The sharp-faced character directly challenges the figure, demanding to know if they are the Emperor of Darkness. He downplays his reputation, explaining that the name was just something made up by people on the street. A wary character demands to know why the other remains persistent after the main culprit's death. 1 character confronts another, demanding to know if their goal is to overthrow the association and seize power as king. A character challenges another to prove their ideals by destroying their psionic body, questioning whether their claims about justice are genuine or just empty words. Rejecting the advice, the protagonist focuses intently on defeating the immediate threat, undeterred by concerns about the future. A surge of energy erupts as a hand grips the glowing sword, preparing to strike. A fierce warrior unleashes a powerful, glowing sword strike, sending energy surging across the battlefield. A surge of destructive energy blasts through the debris as the attack intensifies. Ling Huan unleashes a powerful spell, forming a glowing energy barrier surrounded by black mist. A powerful blue energy slash tears through the city building, causing massive destruction. The confident character dismisses the opponent's psionic attack, asserting its ineffectiveness. A silver-haired character unleashes a powerful attack with a glowing sword, leaving a smaller figure stunned in the background. A violent surge of energy erupts, scattering dark orbs in all directions. Ling Luan raises his hands and releases a surge of radiant energy. A massive energy attack erupts as 2 opponents collide in a fierce confrontation. Ling Luan unleashes a surge of power as he forcefully points forward. Ling Luan unleashes a powerful magical technique as energy surges from the glowing sigil. 1 character reflects on another's reputation as the youngest team leader and a genius while observing them standing confidently with a glowing sword at sunset. Focused and calculating, he formulates a plan to test the limits and effectiveness of his interference techniques in battle. 2 characters confront each other with sharp words, each testing the other's intentions. A serious man challenges someone by asking the purpose of a president. A confident figure explains that presidents are psionicists who have mastered the 7 divine levels of psionic energy. A character explains how divine sense transforms psionic energy into unique abilities, highlighting examples of immortality within a territory and magnetic field control. A hand releases a dark, divine substance as the speaker hints at a mysterious, melancholy connection. A shadowy figure unleashes a sinister power as the black marsh emerges in a blaze of red. 1 person bravely steps forward to hold off the threat, urging the others to escape. A sudden wall of razor-sharp spikes erupts from the ground, blocking the way forward. A mysterious barrier of red, glowing scales is revealed. A surge of shadowy energy crashes into the red barrier, testing its strength. A lone figure braces himself as a blinding surge of energy erupts before him. A man lifts a massive stone slab overhead while another stands frozen in shock against the blazing backdrop. Two suited figures are violently slammed to the ground, blood spraying as they are defeated. Ling Wan urgently orders someone to escape with the crucial data. One man angrily pushes forward, demanding a bridge and rejecting the other's attempt to give orders. A desperate character, pulled by a glowing red snake-like force, urgently calls for more locks. A red staff swiftly intercepts an incoming attack. Ling Wan hurtles downward and unleashes a powerful overhead attack. A powerful energy slash crashes into the ground as one figure stands above and another leaps back to evade the attack. The protagonist leaps onto a platform to escape the encroaching dark liquid. Realizing the marsh cannot be cut, he analyzes the situation with intense determination. A figure is ambushed from all sides by a sudden barrage of red projectiles. Two men in suits are violently restrained by red threads pulling them tight in a tense, red-lit room. A powerful hand smashes down, shattering the massive stone amid a burst of red energy. A character is violently struck in the chest, blood spraying as they suffer a critical injury. A masked man leads a group forward as someone shouts a warning in alarm. A surge of icy energy bursts forth as a powerful attack is unleashed. Blue crystal shards violently strike and penetrate the dark, smoky mass on the floor. A character is suddenly encased in ice, unable to move. The characters brace themselves atop the jagged ice as a surge of energy crackles through the air. A determined man in a torn suit smashes through the barrier with a glowing weapon. He exhales heavily, struggling to regain his composure. Breathing heavily, he struggles to steady himself after the ordeal. The masked character pauses to catch his breath, tension evident in his focused gaze. He steadies himself, catching his breath as tension fills the air. The group stands amid the aftermath, tense and bloodied, as one wearily asks if the ordeal has ended. Amid jagged, glowing blue crystals, four suited figures hesitate as one of them voices uncertainty about the mysterious threat ahead. Blood drips steadily into the crimson darkness, heightening the sense of danger. Ling Wan staggers in shock, blood and embers swirling around him after a sudden blow. The group recoils in terror as they witness something horrifying in the darkness. Fiery orbs ignite and hover in the darkness, signaling an ominous manifestation. A menacing figure declares its intent to consume everything as darkness swirls around. A character recoils in shock as they are suddenly attacked. A character is struck hard in the chest, blood spraying from the wound. A blonde character urgently shouts a warning while two others react with shock and tension. A pink-haired character drives a powerful kick into the chest of a stunned, purple-haired opponent. A determined character lands a fierce punch on another man's face. The injured leader grips his sword and orders the others to move quickly as he prepares to cover them in the wrecked room. A shocked man in a suit is suddenly grabbed by a much larger figure. The shadowy figure lifts an object overhead, preparing to strike with fierce intensity. A dark, powerful figure overwhelms two opponents as swirling black energy fills the air. Ling Wan charges forward at high speed, shouting to get the others' attention. Shadowy energy erupts as the figure unleashes a surge of dark power in the blood-red gloom. A shadowed figure warns the captain not to drop the pen drive in the red-lit darkness. Amid a field of glowing spikes, the man in the suit drops to one knee and prepares to unleash his power. Ling Wan staggers in agony, struggling to stay conscious after a sudden injury. A dark entity notices that someone is trying to escape. A character is slammed hard onto the tiled floor, landing sprawled and stunned. The elevator suddenly comes to a stop. A fierce burst of red energy erupts as he launches a desperate attack. Two hands collide with force, unleashing a surge of energy. A man in a suit braces himself in the doorway, blocking the entrance with visible effort. Ling Wan braces himself as a glowing red weapon threatens him. Ling Wan urgently reaches for the closing elevator door, desperate to stop it. A man in a suit is violently thrown to the ground, his legs mangled and blood spraying everywhere. A terrified man recoils as a shadowy monster with glowing eyes lunges toward him. A glowing red segmented weapon lashes upward toward the dark window. Straining with determination, he pushes himself harder as the dark figure charges forward. Startled, he reacts in shock to an unexpected event. A demonic figure corners its target with a triumphant glare. A USB drive skids across the floor and stops by a corner. A USB flash drive rests on the marble floor, signaling the discovery of important evidence. A high-heeled shoe halts beside the fallen USB flash drive, drawing attention to it. Someone asks their mom to go to bed so they can have a private conversation. Ling Wan confidently leads the group in dismissing the powerful figure to bed. Startled, the main character reacts in shock. One character warns the others that they cannot stay long and needs to share important information. Ling Wan stands amid a surge of energy and announces his plan to create an organization to rival the Psionic Association. A man in striped clothes suddenly shouts as the others tense up in the dim room. A worried man in a striped suit urgently warns someone to keep their conversation secret as he enters the room. One character firmly explains the necessity of a difficult decision as the others listen with concern. A wary agent warns the group that the investigation is intensifying and urges immediate action. The orange-haired character firmly declares opposition to the association, determined to protect the seniors and little Jean. One character enthusiastically hugs another, who urges them to focus on a serious topic. Ling Wan smiles with calm confidence. A character raises a peace sign while urgently criticizing the psionic association and warning that the world is in danger if things continue as they are. Ling Wan sits on the floor and admits he used to care only about his own and his mother's well-being, ignoring the rest of the world. After surviving countless dangers and growing stronger over the past few months, he decides to confront the injustice around him. He admits the risks are high and asks for help to achieve more than he can handle alone. A group rallies behind their leader, ready to confront the psionic association together. A stern figure warns that defying the association is a path to self-destruction. A heated argument quickly escalates into a scuffle as one character tries to calm everyone down and a black cat warns them not to wake its mother. A nervous character urges the group to reconsider an uncomfortable truth. A tense figure demands immediate solutions from the group. Ling Wan firmly declares his independence from the association and asserts his new path. One character asks for an update on the unaffiliated psionics as the group gathers for a serious discussion. A character explains that rogue psionists who refuse to cooperate with the association are often labeled as assailants and commonly form unpredictable criminal organizations. A curious student earnestly asks the silver-haired senior if any others are as great as them. A character explains that assailants are unlikely to be numerous due to their limited access to psionic resources. Confident in his conclusion, he declares that there is no problem. A determined leader rallies the group to stand against the association as everyone listens intently. Ling Wan confidently orders the group to defeat all the assailants as he points forward. A confidential video of last week's explosion in Shangjiang district is uncovered online, revealing that 5 innocents were killed during the psionicists' battle with the assailants. 2 students react with excitement and curiosity as surprising information is revealed on the computer in the dorm room. A hand hurriedly clicks the computer mouse to start downloading the video. A character discovers a top-secret file containing information about the association. A confident man dismisses an online article as clickbait while 2 others listen nearby. A computer screen prompts the user to click a glowing, mysterious button. One student confidently reveals that the City Chow incident from 16 years ago was completely fabricated. A video surfaces revealing the recently deceased president, leaving everyone stunned. A skeptical student reacts to the startling explanation about scientists and natural energy. Startled, the orange-haired character freezes in shock at something unexpected. A bloodied man surveys the devastation around him, standing victorious as sinister figures and ruined buildings fill the chaotic scene. A stunned character shouts in disbelief, reacting to the outrageous suggestion of editing a video with Photoshop. A critical piece of information is censored from view. 2 characters anxiously realize that an important online post has been deleted before they could save evidence. The city erupts with energy as the day surges forward. 2 women sit together, exchanging rumors about something a university student allegedly did. 2 figures quietly discuss the possibility of an international conspiracy or war as the sun sets over the water. Panic erupts among the crowd as the stock market board displays chaotic numbers. Someone desperately questions the sudden chaos unfolding in the world. A steaming bowl rests on the table as the day of significance finally arrives. 2 elderly men discuss the mysterious figure known as the Emperor of Darkness over tea. The older man exhales deeply, showing his exhaustion. The older person smirks slyly, clearly amused by the situation. A pivotal moment approaches as the true nature of the unfolding chaos is about to be revealed. A tall office building stands under a clear sky, introducing the setting. A crowd gathers at the entrance as a powerful, blinding light emerges from the grand building. A surge of radiant energy erupts, overwhelming everything in its path. A character forcefully slams their hand down, shaking the scene with intensity. A news report announces that Chiyuan Mountain has suffered heavy losses in an attack, marking the 3rd strike on a psionic mine in 2 months. Someone reacts with surprise to the title. Emperor of Darkness. Outside the president's office. Inside the office, a pink-haired character reveals that the rapidly growing assailants organization is led by someone known as the Emperor of Darkness. A silhouetted figure pauses in tense silence, lost in thought. A serious-looking person explains that most psionicists have been sent to the troubled mine to recover losses, but the situation remains dire and a hostile organization is targeting the association. They discuss how the enemy openly revealed their plans, except for their secretive leader known as the Emperor of Darkness, and mention the name of the opposing team. A new faction called the Revolutionary Army is announced. The red-haired character demands a volunteer to act as president and provide an explanation. Ling Luan refuses to participate, standing firm in his decision. He admits feeling too depressed to be around others. Frustrated, the woman demands not to be burdened with everything. A decision is made as someone resolves to proceed despite uncertainty. A gloved hand forcefully drives the others back in a flash of light. Ling Luan glares in silence, his hand outstretched in confrontation. A group stands before a blindingly bright portal, one of them muttering in irritation. A lone figure steps onto the grand stage as the crowd watches in anticipation. A red-haired character stands confidently as powerful energy radiates around him. The red-haired character confidently exposes that all the evidence shown is fake. One character reacts with surprise while another stands silently beside him, unfazed. 4 characters freeze in shock as something unexpected happens. 4 irritated individuals glare forward, preparing to confront someone. A group of defiant people confront someone off-panel, rejecting deception and insisting they are not fools. A man in a suit urgently protests as the woman stands her ground, challenging authority. A nervous official avoids giving clear answers while speaking into a microphone as a red-haired figure listens nearby. A mystical orb hurtles through the air at high speed. A red-haired character is suddenly struck on the back of the head by a thrown object. A mysterious glowing substance drips onto Ling Wan's hair from above. A mysterious liquid drips onto Ling Wan's head, catching him off guard. Startled by what they see inside, both characters shout in shock and frustration as they enter the room. A fiery winged figure confronts the opponent and asserts dominance with a bold challenge. He unleashes a commanding order, radiating overwhelming force. A furious red-haired character issues a forceful command to obey. A furious character bares his fangs and shouts a forceful command to obey. A furious figure confronts the crowd, demanding to know who threw the egg. Flames erupt and people scatter in terror, desperately trying to escape the chaos. Shocked and angry, one person lashes out at another, who silently observes the outburst. A person screams in agony as fire engulfs them and two figures remain separated near the pillars. Amid chaos and flames, one man demands what difference the truth would make as the others struggle in desperation. Three figures are consumed by raging flames as they struggle and cry out in pain. Two figures walk away from the burning scene, ignoring the chaos behind them. Radiating immense power, he stands surrounded by fiery symbols, declaring that they are already too strong. A massive explosion engulfs the city in fire and light. A car crashes violently into rubble, scattering debris and smoke across the scene. People scramble to escape as fire and explosions erupt behind them. A distressed child cries out for their mother, overwhelmed by emotion. A menacing red sky looms over the city as tension escalates. Ling Wan freezes in shock as flames erupt around him. The group anxiously declares their willingness to show allegiance to the Psionicists. Two men shout their determination to fight for their rights and refuse submission to Psionicists. A group of protesters raises their fists and rallies together in defiance against oppression. Protesters thrust their fists into the air, rallying together in open defiance. A cold figure delivers a merciless ultimatum, ordering the other to die. Startled by a sudden threat, the group freezes as tension fills the fiery red scene. Ling Wan stands atop the hill, exuding dominance as the stunned group below hesitates in fear. A man is engulfed by dark energy and screams in terror. The man collapses backward as a surge of dark, swirling energy bursts from his chest. A surge of mystical energy is unleashed, swirling through the star-speckled void. Dark energy explodes outward as the man revels in his newfound power. Overwhelmed by a rush of power, he smiles intensely, reveling in the intoxicating sensation. A piercing scream erupts, filling the scene with panic. A colossal surge of red and black energy crashes down over the city, threatening everything below. A supernatural green light descends on the school as someone urgently calls for the headmaster. A character rushes forward to warn others that all the students have been gathered. A man in a suit storms into the room, furiously denouncing the actions of someone from the association. Startled and sweating, the bespectacled character reacts with shock to an unexpected event. Two characters sit across from each other in silence, tension heavy as their confrontation begins. An elderly man politely asks the director to leave because he has a guest. A visibly anxious person hesitantly responds while sweating under pressure. A character rushes toward the doorway, eager to pour the tea. Two figures stand face to face beneath the open sky, locked in a silent, tense standoff. Two adults argue over whether students should be allowed to make their own decisions. The students stand silently in formation, awaiting further instructions. Three students stand together, bracing themselves as they prepare for a confrontation. An authority figure proudly congratulates the group on their hard work and welcomes them to the association as new psionicists. A blue-haired character with horns extends a conditional invitation to join the group. Two rivals glare at each other, the tension escalating as one lets out a taunting sound. Someone expresses confidence that the students will make the right choice on their own. The older man focuses intently, his expression unwavering and determined. One character firmly explains the importance of setting a good example as a school leader, while the other listens attentively across the table. A character clenches his fist in determination, resolving to push forward despite his fear of failure. An older man forcefully expresses his lingering offense, his words amplified by the sudden appearance of giant golden hands. An elder releases a formidable martial arts technique, causing golden astral hands to materialize. Ling Wan gathers his resolve as energy surges around him, preparing for the confrontation ahead. A determined man unleashes a powerful martial arts attack, sending energy surging through the scene. Ling Wan is blasted in the face by a surge of golden magical energy. A colossal golden Buddha statue appears, towering over the red-haired character who stands below, unwavering. A lone figure braces defiantly as a massive, glowing fist crashes down from above. A destructive energy beam tears through a tall building, splitting it apart with immense force. A young man jolts in shock as a disturbance erupts from the headmaster's office, drawing the attention of those nearby. He stands beneath the bright blue sky, silently lost in thought. A giant golden fist crashes down, smashing the ground and unleashing a burst of radiant energy. Panting heavily, he stands with his arm covered in glowing marks as smoke swirls around him. A glowing red feather symbolizes the revelation of a psionic principle, emphasizing the strength gained from natural energy over artificial means. He suddenly recoils in shock, sweat beading on his face as he struggles to process what just happened. A surge of red energy erupts, flooding the scene with overwhelming force. A white-haired character braces himself as a massive surge of fiery red energy erupts before him. A character warns that defeating the Phoenix is impossible as a fiery red entity emerges amid swirling flames. A group of exhausted young men in suits struggle forward together under the harsh daylight. A blue-haired character calmly questions why the other person is surprised by an easy exam question. A silhouette grabs another person by the collar in front of a building, threatening them to provoke a reaction. A wounded man staggers forward, relying on a woman for support. He glares forward in tense silence, alert and focused on what lies ahead. He studies the group of top students, realizing the upcoming challenge will be tough. Ling Luan raises his hand and firmly states his decision to join the association. Two startled students call out in alarm as someone walks away into the glowing light. A confident boy rallies the crowd to embrace their differences and follow the current trends. The red-haired character expresses relief at being understood while the blue-haired character smiles quietly beside him. He clenches his jaw, struggling to keep his emotions under control. Amidst a furious crowd hurling insults, he stands firm and unmoved. A young man glares ahead with determination, vowing to become the weapon needed to defeat his enemies. The scene shifts to a tall skyscraper rising against the cloudy sky, establishing the setting. A newcomer steps into a brightly lit room where a group of potential association members waits. 3 men stand in a standoff, each silently challenging the others with tense body language. 2 men stand side by side, confronting their opponent with confident smirks. A determined figure delegates leadership roles to challenge the authority of the presidents. Concealed indoors, Ling Luan quietly signals that he has infiltrated and is ready for the distraction to begin. A panicked man rushes in and urgently announces that Gu Yunxiao has appeared again, startling the group. Arriving at a critical moment, the character surveys the situation with unwavering confidence. Ling Luan instructs someone to wait, and then leaves to handle the next step. A surprised student urgently asks if the president plans to confront Gu Yunxiao directly, causing others in the hallway to react. An excited supporter loudly cheers for the president, who stands unimpressed against the glowing backdrop. As one character strides forward with determination, another enthusiastically wishes for quick success from the doorway. One person leaves the tense group and heads alone toward the bright doorway. A group of men confront a newcomer with open hostility. A character smirks confidently as light highlights their face. A character urgently pries open the elevator doors. An orange-haired character impatiently bangs on the large closed door. One man confronts another, demanding to know what he is doing as tension rises between the group. A young man in the hallway asks about who will provide the next instructions. Ling Luan confidently declares that he is the person they are looking for. A menacing figure issues a deadly threat, demanding the others' deaths. Ling Luan stands firm as a group of shadowy figures approaches through the smoke. Ling Luan stands ready as armored figures with glowing eyes close in around him. A determined figure confronts their enemy, declaring there is no escape. Ling Luan and Hao face each other in the empty plaza as several shadowy figures close in around them. With a confident smirk, the protagonist taunts his opponent. Ling Luan threatens his opponent, warning them even as they face death. Ling Luan calmly reveals that he has kept a secret tactic hidden. Teleportation is activated. A surge of blue energy tears through the empty street, shaking the buildings. Ling Luan jolts in shock as something unexpected happens. A cloaked figure stands over an orange-haired young man who collapses to the ground, overwhelmed by powerful energy. 3 leaders are left isolated as their opponents recognize a crucial chance to strike. Startled by a sudden shock, someone jerks their hand while gripping a cup. A hand abruptly knocks over a wooden cup, sending its contents spilling. Clutching his chest and coughing up blood, he realizes the water is laced with mirrored psionic poison. He realizes with shock that even his closest confidants may have betrayed him. A blue-haired character urgently orders everyone to use detoxify psionic crystals. The group gathers, celebrating their secret victory with smug satisfaction. Ling Luan confronts unseen opponents, his glare fierce and his glowing blue horns signaling readiness for a fight. A shadowy figure ambushes and stabs a young man in the back, catching him completely off guard. A sinister figure looms behind the injured character, intimidating them with a cryptic question. One character is violently hurled across the room while 2 others stand by and watch. The silver-haired character recoils in disbelief as a sudden revelation shocks him. 2 men assert their group's dominance as revolutionary armies, excluding only the 3 presidents. A frustrated character glares intensely, demanding an explanation for the unexpected situation. He narrows his eyes in focus, determination burning as he contemplates his next move. Surrounded by distant figures, the red-haired character realizes that everyone has betrayed them. Ling Luan confronts the crowd, commanding attention with his calm and imposing presence. Unable to control the 3 presidents directly, he manipulates others to keep them isolated. A furious man urges the crowd to attack as a group of determined men rush forward. He steels himself for the coming confrontation, eyes blazing with determination. Explosions tear through the building, sending debris flying in all directions. A powerful explosion blasts through the side of the building at night. Clouds of smoke and debris billow over the devastated ruins as chaos engulfs the scene. Ling Wan unleashes a surge of power, his furious presence dominating the shattered battlefield. Breathing heavily and filled with disbelief, the furious character demands to know how his opponent managed to defeat him. A character admires the president's effortless victory over several renowned psionists in front of a glowing red fissure. Ling Wan recoils in shock as a surge of energy blasts past him. A man announces that the previous opponents were only meant to exhaust his enemy, and warns that the real battle is about to begin. Breathing heavily, the protagonist recognizes the opponent as a student from Psionic University. Amidst the ruined, red-stained landscape, one character challenges the other by acknowledging their impressive powers. The orange-haired character confidently threatens to test the limits of his opponent's endurance. The opponent mocks the group's strategy of taking turns in battle. A menacing figure emerges through the red smoke, making a threatening entrance and intimidating the opponent. A cat-themed antagonist mocks and threatens her opponent, while her followers and a black cat reinforce her intimidation. He declares that the final battle is about to begin. The confrontation begins as he steps forward with fierce determination. A towering figure surges with blue energy, unleashing a powerful transformation that shakes the scene. A massive, radiant armored spirit looms above as the protagonist stares up in astonishment. Ling Wan taunts his opponent, unfazed by the attacks. With unwavering resolve, the protagonist asserts his tactical advantage by explaining that the opponent's magnetic field is now limited and that he has no intention of approaching. The battlefield is now littered with broken rocks and debris. Ling Wan summons a colossal spectral entity that smashes the ground and sends debris flying toward his opponent. Chunks of stone explode and scatter through the air with tremendous force. Ling Wan charges forward, smashing through the stone blocks in his path. Clenching his jaw and sweating, he struggles against the intense pain. A destructive blast erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. Sensing a looming threat, the protagonist stands tense as crackling energy figures emerge in the background. A menacing monster looms over and threatens its opponent. Ling Wan endures the pain and glares defiantly, refusing to back down. Ling Wan unleashes a surge of shadowy energy from his outstretched hand. A massive beast charges at the group as one figure stands their ground, ready to confront it. Struggling to recover, he catches his breath against a dark red backdrop. A cat-like fighter boasts about wearing down opponents with relentless, turn-based attacks. A character mocks the outdated belief that strength comes from numbers, dismissing it as a lie for the weak. A shadowy figure reveals that history is shaped by a powerful few, hinting at a grim truth. A monstrous appendage crashes into the side of the building, sending debris and smoke everywhere. Two supernatural forces clash violently above the skyscraper, unleashing a surge of explosive energy. Energy surges as a glowing horn emerges, signaling the unleashing of hidden power. Ling Wan steels himself, focusing intently as he prepares for what comes next. A decisive figure unleashes a massive, fiery attack as ominous energy erupts across the sky. Ling Wan abruptly turns, startled by an unexpected disturbance behind him. Ling Wan charges forward with unwavering determination. A horned figure erupts with dark energy, warning the others that they will regret their opposition. A surge of red energy bursts from the muscular figure as power floods the scene. Sensing the enemy's plan, he urgently realizes they are about to merge. A massive, fiery red spectral entity erupts behind him as he unleashes his power. A powerful blood-red energy slash rips through a city skyscraper. A surge of destructive energy erupts, signaling that hope has run out. Sinister, shadowy figures close in around a glowing white box, their laughter filling the air. A menacing figure confronts someone, threatening consequences for refusing to submit. A monstrous figure delivers a deadly ultimatum, threatening complete eradication. A menacing figure announces a plan to reshape the world. A surge of supernatural energy engulfs the towering building as a voice declares dominion over the new world. A massive surge of energy explodes across the dark landscape, illuminating the scene with crackling red light. Two men look up anxiously as one of them questions the sudden commotion in the city. A mysterious energy engulfs the city. Two characters look up anxiously as dark clouds suddenly gather overhead. A surge of dark energy crackles across the city, signaling an impending threat. A colossal, electrified figure descends over the city, radiating ominous red energy. Three men stare upward in fear as the sky above them turns an ominous red. Three figures are overwhelmed as shadowy tendrils erupt from their faces amid chaos. A surge of dark energy sweeps forward, intent on gathering all the psionic power. Supernatural energy bursts across the city, unleashing a powerful force. A frightened character clutches their shoulder and expresses unease as a large red creature looms nearby. A monstrous creature pins a terrified character to the ground with its dark tendrils. A monstrous force attacks the glowing door, filling the air with screams and wild laughter. A silver-haired character gazes upward, admitting that they might have truly failed. Ling Wan steps forward with unwavering resolve, his presence dominating the stormy scene. Overcome by shock and despair, the protagonist cries out in anguish. Overcome with despair, he screams in protest. A dark barrier with crimson tendrils engulfs the city. An electrified barrier suddenly traps the entire city. A massive explosion tears through the city, sending red energy crackling across the buildings. He lies on his back, quietly staring upward. He sits in silence, weighed down by his thoughts. He sits in silence, lost in quiet reflection. The older man lowers his head in silence, lost in solemn reflection. The character stands quietly, lost in thought. Ling Wan pauses in quiet reflection, his expression calm and undisturbed. A bearded man tilts his head back as a strange glowing energy bursts from his mouth. Ling Wan hides behind the wall, cautiously observing the situation. Overwhelmed by grief, he breaks down in tears. Ling Wan stands tensely before a table, preparing to address three imposing, silhouetted figures. Three shadowy figures stand together against a backdrop of intense blue light. Clutching a metallic object in his mouth, the protagonist desperately begs for mercy, insisting that the others will not lose control again. The bearded man pauses in tense silence, weighing his next move. An authority figure orders a small group to monitor the targets and execute them immediately if anything suspicious occurs. A worried subordinate challenges the captain's order, questioning if sparing the mutant beast goes against established rules. Ling Wan sits silently among the crates, lost in thought after the heated confrontation. A figure assigns responsibility for the truck's supplies, and the nervous protagonist reluctantly agrees. Struggling with frustration, the protagonist admits his confusion about Master Hu and his reluctance to act on his urges. A furious man asserts his dominance, leaving the smaller figure visibly alarmed. A furious character forcefully kicks two people out while another with orange hair watches the scene unfold. With a sly grin, Ling Wan mocks Master Hu. The ordeal ends as the group breathes a collective sigh of relief. A USB drive slides rapidly across the marble floor toward the elevator. A USB drive is revealed on the marble floor, hinting at a hidden secret. A woman steps closer to the USB stick, preparing to retrieve it. A woman reveals that President Kwang Ming artificially created the mind to restore his own energy. A figure dismissively insults someone as the group stands behind glowing pillars. A calm informant explains that everyone united to break the territory after its creator tried to kill them, and now a red transformer has appeared on the battlefield. The character connects the current situation to a past mastermind behind the college entrance examination incident in the Eastern District. Ling Wan confronts a towering, red-eyed shadowy figure radiating ominous energy. The woman assures the group that she will report to the three presidents once she confirms the information. A stern man confronts the restless intruder, his glare sharp in the dim room. The desperate figure pleads for mercy as a clenched fist rises, heightening the tension. Two figures race through the shadowy forest, urgently pursuing someone ahead. A determined girl steps in to stop the muscular man from attacking as two injured boys struggle to stay upright nearby. News arrives that the mining team is already returning. A convoy of armored vehicles speeds across the desolate terrain. A group of vehicles blocks the road as their occupants prepare to confront their cornered target. Ling Wan smiles and gratefully offers a drink. A defiant man backed by his group confronts his opponents, questioning their resolve to stand against him. Despite the danger, both characters stand firm and express concern for their junior. A scarred, bearded man insults his fallen opponent, showing clear contempt. A heavily built man presents a vial of psionic medicine, determined to help someone walk on their own. A scarred man angrily insists they are even after being rescued and demands to know why his opponent spared his life. The younger figure teases the muscular man for noticing others. The protagonist frankly criticizes the other man's actions while acknowledging his sense of righteousness. A commanding figure orders the soldiers to clean the battlefield and tend to the wounded. A nervous soldier anxiously asks his captain what will happen to the others. A massive gorilla-like figure freezes in the shadowy forest as a giant fly approaches, heightening the tension. A cheerful orange-haired character smiles in the sunlight and expresses admiration to Master Hu. A scarred man fixes a cold, menacing glare straight ahead. The bearded man closes his eyes, centering himself as he prepares for what comes next. A bearded man orders the younger character to inspect the cargo. A sudden blue explosion erupts behind him, and he recoils in shock. A hostile group advances together through the tense, dimly lit scene. A group of people with empty expressions moves forward in a trance-like state. A fierce transformation begins as three ominous faces with glowing blue horns emerge from the darkness. A character bares his fangs and commands someone to eat the target. Three men scream in terror, looking upward. A terrified crowd screams and panics. A monstrous tower devours people at its base as the crowd chants for it to eat. Suspicious and frustrated, the character questions why the crowd is still following the kid instead of losing control. Ling Wan fiercely reveals that wronged souls can never die. Three demonic faces emerge from the darkness, unleashing a chilling scream. The shadowy figure unleashes a devastating attack, forcing the terrified crowd to flee in panic. Three furious characters shout in disbelief over their defeat by the undead. Two men advance menacingly toward a terrified man, forcing him to recoil in fear. Realizing the enemy's overwhelming numbers and invincibility, he is struck by desperation. A monstrous force engulfs the terrified character's mouth, overwhelming them in a violent attack. A surge of glowing blue spiritual energy bursts through the darkness. Astonished, the protagonist watches as a glowing blue energy emerges from his mouth. Psionic energy rapidly gathers toward the stunned character as they realize its source. Ling Wan is surrounded by floating blue flames and stares upward in shock as supernatural power manifests around him. A surge of blue energy erupts around him, catching him off guard as it concentrates at his chest. A critical system message announces that the psionic reserve is full and an upgrade allowing skill merging is now available. A glowing prompt appears, demanding an immediate decision between upgrading or not. Ling Luan steels himself to merge all his skills and confront the monsters despite his doubts. Three figures panic as their psionic energy is drained by a swarm of bugs, scrambling to reabsorb their power. Ling Luan unleashes a surge of energy at the center of the vortex. The protagonist is stunned as a mysterious update suddenly appears on the glowing screen. Everyone watches in shock as the psionic energy is rapidly absorbed by the child. As the silhouettes advance, a surge of explosive energy erupts from the center, forcing them back. He pushes himself to the limit, straining with desperate determination. A white-haired figure unleashes a powerful attack as beams of energy surge around him. A character shouts in shock at unexpected news while another stares back, tense and stunned. A wounded man staggers forward as another rushes to his aid, shouting in alarm while dark energy erupts around them. Someone is suddenly recognized, causing shock. One character shouts furiously at the other for interfering even in death, as they glare at each other with intense hostility. The system update finishes, and a glowing message confirms completion on the digital interface. Blue energy erupts as the protagonist completes his technique and thanks his senior. Blue flames surge as the speaker vows to avenge everyone. A colossal, radiant blue force unleashes its power over the city. Three startled characters whip around in shock as something unexpected grabs their attention off-panel. A furious character unleashes a lethal attack. A massive blue hand surges forward, releasing a powerful burst of energy. Three terrified people scream together as red energy erupts between them. A destructive energy blast erupts in the room, sending dark blood splattering across the floor and walls. A massive blue energy blast tears through the wall, scattering debris everywhere. Lightning crashes into the side of the tower as the storm intensifies. A beam of golden light breaks through the clouds and strikes the colossal structure below. A sudden burst of light erupts from the swirling dark clouds. He stands alone, visibly defeated and lost in silent despair. He stands in the falling snow, finally acknowledging that the struggle has ended. A tense group stands together in the snow, silently watching something above. Ling Luan stands alone in the snow, overwhelmed by the hopeless end. Ling Luan glances over his shoulder, visibly startled by something unexpected. Three figures march forward through the falling snow with tense determination. Ling Luan kneels in the snow, overcome by defeat. Ling Luan glares ahead with unwavering determination as snow drifts around him. The host absorbs all the psionic energy, triggering a major power shift. He stares ahead, overcome by hopelessness, and questioning the meaning of everything. A mysterious system announces that merging all psionic energy will allow the host to become the god of a new world. He fixes his intense gaze forward, radiating unwavering determination. If the condition is unmet, all psionic energy will be unleashed and nature will reclaim its balance. A glowing screen urges the host to make a crucial decision. Glowing words loom in the darkness, issuing a divine challenge. A surge of psionic energy is unleashed in response to the intense command. He reels in shock as he learns about the possibility of becoming a god and restoring balance. A flock of birds soars across the bright sky. 1 year later, the story resumes in a vibrant city bathed in morning sunlight. A character smirks and boasts about being a 4-star psionicist. A character grins fiercely and shouts a deadly threat at their opponent. Two boys race past the storefront in the sunlight, one pretending to launch a transformation attack as the other flees with laughter. Someone steps forward with determination, heightening the tension. Ling Luan strides forward confidently, a slight smile on his face. A hooded figure calls out loudly while another stands quietly behind him. Three figures confront each other on the sidewalk as one reacts in shock. A frustrated man struggles to carry a heavy water jug, lamenting the loss of his supernatural strength. Ling Luan stands in the doorway, fuming as he complains about having to pay the gas bill now that he can no longer spit fire. Humanity once wielded great power through psionic energy, but now their physical abilities have drastically diminished. Someone urgently announces that the era is regressing, shocking everyone present. Fireworks burst across the blue sky, signaling the start of the celebration. An enthusiastic announcer energizes the crowd as the first marathon of the zero-energy era is about to start. A competition is announced, inviting everyone to register and start equally at the starting line. He grins confidently and boasts about winning because he possesses Shadow Walk. Ling Luan glares ahead with fierce determination, vowing not to lose. The protagonist confidently claims victory. A furious pink-haired character threatens to kill anyone who defeats Ling Luan. A silver-haired character warns that they might not be able to defeat ordinary people in a fight now. As the crowd gathers, three main figures argue heatedly, with tensions flaring just before the race begins. Two elderly men in wheelchairs exchange cheerful banter as people bustle around them. Amused by his recent success, the character boasts to himself about winning many games while the crowd gathers below. A scarred, bearded man reports through his earpiece that the first road is clear. A red-haired character confidently reports that the second road is clear and ready. A male character with glasses confidently reports that the third road is clear and ready. A hand raises the starter pistol as the first marathon in the era of zero energy is set to begin. Contestants line up at the starting line as the scoreboard signals the beginning of the event. Ling Luan raises his gun, instantly seizing control as the surrounding characters react with shock and intensity. A powerful surge of energy signals the start of the action. 5 determined characters charge forward together, ready for action.